Children of Dune by Frank Herbert. Narrated by Ty Farnsworth of Echoworm. Muad'Dib's teachings had become the playground of scholastics, of the superstitious and the corrupt. He taught a balanced way of life, a philosophy with which a human can meet problems arising from an ever-changing universe. He said humankind is still evolving, in a process which will never end. He said this evolution moves on changing principles which are known only to eternity. How can corrupted reasoning play with such an essence? Words of the Mentat, Duncan, Idaho. A spot of light appeared on the deep red rug which covered the raw rock of the cave floor. The light glowed without apparent source, having its existence only on the red fabric surface woven of spice fiber. A questing circle about 2 centimeters in diameter, it moved erratically, now elongated, now an oval. Encountering the deep green side of a bed, it leaped upward, folded itself across the bed's surface. Beneath the green covering lay a child with rusty hair, face still round with baby fat, a generous mouth. A figure lacking the lean sparseness of Fremen tradition, but not as water-fat as an off-worlder. As the light passed across closed eyelids, the small figure stirred. The light winked out. Now there was only the sound of even breathing, and faint behind it a reassuring drip, drip, drip of water collecting in a catch basin from the windsill far above the cave. Again the light appeared in the chamber, slightly larger, a few lumens brighter. This time there was a suggestion of source and movement to it. A hooded figure filled the arched doorway at the chamber's edge, and the light originated there. Once more the light flowed around the chamber, testing, questing. There was a sense of menace in it, a restless dissatisfaction. It avoided the sleeping child, paused on the gridded air inlet at an upper corner, probed a bulge in the green and gold wall hangings which softened the enclosing rock. Presently the light winked out. The hooded figure moved with a betraying swish of fabric, took up a station at one side of the arched doorway. Anyone aware of the routine here in Sietch Tabor would have suspected at once that this must be Stilgar, Naib of the Sietch, guardian of the orphan twins who would one day take up the mantle of their father, Paul Muad'Dib. Stilgar often made night inspections of the twins' quarters, always going first to the chamber where Ganima slept, and ending here in the adjoining room, where he could reassure himself that Leto was not threatened. "I'm an old fool," Stilgar thought. He fingered the cold surface of the light projector before restoring it to the loop in his belt sash. The projector irritated him even while he depended on it. The thing was a subtle instrument of the Imperium, a device to detect the presence of large living bodies. It had shown only the sleeping children in the royal bedchambers. Stilgar knew his thoughts and emotions were like light. He could not still a restless inner projection. Some greater power controlled that movement. It projected him into this moment where he sensed the accumulated peril. Here lay the magnet for dreams of grandeur throughout the known universe. Here lay temporal riches, secular authority, and that most powerful of all mystic talismans, the divine authenticity of Muad'Dib's religious bequest. In these twins, Leto and his sister Ganima, an awesome power focused. While they lived, Muad'Dib, though dead, lived in them. These were not merely 9-year-old children. They were a natural force, objects of veneration and fear. They were the children of Paul Atreides who had become Muad'Dib, the Mahdi of all the Fremen. Muad'Dib had ignited an explosion of humanity. Fremen had spread from this planet in a jihad, carrying their fervor across the human universe in a wave of religious government, whose scope and ubiquitous authority had left its mark on every planet. Yet these children of Muad'Dib are flesh and blood, Stilgar thought. 2 simple thrusts of my knife would still their hearts. Their water would return to the tribe. His wayward mind fell into turmoil at such a thought. To kill Muad'Dib's children. But the years had made him wise in introspection. Stilgar knew the origin of such a terrible thought. It came from the left hand of the damned, not from the right hand of the blessed. The Ayat and Burhan of life held few mysteries for him. Once he'd been proud to think of himself as Fremen, to think of the desert as a friend, to name his planet Dune in his thoughts and not Arrakis, as it was marked on all of the Imperial star charts. How simple things were when our Messiah was only a dream, he thought. By finding our Mahdi, we loosed upon the universe countless messianic dreams. Every people subjugated by the jihad now dreams of a leader to come. Stilgar glanced into the darkened bedchamber. If my knife liberated all those people, would they make a messiah of me? Leto could be heard stirring restlessly in his bed. Stilgar sighed. He had never known the Atreides grandfather whose name this child had taken, but many said the moral strength of Muad'Dib had come from that source. Would that terrifying quality of rightness skip a generation now? Stilgar found himself unable to answer this question. He thought, Sietch Tabor is mine. I rule here. I am a Naib of the Fremen. Without me, there would have been no Muad'Dib. These twins, now through Cheney, their mother, and my kinswoman, my blood flows in their veins. I am there with Muad'Dib and Cheney and all the others. What have we done to our universe? Stilgar could not explain why such thoughts came to him in the night, and why they made him feel so guilty. He crouched within his hooded robe. Reality was not at all like the dream. The friendly desert which had once spread from pole to pole was reduced to half its former size. The mythic paradise of spreading greenery filled him with dismay. It was not like the dream. And as his planet changed, he knew he had changed. He'd become a far more subtle person than that one-time siege chieftain. He's aware now of many things, of statecraft and profound consequences in the smallest decisions. Yet he felt this knowledge and subtlety as a thin veneer covering an iron core of simpler, more deterministic awareness. And that older core called out to him, pleaded with him for a return to cleaner values. The morning sounds of the siege began intruding upon his thoughts. People were beginning to move about in the cavern. He felt a breeze against his cheeks. People were going out through the door seals and into the pre-dawn darkness. The breeze spoke of carelessness as it spoke of the time. Warren dwellers no longer maintained the tight water discipline of the old days. Why should they? When rain had been recorded on this planet, when clouds were seen, when 8 Fremen had been inundated and killed by a flash flood in a wadi. Until that event, the word drowned had not existed in the language of Dune. But this was no longer Dune. This was Arrakis, and it was the morning of an eventful day. He thought, Jessica, mother of Muad'Dib and grandmother of these royal twins, returns to our planet today. Why does she end her self-imposed exile at this time? Why does she leave the softness and security of Caladan for the dangers of Arrakis? And there were other worries. Would she sense Stilgar's doubts? She was a Bene Gesserit witch, graduate of the Sisterhood's deepest training, and a reverend mother in her own right. Such females were acute and they were dangerous. Would she order him to fall upon his knife, as the Uma protector of Liet Kynes had been ordered? Would I obey her? He wondered. He could not answer that question, but now he thought about Liet Kynes, the planetologist who had first dreamed of transforming the planet-wide desert of Dune into the human-supportive green planet which it was becoming. Liet Kynes had been Cheney's father. Without him there would have been no dream, no Cheney, no royal twins. The workings of this fragile chain dismayed Stilgar. How have we met in this place? He asked himself. How have we combined? For what purpose? Is it my duty to end it all? To shatter that great combination? Stilgar admitted the terrible urging within him now. He could make that choice, denying love and family to do what a Naib must do on occasion, make a deadly decision for the good of the tribe. By one view, such a murder represented ultimate betrayal and atrocity. To kill mere children. Yet they were not mere children. They had eaten melange, had shared in the siege orgy, had probed the desert for stand trout and played other games of the Fremen children. And they sat in the royal council. Children of such tender years, yet wise enough to sit in the council. They might be children in flesh, but they were ancient in experience, born with a totality of genetic memory, a terrifying awareness which set their Aunt Aleia and themselves apart from all other living humans. Many times and many nights had Stilgar found his mind circling this difference shared by the twins and their aunt. Many times had he been awakened from sleep by these torments, coming here to the twins' bedchambers with his dreams unfinished. Now his doubts came to focus. Failure to make a decision was in itself a decision. He knew this. These twins and their aunt had awakened in the womb, knowing all the memories passed on to them by their ancestors. Spice addiction had done this. Spice addiction of their mothers, the Lady Jessica and Cheney. The Lady Jessica had borne a son, Muad'Dib, before her addiction. Aleia had come after the addiction. That was clear in retrospect. The countless generations of selective breeding directed by the Bene Gesserits had achieved Muad'Dib, but nowhere in the Sisterhood's plans had they allowed for melange. Oh, they knew about this possibility, but they feared it, and called it abomination. That was the most dismaying fact. Abomination. They must possess reasons for such a judgment. And if they say Aleia was an abomination, then that must apply equally to the twins, because Cheney too had been addicted, her body saturated with spice, and her genes had somehow complemented those of Muad'Dib. Stilgar's thoughts moved in fervent. There could be no doubt these twins went beyond their father, but in which direction? The boy spoke of an ability to be his father, and had proved it. Even as an infant, Leto had revealed memories which only Muad'Dib should have known. Were there other ancestors waiting in that vast spectrum of memories? Ancestors whose beliefs and habits created unspeakable dangers for living humans? Abominations, the holy witches of the Bene Gesserit said. Yet the Sisterhood coveted the genophase of these children. The witches wanted sperm and ovum without disturbing flesh which carried them. Was that why the Lady Jessica returned at this time? She'd broken with the sisterhood to depart to her ducal mate, but rumor said she'd returned to the Bene Gesserit ways. I could end all of these dreams, Stilgar thought. How simple it would be. And yet again he wondered at himself that he could contemplate such a choice. Were Muad'Dib's twins responsible for the reality which obliterated the dreams of others? No. They were merely the lens through which light poured to reveal new shapes in the universe. In torment, his mind reverted to primary Fremen beliefs, and he thought, God's command comes, so seek not to hasten it. God's it is to show the way, and some do swerve from it. It was the religion of Muad'Dib which upset Stilgar most. Why did they make a god of Muad'Dib? Why deify a man known to be flesh? Muad'Dib's golden elixir of life had created a bureaucratic monster which sat astride human affairs. Government and religion united, and breaking a law became sin. A smell of blasphemy rose like smoke around any questioning of governmental edicts. The guilt of rebellion invoked hellfire and self-righteous judgments. Yet it was all men who created these governmental edicts. Stilgar shook his head sadly, not seeing the attendants who had moved into the royal antechamber for their morning duties. He fingered the crysknife at his waist, thinking of the past it symbolized, thinking that more than once he had sympathized with rebels whose abortive uprisings had been crushed by his own orders. Confusion washed through his mind, and he wished he knew how to obliterate it, returning to the simplicities represented by the knife. But the universe would not turn backward. It was a great engine projected upon the grey void of non-existence. His knife, if it brought the depths of the twins, would only reverberate against that void, weaving new complexities to echo throughout human history, creating new surges of chaos, inviting humankind to attempt other forms of order and disorder. Stilgar sighed, growing aware of the movements around him. Yes, these attendants represented a kind of order which was bound against Muad'Dib's twins. They moved from one moment to the next, meeting whatever necessities occurred there. Best to emulate them, Stilgar told himself. Best meet what comes when it comes. I'm an attendant yet, he told himself, and my master is God the merciful, the compassionate. And he quoted to himself, surely, we have put on their necks fetters up to the chin, so their heads are raised, and we have put before them a barrier and behind them a barrier, and we have covered them so they do not see. Thus was it written in the old Fremen religion. Stilgar noted to himself. To see, to anticipate the next moment as Muad'Dib had done with his awesome visions of the future, added a counterforce to human affairs. It created new places for decisions. To be unfettered, yes, that might well indicate a whim of God. Another complexity beyond ordinary human reach. Stilgar removed his hand from the knife. His fingers tingled with remembrance of it. But the blade which once had glistened in a sandworm's gaping mouth remained in its sheath. Stilgar knew he would not draw this blade now to kill the twins. He'd reached a decision. Better to retain that one old virtue which he still cherished. Loyalty. Better the complexities one thought he knew than the complexities which defied understanding. Better the now than the future of a dream. The bitter taste in his mouth told Stilgar how empty and revolting some dreams could be. No. No more dreams. Challenge. Have you seen the preacher? Response. I have seen a sandworm. Challenge. What about that sandworm? Response. It gives us the air we breathe. Challenge. Then why do we destroy its land? Response. Because Shai-Hulud, sandworm deified, orders it. Riddles of Arrakis, by Hark al-Ada. As was the Fremen custom, the Atreides twins arose an hour before dawn. They yawned and stretched in secret unison in their adjoining chambers, feeling the activity of the cave worn around them. They could hear attendants in the antechamber preparing breakfast, a simple gruel with dates and nuts blended in liquid skimmed from partially fermented spice. There were glow globes in the antechamber, and a soft yellow light entered through open archways of the bedchambers. The twins dressed swiftly in the soft light, each hearing the other nearby. As they had agreed, they donned stillsuits against the desert's parching winds. Presently the royal pair met in the antechamber, noting the sudden stillness of the attendants. Leto, it was observed, wore a black-edged tan cape over his stillsuit's gray slickness. His sister wore a green cape. The neck of each cape was held by a clasp in the form of an Atreides hawk, gold with red jewels for eyes. Seeing this finery, Hara, who was one of Stilgar's wives, said, I see you've dressed to honor your grandmother. Leto picked up his breakfast bowl before looking at Hara's dark and wind-creased face. He shook his head then. How do you know it's not ourselves we honor? Hara met his taunting stare without flinching, said, My eyes are just as blue as yours. Ganima laughed aloud. Hara was always an adept at the Fremen challenge game. In one sentence she had said, "Don't taunt me, boy. You may be royalty, but we both bear the stigma of melange addiction. Eyes without whites. What Fremen needs more finery or more honor than that?" Leto smiled, shook his head ruefully. "Hara, my love, if you were but younger and not already Stilgars, I'd make you my own." Hara accepted the small victory easily, signaling the other attendants to continue preparing the chambers for this day's important activities. "Eat your breakfasts," she said. "You'll need the energy today." "Then you agree that we're not too fine for our grandmother?" Ganima asked, speaking around a mouthful of gruel. "Don't fear her, Gani," Hara said. Leto gulped a mouthful of gruel, sent a probing stare at Hara. The woman was infernally folkwise, seeing through the game of finery so quickly. "Will she believe we fear her?" Leto asked. "Like as not," Hara said. "She was our Reverend Mother, remember? I know her ways." "How is Aaliyah dressed?" Ganima asked. "I've not seen her," Hara spoke shortly, turning away. Leto and Ganima exchanged a look of shared secrets, bent quickly to their breakfast. Presently they went out to the great central passage. Ganima spoke in one of the ancient languages they shared in genetic memory. "So today we have a grandmother." "It bothers Aaliyah greatly," Leto said. "Who likes to give up such authority?" Ganima asked. Leto laughed softly, an oddly adult sound from flesh so young. "It's more than that." "Will her mother's eyes observe what we've observed?" "And why not?" Leto asked. "Yes, that could be what Aaliyah fears." "Who knows abomination better than abomination?" Leto asked. "We could be wrong, you know," Ganima said. "But we're not." And he quoted from the Bene Gesserit Ajar book. "It is with reason and terrible experience that we call the preborn abomination. For who knows what lost and damned persona out of our evil past may take over the living flesh?" "I know the history of it," Ganima said. "But if that's true, why don't we suffer from this inner assault?" "Perhaps our parents stand guard within us," Leto said. "Then why not guardian for Aaliyah as well?" "I don't know. Could be because one of her parents remains among the living. Could simply be that we are still young and strong. Perhaps when we're older and more cynical." "We must take great care with this, grandmother," Ganima said. "And not discuss this preacher who wanders around our planet speaking heresy. You don't really think he's our father?" "I make no judgment on it, but Aaliyah fears him." Ganima shook her head sharply. "I don't believe this abomination nonsense." "You've just as many memories as I have," Leto said. "You can believe what you want to believe." "You think it's because we haven't dared the spice trance and Aaliyah has," Ganima said. "That's exactly what I think." They fell silent, moving out into the flow of people in the central passage. It was cool in Siege Tabor, but the stillsuits were warm and the twins kept their condenser hoods thrown back from their red hair. Their faces betrayed the stamp of shared genes. Generous mouths, widely set eyes of spice addict blue on blue. Leto was the first to note the approach of their Aunt Aaliyah. "Here she comes now," he said, shifting to Atreides' battle language as a warning. Ganima nodded to her aunt as Aaliyah stopped in front of them, said, "A spoil of war greets her illustrious relative." Using the same Chicamsa language, Ganima emphasized the meaning of her own name. Spoil of war. "You see, beloved aunt," Leto said, "we prepare ourselves for today's encounter with your mother." Aaliyah, the one person in the teeming royal household who harbored not the faintest surprise of the adult behavior from these children, glared from one to the other. Then, "Hold your tongues, both of you!" Aaliyah's bronze hair was pulled back into 2 golden water rings. Her oval face held a frown. The wide mouth with its downturned hint of self-indulgence was held in a tight line. Worry wrinkles fanned the corners of her blue-on-blue eyes. "I've warned both of you how to behave today," Aaliyah said. "You know the reasons as well as I." "We know your reasons, but you may not know ours," Ganima said. "Connie!" Aaliyah growled. Leto glared at his aunt, said, "Today of all days we will not pretend to be simpering infants." "No one wants you to simper," Aaliyah said. "But we think it unwise for you to provoke dangerous thoughts on my mother. Irulan agrees with me. Who knows what role the Lady Jessica will choose? She is, after all, Bene Gesserit." Leto shook his head, wondering, why does Aaliyah not see what we suspect? Is she too far gone? And he made special note of this subtle gene marker on Aaliyah's face, which betrayed the presence of her maternal grandfather. The Baron Vladimir Harkonnen had not been a pleasant person. At this observation, Leto felt the vague stirrings of his own disquiet, thinking, my own ancestor too. He said, "The Lady Jessica was trained to rule." Ganima nodded. "Why does she choose this time to come back?" Aaliyah scowled. Then, "Is it possible she merely wants to see her grandchildren?" Ganima thought. That's what you hope, my dear aunt. But it's damned well not likely. She cannot rule here, Elias said. She has Caladan. That should be enough. Ganima spoke placatingly. When our father went into the desert to die, he left you as regent. Have you any complaint? Ali demanded. It was a reasonable choice, Leto said, following his sister's lead. You were the one person who knew what it was like to be born as we were born. It's rumored that my mother has returned to the sisterhood, Elias said. And you both know what the Bene Gesserit think about abomination, Leto said. Yes! Alia bit the word off. Once a witch, always a witch, so it's said, Ganima said. Sister, you play a dangerous game, Leto thought. But he followed her lead, saying, Our grandmother was a woman of greater simplicity than others of her kind. You share her memories, Alia. Surely you must know what to expect. Simplicity, Alia said, shaking her head, looking around her at the thronged passage, then back to the twins. If my mother were less complex, neither of you would be here, nor I. I would have been her firstborn, and none of this. A shrug, half shudder moved her shoulders. I warn you to be very careful what you do today. Alia looked up. Here comes my guard. And you still don't think it's safe for us to accompany you to the spaceport? Leto asked. Wait here, Alia said. I'll bring her back. Leto exchanged a look with his sister. Said, You told us many times that the memories we hold from those who've passed before us lack a certain usefulness until we've experienced enough with our own flesh to make them reality. My sister and I believe this. We anticipate dangerous changes within the arrival of our grandmother. Well, don't stop believing that, Elias said. She turned away to be enclosed by her guards, and they moved swiftly down the passage toward the state entrance where ornithopters awaited them. Ganima wiped a tear from her right eye. Water for the dead? Leto whispered, taking his sister's arm. Ganima drew in a deep sighing breath, thinking of how she'd observed her aunt, using the way she knew best from her own accumulation of ancestral experiences. Spice trance did it, she asked, knowing what Leto would say. Do you have a better suggestion? For the sake of argument, why didn't our father, even our grandmother, succumb? He studied her a moment. Then, you know the answer as well as I do. They had secure personalities by the time they came to Arrakis. The spice trance, well, he shrugged. They weren't born into this world already possessed of their ancestors. Alia, though. Why didn't she believe the Bene Gesserit warnings? Ganima chewed her lower lip. Alia had the same information to draw upon that we do. They already were calling her abomination, Leto said. Don't you find it tempting to find out if you're stronger than all of them? No, I don't! Ganima looked away from her brother's probing stare, shuddered. She'd only to consult her genetic memories and the Sisterhood's warning, which took on a vivid shape. The preborn observably tended to become adults of nasty habits. And the likely cause. Again she shuddered. Pity we don't have a few preborn in our ancestry, Leto said. Perhaps we do. But oh. Yes, the old unanswered question. Do we really have open access to every ancestor's total file of experiences? From his own inner turmoil, Leto knew how this conversation must be disturbing to his sister. They'd considered this question many times, always without conclusion. He said, We must delay and delay and delay every time she urges the trance upon us. Extreme caution with the spice overdose. That's our best course. An overdose would have to be pretty large, Ganima said. Our tolerance is probably high, he agreed. Look how much Ali requires. I pity her, Ganima said. The lure of it must have been subtle and insidious, creeping up on her until... She's a victim, yes, Leto said. Abomination. We could be wrong. True. I always wonder, Ganima mused, if the next ancestral memory I seek will be the one which... The past is no farther away than your pillow, Leto said. We must make the opportunity to discuss this with our grandmother. So her memory within me urges, Leto said. Ganima met his gaze. Then, too much knowledge never makes for simple decisions. The siege at the desert's rim was Liet's, was Kyne's, was Stilgar's, was Muad'Dib's, and once more was Stilgar's. The Naibs one by one sleep in the sand, but the siege endures. From a Fremen song. Alia felt her heart pounding as she walked away from the twins. For a few pulsing seconds, she had felt herself near compulsion to stay with them and beg their help. What a foolish weakness. Memory of it sent a warning stillness through Alia. Would these twins dare practice prescience? The path which had engulfed their father must lure them, a spice trance with its visions in the future waving like gauze blown in a fickle wind. Why cannot I see the future? Alia wondered. Much as I try, why does it elude me? The twins must be made to try, she told herself. They could be lured into it. They had the curiosity of children, and it was linked to memories which traversed millennia. Just as I have, Aaliyah thought. Her guards opened the moisture seals at the state entrance of the siege, stood aside as she emerged onto the landing lip, where the ornithopters waited. There was a wind from the desert blowing dust across the sky, but the day was bright. Emerging from the glow globes of the siege into the daylight sent her thoughts outward. Why was the Lady Jessica returning at this moment? Had stories been carried to Caladan? Stories of how the Regency was? "We must hurry, my lady," one of her guards said, raising his voice above the wind sounds. Aaliyah allowed herself to be helped into her ornithopter and secured the safety harness, but her thoughts went leaping ahead. Why now? As the ornithopter's wings dipped and the craft went skidding into the air, she felt the pomp and power of her position as physical things. But they were fragile. Oh, how fragile. Why now when her plans were not completed? The dust mist drifted, lifting, and she could see the bright sunlight upon the changing landscape of the planet. Broad reaches of green vegetation where parched earth had once dominated. Without a vision of the future, I could fail. Oh, what magic I could perform if only I could see as Paul saw. Not for me the bitterness which prescient visions bought. A tormenting hunger shuddered through her as she wished she could put aside the power. Oh, to be as others were. Blind in that safest of all blindnesses, living only the hypnotial half-life into which birth shock precipitated most humans. But no. She had been born an Atreides, a victim of that eon-steep awareness inflicted by her mother's spice addiction. Why does my mother return today? Gurney Halleck would be with her, ever the devoted servant, the hired killer of ugly Mian. Loyal and straightforward, a musician who played murder with a slip-tip, or entertained with equal ease upon his 9-string balisette. Some said he'd become her mother's lover. That would be a thing to ferret out. It might prove a most valuable leverage. The wish to be as others were left her. Leto must be lured into the spice trance. She recalled asking the boy how he would deal with Gurney Halleck, and Leto, sensing undercurrents in her question, said Halleck was loyal to a fault, adding, "He adored my father." She'd noted the small hesitation. Leto had almost said me instead of my father. Yes, it was hard at times to separate the genetic memory from the cord of living flesh. Gurney Halleck would not make that separation easier for Leto. A harsh smile touched Aaliyah's lips. Gurney had chosen to return to Caladan with the Lady Jessica after Paul's death. His return would tangle many things. Coming back to Arrakis, he would add his own complexities to the existing lines. He had served Paul's father, and thus the succession went. Leto 1 to Paul to Leto 2. And out of the Bene Gesserit breeding program, Jessica to Aaliyah to Ganima, a branching line. Gurney adding to the confusion of identities might prove valuable. What would he do if he discovered we carried the blood of Harkonnens, the Harkonnens he hates so bitterly? The smile on Aaliyah's lips became introspective. The twins were, after all, children. They were like children with countless parents, whose memories belonged both to others and to self. They would stand at the lip of Siege Tabr and watch the track of their grandmother's ship landing in the Arakeen Basin. That burning mark of a ship's passage visible in the sky. Would it make Jessica's arrival more real for her grandchildren? My mother will ask me about their training, Aaliyah thought. Do I mix Pranu Bindu disciplines with a judicious hand? And I will tell her that they train themselves, just as I did. I will quote her grandson to her. Among the responsibilities of command is the necessity to punish, but only when the victim demands it. It came to Aaliyah then that if she could only focus the Lady Jessica's attention sharply enough onto the twins, others might escape a closer inspection. Such a thing could be done. Leto was very much like Paul, and why not? He could be Paul whenever he chose. Even Ganima possessed this shattering ability. Just as I could be my mother, or any of the others who shared their lives with us. She veered away from this thought, staring out at the passing landscape of the shield wall. Then, how was it to leave the warm safety of water-rich Caladan and return to Arrakis, to this desert planet where her duke was murdered and her son died a martyr? Why did the Lady Jessica come back at this time? Aaliyah found no answer. Nothing certain. She could share another's ego-awareness, but when experiences went their separate ways, their motives diverged as well. The stuff of decisions lay in the private actions taken by individuals. For the preborn, the many-born Atreides, this remained their paramount reality, in itself another kind of birth. It was the absolute separation of living, breathing flesh when that flesh left the womb which had afflicted it with multiple awareness. Aaliyah saw nothing strange in loving and hating her mother simultaneously. It was a necessity. I required balance without room for guilt or blame. Where could loving or hating stop? Was one to blame the Bene Gesserit because they set the Lady Jessica upon a certain course? Guilt and blame grew diffuse when memory covered millennia. The Sisterhood had only been seeking to breed a Kwisatz Haderach, the male counterpart of a fully developed Reverend Mother, and more, a human of superior sensitivity and awareness. The Kwisatz Haderach who could be many places simultaneously. And the Lady Jessica, merely a pawn in that breeding program, had the bad taste to fall in love with the breeding partner to whom she'd been assigned. Responsive to her beloved Duke's wishes, she'd produced a son instead of the daughter which the Sisterhood had commanded after the firstborn, leaving me to be born after she became addicted to the spice. And now they don't want me. Now they fear me. With good reason. They'd achieved Paul, their Kwisatz Haderach, one lifetime too early. A minor miscalculation in a plan that extended. And now they had another problem. The abomination who carried the precious genes they'd sought for so many generations. Aaliyah felt a shadow pass across her, glanced upward. Her escort was assuming the high guard position preparatory to landing. She shook her head in wonderment at her wandering thoughts. What good was served by calling up old lifetimes and rubbing their mistakes together? This was a new lifetime. Duncan Idaho had put his mentat awareness to the question of why Jessica returned at this time, evaluating the problem in the human-computer fashion which was his gift. He said she returned to take over the twins for the Sisterhood. The twins, too, carried those precious genes. Duncan could well be right. That might be enough to take the Lady Jessica out of her self-imposed seclusion on Caladan. If the Sisterhood commanded, well, why else would she come back to the scenes of so much that must be shatteringly painful to her? We shall see, Aaliyah muttered. She felt the ornithopter touch down on the roof of her keep, a positive and jarring punctuation which filled her with grim anticipation. Melange. Melange. Also, melange. N.S. Origin uncertain. Thought to derive from ancient Terran frange. A. Mixture of spices. B. Spice of Arrakis. Dune. With geriatric properties first noted by Yanshup Ashkoko, royal chemist in reign of Shakad the Wise. Arakeen melange found only in deepest desert sands of Arrakis. Linked to prophetic visions of Paul Muad'Dib, Atreides. First Fremen Mahdi. Also employed by Spacing Guild navigators and the Bene Gesserit. Dictionary Royal, 5th edition. The two big cats came over the rocky ridge in the dawn light, loping easily. They were not really into the passionate hunt as yet, merely looking over their territory. They were called Laza tigers, a special breed brought here to the planet Seleucia Secundus almost 8,000 years past. Genetic manipulation of the ancient Terran stock had erased some of the original tiger features and refined other elements. The fangs remained long. Their faces were wide, eyes alert and intelligent. The paws were enlarged to give them support on uneven terrain, and their sheathed claws could extend some 10 centimeters, sharpened at the ends into razor tips by abrasive compression of the sheath. Their coats were a flat and even tan which made them almost invisible against sand. They differed in another way from their ancestors. Servo stimulators had been implanted in their brains whilst they were cubs. The stimulators made them pawns of whoever possessed the transmitter. It was cold, and as the cats paused to scan the terrain, their breath made fog in the air. Around them lay a region of Seleucia Secundus left sere and barren, a place which harbored a scant few sand trout smuggled from Arrakis, and kept precariously alive in the dream that the melange monopoly might be broken. Where the cats stood, the landscape was marked by tan rocks and a scattering of sparse bushes, silvery green in the long shadows of the morning sun. With only the slightest movement, the cats grew suddenly alert. Their eyes turned slowly left, their heads turned. Far down in the scarred land, two children struggled up a dry wash, hand in hand. The children appeared to be of an age, perhaps 9 or 10 standard years. They were red-haired and wore stillsuits partly covered by rich white burqas, which bore all around them the hem and at the forehead the hawk crest of the House Atreides, which worked in flame-jewel threads. As they walked, the children chattered happily, and their voices carried clearly to the hunting cats. The Laza tigers knew this game. They had played it before, but they remained questioned, awaiting the triggering of the chase signal in their servo-stimulators. Now a man appeared on the ridgetop behind the cats. He stopped and surveyed the scene, cats and children. The man wore a Sardaukar working uniform in grey and black, with insignia of a Levenbrech, aide to a Bashar. A harness passed behind his neck and his underarms to carry the servo transmitter in a thin package against his chest, where the keys could be reached easily by either hand. The cats did not turn at his approach. They knew this man by sound and smell. He scrambled down to stop 2 paces from the cats, mopped his forehead. The air was cold, but this was hot work. Again his pale eyes surveyed the scene. Cats. Children. He pushed a damp strand of blonde hair back under his black working helmet, touched the implanted microphone in his throat. "The cats have them in sight." The answering voice came to him through receivers implanted behind each ear. "We see them." "This time?" the Levenbrecht asked. "Will they do it without chase command?" the voice countered. "They're ready," the Levenbrecht said. "Very well. Let us see if 4 conditioning sessions will be enough." "Tell me when you're ready." "Any time." "Now then," the Levenbrecht said. He touched a red key on the right-hand side of his servo transmitter, first releasing a bar which shielded the key. Now the cat stood without any transmitted restraints. He held his hand over a black key below the red one, ready to stop the animals should they turn on him. But they took no notice of him, crouched and began working their way down the ridge toward the children. Their great paws slid out in smooth gliding motions. The Levenbrecht squatted to observe, knowing that somewhere around him a hidden transeye carried this entire scene to a secret monitor within the keep, where his prince lived. Presently the cats began to lope, then to run. The children, intent on climbing through the rocky terrain, still had not seen their peril. One of them laughed, a high and piping sound in the clear air. The other child stumbled, and recovering balance turned and saw the cats. The child pointed. "Look!" Both children stopped and stared at the interesting intrusion into their lives. They were still standing when the Lhasa tigers hit them, 1 cat to each child. The children died with casual abruptness, necks broken swiftly. The cats began to feed. "Shall I recall them?" the Levenbrecht asked. "Let them finish. They did well. I knew they would. This pair is superb." "Best I've ever seen," the Levenbrecht agreed. "Very good, then. Transport is being sent for you. We'll sign off now." The Levenbrecht stood and stretched. He refrained from looking directly off to the high ground on his left, where telltale glitter had revealed the location of the transeye, which had relayed his fine performance to his Bashar far away in the green lens of the capital. The Levenbrecht smiled. There would be a promotion for this day's work. Already he could feel a Bator's insignia at his neck. And someday, Bursik. Even one day, Bashar. People who served well in the corps of Farad'n, grandson of the late Shaddan IV, earned rich promotions. One day when the prince was seated on his rightful throne, there would be even greater promotions. A Bashar's rank might not be the end of it. There were baronies and earldoms to be had on the many worlds of this realm, once the twin Atreides were removed. The Fremen must return to his original faith, to his genius in forming human communities. He must return to the past, where that lesson of survival was learned in the struggle with Arrakis. The only business of the Fremen should be that of opening his soul to the inner teachings. The worlds of the Imperium, the Landsraad, and the Choam Confederacy have no message to give him. They will only rob him of his soul. The preacher at Arrakeen. All around the Lady Jessica, reaching far out into the dun flatness of the landing plane upon which her transport rested, crackling and sawing after its dive from space, stood an ocean of humanity. She estimated 500,000 people were there, and perhaps only a third of them pilgrims. They stood in awesome silence, attention fixed on the transport's exit platform, whose shadowy hatchway concealed her and her party. It lacked 2 hours until noon, but already the air above that throng reflected a dusty shimmering and promise of the day's heat. Jessica touched her silver-flecked copper hair where it framed her oval face, beneath the Abba hood of a reverend mother. She knew she did not look her best after the long trip, and the black of the Abba was not her best color. But she had worn this garment here before. The significance of the Abba robe would not be lost upon the Fremen. She sighed. Space travel did not agree with her, and there had been that added burden of memories. The other trip from Caladan to Arrakis, when her duke had been forced into this fief against better judgment. Slowly, probing with her Bene Gesserit-trained ability to detect significant minutiae, she scanned the sea of people. There were stillsuit hoods of dull gray, garments of Fremen from the deep desert. There were white-robed pilgrims with penitent marks on their shoulders. There were scattered pockets of rich merchants, hoodless in light clothing to flaunt their disdain for water loss in Arrakeen's parching air. And there was the delegation from the Society of the Faithful, green-robed and heavily hooded, standing aloof within the sanctity of their own group. Only when she lifted her gaze from the crowd did the scene take on any similarity to that which greeted her upon her arrival with her beloved Duke. How long ago had that been? More than 20 years. She did not like to think of those intervening heartbeats. Time lay within her like a dead weight, and it was as though her years away from this planet had never been. Once more into the dragon's mouth, she thought. Here upon this plain her son had wrested the Imperium from the late Shaddam IV. A convulsion of history had imprinted this place into men's minds and beliefs. She heard the restless stirring of the entourage behind her, and again she sighed. They must wait for Aaliyah, who had been delayed. Aaliyah's party could be seen now approaching from the far edge of the throng, creating a human wave as a wedge of royal guards opened a passage. Jessica scanned the landscape once more. Many differences submitted to her searching stare. A prayer balcony had been added to the landing field's control tower. And visible far off to the left across the plain stood the awesome pile of plasteel which Paul had built as his fortress. His siege above the sand. It was the largest integrated single construction ever to rise from the hand of man. Entire cities could have been housed within its walls, and room to spare. Now it housed the most powerful governing force in the Imperium, Aaliyah's Society of the Faithful, which she had built upon her brother's body. That place must go, Jessica thought. Aaliyah's delegation had reached the foot of the exit ramp and stood there expectantly. Jessica recognized Stilgar's craggy features. And God forfend! There stood the Princess Irulan hiding her savagery in that seductive body, with its cap of golden hair exposed by a vagrant breeze. Irulan seemed not to have aged a day. It was an affront. And there at the point of the wedge was Aaliyah, her features impudently youthful, her eyes staring upward into the hatchway's shadows. Jessica's mouth drew into a straight line, and she scanned her daughter's face. A leaden sensation pulsed through Jessica's body, and she heard the surf of her own life within her ears. The rumors were true. Horrible. Horrible. Aaliyah had fallen into the forbidden way. The evidence was there for the initiate to read. Abomination. In the few moments it took her to recover, Jessica realized how much she had hoped to find the rumors false. What of the twins? She asked herself. Are they lost too? Slowly, as befitted the mother of a god, Jessica moved out of the shadows and onto the lip of the ramp. Her entourage remained behind as instructed. These next few moments were the crucial ones. Jessica stood alone in view of the throng. She heard Gurney Halleck cough nervously behind her. Gurney had objected, Not even a shield on you? God's below, woman, you're insane. But among Gurney's most valuable features was a core of obedience. He would say his piece and then he would obey. Now he obeyed. The human sea emitted a sound like the hiss of a giant sandworm as Jessica emerged. She raised her arms in the benedictory to which the priesthood had conditioned the Imperium. With significant pockets of tardiness, but still like one gigantic organism, the people sank to their knees. Even the official party complied. Jessica had marked out the places of delay, and she knew that other eyes behind her and amongst her agents in the throng had memorized a temporary map with which to seek out the tardy. As Jessica remained with her arms upraised, Gurney and his men emerged. They moved swiftly past her down the ramp, ignoring the official party's startled looks, joining the agents who identified themselves by hand sign. Quickly they fanned out through the human sea, leaping knots of kneeling figures, dashing through narrow lanes. A few of their targets saw the danger and tried to flee. They were the easiest. A thrown knife, a garrote loop, and the runners went down. Others were herded out of the press, hands bound, feet hobbled. Through it all, Jessica stood with arms outstretched, blessing by her presence, keeping the throng subservient. She read the signs of spreading rumors, though, and knew the dominant one because it had been planted. The Reverend Mother returns to weed out the slackers. Bless the Mother of our Lord. When it was over, a few dead bodies sprawled on the sand, captives were moved to holding pens beneath the landing tower. Jessica lowered her arms. Perhaps 3 minutes had elapsed. She knew there was little likelihood Gurney and his men had taken any of the ringleaders, the ones who posed the most potent threat. They would be the alert and sensitive ones. But the captives would contain some interesting fish, as well as the usual culls and dullards. Jessica lowered her arms, and cheering, the people surged to their feet. As though nothing untoward had happened, Jessica walked alone down the ramp, avoiding her daughter, singling out Stilgar for concentrated attention. The black beard which fanned out across the neck of his stillsuit like a wild delta conflamed flecks of gray. but his eyes carried the same whiteless intensity they'd presented to her on the first encounter in the desert. Stilgar knew what had just occurred, and approved. Here stood a true Fremen Naib, a leader of men and capable of bloody decisions. His first words were completely in character. "Welcome home, my lady. It is always a pleasure to see direct and effective action." Jessica allowed herself a tiny smile. "Close the port still. No one leaves until we've questioned those we took." "It's already done, my lady," Stilgar said. "Gurney's man and I planned this together." "Those were your men, then? The ones who helped?" "Some of them, my lady." She read the hidden reservations, nodded. "You studied me pretty well in those old days still." "As you once were at pains to tell me, my lady. One observes the survivors and learns from them." Aaliyah stepped forward then, and Stilgar stood aside while Jessica confronted her daughter. Knowing there was no way to hide what she had learned, Jessica did not even try concealment. Aaliyah could read the minutiae when she needed, could read as well as any adept of the sisterhood. She would already know by Jessica's behavior what she had seen and interpreted. They were enemies for whom the word mortal touched only the surface. Aaliyah chose anger as the easiest and most proper reaction. "How dare you plan an action such as this without consulting me?" she demanded, pushing her face close to Jessica's. Jessica spoke mildly. "As you've just heard, Gurney didn't even let me in on the whole plan. It was thought—" "And you, Stilgar!" Aaliyah said, rounding on him. "To whom are you loyal?" "My oath is to Muad'Dib's children," Stilgar said, speaking stiffly. "We have removed the threat to them." "And why doesn't that fill you with joy?" "Daughter?" Jessica asked. Aaliyah blinked, glanced once at her mother, suppressed the inner tempest, and even managed a straight-to smile. "I am filled with joy, Mother," she said. And to her own surprise, Aaliyah found that she was happy, experiencing a terrible delight that it was all out in the open at last between herself and her mother. The moment she had dreaded was past, and the power balance had not really been changed. "We will discuss this in more detail at a more convenient time," Aaliyah said, speaking both to her mother and Stilgar. "But of course," Jessica said, turning with movement to face the Princess Irulan. For a few brief heartbeats, Jessica and the princess stood silently studying each other, two Bene Gesserits who had broken with the sisterhood for the same reason. Love. Both of them for love of men who now were dead. This princess had loved Paul in vain, becoming his wife but not his mate, and now she lived only for the children given to Paul by his Fremen concubine. Cheney. Jessica spoke at first. "Where are my grandchildren?" "At Sietch Tabor." "Too dangerous for them here, I understand." Irulan permitted herself a faint nod. She had observed the interchange between Jessica and Aaliyah, but put upon it an interpretation for which Aaliyah had prepared her. Jessica has returned to the sisterhood, and we both know they have plans for Paul's children. Irulan had never been the most accomplished adept in the Bene Gesserit, valuable more for the fact that she was daughter of Shaddam IV than for any other reason, often too proud to exert herself in extending her capabilities. Now she chose sides with an abruptness which did no credit to her training. "Really, Jessica," Irulan said, "the Royal Council should have been consulted. It was wrong of you to work only through— Am I to believe none of you trust Stilgar?" Jessica asked. Irulan possessed the wit to realize there could be no answer to such a question. She was glad that the priestly delegates, unable to contain their impatience any longer, pressed forward. She exchanged a glance with Aaliyah, thinking, Jessica's as haughty and certain of herself as ever. A Bene Gesserit axiom arose unbidden in her mind, though. The haughty do but build castle walls behind which they try to hide their doubts and fears. Could that be true of Jessica? Surely not. Then it must be a pose. But for what purpose? The question disturbed Irulan. The priests were noisy in their possession of Muad'Dib's mother. Some only touched her arms, but most bowed low and spoke greetings. At last the leaders of the delegation took their turn with the most holy Reverend Mother, accepting the ordained role. "The first shall be last," with practiced smiles, telling her that the official lustration ceremony awaited her at the keep, Paul's old fortress stronghold. Jessica studied the pair, finding them repellent. One was called Javid, a young man of surly features and round cheeks, shadowed eyes which could not hide the suspicions lurking in their depths. The other was Zepatalef, second son of Naib she'd known in her Fremen days, as he was quick to remind her. He was easily classified. Jollity linked with ruthlessness, a thin face with blonde beard, an air about him of secret excitements and powerful knowledge. Javid she judged far more dangerous of the two. A man of private counsel, simultaneously magnetic and, she could find no other word, repellent. She found his accent strange, full of old Fremen pronunciations, as though he'd come from some isolated pocket of his people. "Tell me, Javid," she said, "whence come you?" "I am but a simple Fremen of the desert," he said, every syllable giving the lie to the statement. Zebatalov intruded with an offensive defense, almost mocking. "We have much to discuss of the old days, my lady. I was one of the first, you know, to recognize this holy nature of your son's mission." "But you weren't one of his Fedakin," she said. "No, my lady. I possessed a more philosophic bent. I studied for the priesthood." "And ensured the preservation of your skin," she thought. Javid said, "They await us at the keep, my lady." Again she found the strangeness of his accent an open question demanding an answer. "Who awaits us?" she asked. "The convocation of the faith. All those who keep bright the name and deeds of your holy son," Javid said. Jessica glanced around her, saw Aliyah smiling at Javid, asked, "Is this man one of your appointees, daughter?" Aliyah nodded. "A man destined for great deeds." But Jessica saw that Javid had no pleasure in the attention, marked him for Gurney's special study. And there came Gurney with 5 trusted men, signaling that they had the suspicious laggards under interrogation. He walked with the rolling stride of a powerful man, glance flicking left, right, all around, every muscle flowing through the relaxed alertness she had taught him out of the Bene Gesserit Pranabindu manual. He was an ugly lump of trained reflexes, a killer, and altogether terrifying to some, but Jessica loved him and prized him above all other living men. The scar of an inkvine whip rippled along his jaw, giving him a sinister appearance, but a smile softened his face as he saw Stilgar. "Well done, Still," he said, and they gripped arms in the Fremen fashion. "The lustration," Javid said, touching Jessica's arm. Jessica drew back, chose her words carefully in the controlled power of voice, her tone and delivery calculated for a precise emotional effect upon Javid and Zebatalov. "I returned to Dune to see my grandchildren. Must we take time for this priestly nonsense?" Zebatalov reacted with shock, his mouth dropping open, eyes alarmed, glancing about at those who had heard. The eyes marked each listener. Priestly nonsense. What effect would such words have coming from the mother of their Messiah? Javid, however, confirmed Jessica's assessment. His mouth hardened, then smiled. The eyes did not smile, nor did they waver to mark the listeners. Javid already knew each member of this party. He had an earshot map of those who would be watched with special care from this point onward. Only seconds later, Javid stopped smiling with an abruptness which said that he knew how he'd betrayed himself. Javid had not failed to do his homework. He knew the observational powers possessed by the Lady Jessica. A short, jerking nod of his head acknowledged those powers. In a lightning flash of mentation, Jessica weighed the necessities. A subtle hand signal to Gurney would bring Javid's death. It could be done here for effect, or in quiet later, and be made to appear an accident. She thought, when we try to conceal our innermost drives, the entire being screams betrayal. Bene Gesserit training turned upon this revelation, raising the adepts above it and teaching them to read the open flesh of others. She saw Javid's intelligence as valuable, a temporary weight in the balance. If he could be won over, he could be the link she needed, the line into the Arakeen priesthood. And he was Aliyah's man. Jessica said, "My official party must remain small. We have room for one addition, however. Javid, you will join us. Zebatalov, I'm sorry, and Javid, I will attend this ceremony, if you insist." Javid allowed himself a deep breath and low-voiced. "As Muad'Dib's mother commands." He glanced to Aliyah, to Zebatalov, and back to Jessica. "It pains me to delay the reunion with your grandchildren, but there are, reasons of state." Jessica thought, good. He's a businessman above all else. Once we've determined the proper coinage, we'll buy him. And she found herself enjoying the fact that he insisted on his precious ceremony. This little victory would give him power with his fellows, and they both knew it. Accepting his lustration could be a down payment on later services. "I presume you've arranged transportation," she said. I give you the desert chameleon, whose ability to blend itself into the background tells you all you need to know about the roots of ecology and the foundations of personal identity. Book of Diatribes, from the Hate Chronicle. Leto sat playing a small baliset which had been sent to him on his 5th birthday by that consummate artist of the instrument, Gurney Halleck. In 4 years of practice, Leto had achieved a certain fluency, although the 2 bass side strings still gave him trouble. He had found the baliset soothing, however, for particular feelings of upset, a fact which not escaped Ganima. He sat now in twilight on a rock shelf at the southernmost extremity of the craggy outcropping, which sheltered Siege Tabor. Softly he strummed the baliset. Ganima stood behind him, her small figure radiating protest. She had not wanted to come here into the open after learning from Stilgar that their grandmother was delayed in Arakeen. She particularly objected to coming here with nightfall near. Attempting to hurry her brother, she asked, "Well, what is it?" For an answer, he began another tune. For the first time since accepting the gift, Leto felt insanely aware that this baliset had originated with a master craftsman on Caladan. He possessed inherited memories which could inflict him with a profound nostalgia for that beautiful planet, where House Atreides had ruled. Leto had but to relax his inner barriers in the presence of this music, and he would hear memories from those times when Gurney had employed the baliset to beguile his friends and charge Paul Atreides. With the baliset sounding in his own hands, Leto felt himself more and more dominated by his father's physical presence. Still, he played, relating more strongly to the instrument with every second that passed. He sensed the absolute idealized summation within himself which knew how to play this baliset, though 9-year-old muscles had not been conditioned to that inner awareness. Ganima tapped her foot impatiently, unaware that she matched the rhythm of her brother's playing. Setting his mouth in a grimace of concentration, Leto broke from the familiar music and tried a song more ancient than any even Gurney had played. It had been old when Fremen migrated to their 5th planet. The words echoed his Ensuni theme, and he heard them in his memory while his fingers elicited a faltering version of the tune. Nature's beauteous form contains a lovely essence, called by some decay. By this lovely presence, new life finds its way. Tears shed silently are but water of the soul. They bring new life to the pain of being, a separation from that seeing which death makes whole. Ganima spoke behind him as he strummed the final note. There's a mucky old song. Why that one? Because it fits. Will you play it for Gurney? Perhaps. He'll call it moody nonsense. I know. Leto peered back over his shoulder at Ganima. There was no surprise in him that she knew this song and its lyrics, but he felt a sudden onset of awe at the singleness in their twin lives. One of them could die and yet remain alive in the other's consciousness, every shared memory intact. They were that close. He found himself frightened by the timeless web of that closeness, broke his gaze away from her. The web contained gaps, he knew. His fear arose from the newest of those gaps. He felt their lives beginning to separate and wondered, how can I tell her of this thing which has happened only to me? He peered out over the desert, seeing the deep shadows behind the Barakans, those high crescent-shaped migratory dunes which moved like waves around Arrakis. This was Kedem, the inner desert, and its dunes were rarely marked these days by the irregularities of a giant worm's progress. Sunset drew bloody streaks over the dunes, imparting a fiery light to these shadowy edges. A hawk falling from the crimson sky captured his awareness as it captured a rock partridge in flight. Directly beneath him on the desert floor, plants grew in a profusion of greens, watered by a qanat which flowed partly in the open, partly in covered tunnels. The water came from giant windtrap collectors behind him on the highest point of the rock. The green flag of the Atreides flew openly there. Water and green. The new symbols of Arrakis, water and green. A diamond-shaped oasis of planted dunes spread beneath his high perch, focusing his attention into sharp Fremen awareness. The bell call of a nightbird came from the cliff below him, and it amplified the sensation that he lived this moment out of a wild past. Nous avons changé tout cela, he thought, falling easily into one of the ancient tongues which he and Ganima employed in private. We have altered all of that. He sighed. Oublier je ne puis. I cannot forget. Beyond the oasis, he could see in this failing light the land Fremen called the emptiness, the land where nothing grows, the land never fertile. Water and the great ecological plane were changing that. There were places now on Arrakis where one could see the plush green velvet of forested hills. Forests. On Arrakis! Some in the new generation found it difficult to imagine dunes beneath those undulant green hills. To such young eyes there was no shock value in seeing that flat foliage of rain trees. But Leto found himself thinking now in the old Fremen manner, wary of change, fearful in the presence of the new. He said, "The children tell me they seldom find sand trout here in the surface anymore." "What's that supposed to indicate?" Ganima asked. There was petulance in her tone. "Things are beginning to change very swiftly," he said. Again the bird chimed in the cliff, and night fell upon the desert as the hawk had fallen upon the partridge. Night often subjected him to an assault of memories, all of those inner lives clamoring for their moment. Ganima didn't object to this phenomenon in quite the way he did. She knew his disquiet, though, and he felt her hand touch his shoulder in sympathy. He struck an angry chord from the balisette. How could he tell her what was happening to him? Within his head were wars, uncounted lives parceling out their ancient memories, violent accidents, love's languor, the colors of many places and many faces, the buried sorrows and leaping joys of multitudes. He heard elegies to springs on planets which no longer existed, green dances in firelight, wails and hallus, a harvest of conversations without number. Their assault was hardest to bear at nightfall in the open. "Shouldn't we be going in?" she asked. He shook his head, and she felt the movement, realizing at last that his troubles went deeper than she'd expected. "Why do I so often greet the night out here?" he asked himself. He did not feel Ganima withdraw her hand. "You know why you torment yourself this way," she said. He heard the gentle chiding in her voice. Yes, he knew. The answer lay there in his awareness. Obvious. Because that great known unknown within moves me like a wave. He felt the cresting of his past as though he rode a surfboard. He had his father's time-spread memories of prescience superimposed upon everything else, yet he wanted all of those pasts. He wanted them, and they were so very dangerous. He knew that completely now with this new thing which he would have to tell Ganima. The desert was beginning to glow under the rising light of first moon. He stared out at the false immobility of sand furrows reaching into infinity. To his left, in the near distance, lay the Attendant, a rock outcropping which sandblast winds had reduced to a low, sinuous shape, like a dark worm striking through the dunes. Someday the rock beneath him would be cut down to such a shape and Siege Tower would be no more, except in the memories of someone like himself. He did not doubt that there would be someone like himself. "Why are you staring at the Attendant?" Ganima asked. He shrugged. In defiance of their guardian's orders, he and Ganima often went to the Attendant. They had discovered a secret hiding place there, and Leto knew now why that place lured them. Beneath him, its distance foreshortened by darkness, an open stretch of Kanat gleamed in moonlight. Its surface rippled with movements of predator fish, with Fremen lay planted in their stored water to keep out the sand trout. "I stand between fish and worm," he murmured. "What?" He repeated it louder. She put a hand to her mouth, beginning to suspect the thing which moved him. Her father had acted thus. She had but to peer inward and compare. Leto shuddered. Memories which fastened him to places his flesh had never known presented him with answers to questions he had not asked. He saw relationships and unfolding events against a gigantic inner screen. The sandworm of Dune would not cross water. Water poisoned it. Yet water had been known here in prehistoric times. White gypsum pans attested to bygone lakes and seas. Wells, deep drilled, found water which sand trout sealed off. As clearly as if he'd witnessed the events, he saw what had happened on this planet, and it filled him with foreboding for the cataclysmic changes which human intervention was bringing. His voice barely above a whisper, he said, "I know what happened, Ganima." She bent close to him. "Yes?" "The sand trout." He fell silent, and she wondered why he kept referring to the haploid phase of the planet's giant sandworm, but she dared not prod him. "The sand trout," he repeated, "was introduced here from some other place. This was a wet planet, then. They proliferated beyond the capability of existing ecosystems to deal with them. Sand trout insisted the available free water, made this a desert planet, and they did it to survive. In a planet sufficiently dry, they could move to their sandworm phase. The sand trout?" She shook her head, not doubting him, but unwilling to search those depths where he gathered such information. And she thought, sand trout? Many times in this flesh and others she had played the childhood game, polling for sand trout, teasing them into a thin glove membrane before taking them to the death still for their water. It was difficult to think of this mindless little creature as a shaper of enormous events. Leto nodded to himself. Fremen had always known to plant predator fish in their water cisterns. The haploid sand trout actively resisted great accumulations of water near the planet's surface. Predators swam into that canal below him. Their sandworm vector could handle small amounts of water, the amounts held in cellular bondage by human flesh, for example. But confronted by large bodies of water, their chemical factories went wild, exploded in the death transformation which produced the dangerous melange concentrate, the ultimate awareness drug employed by a diluted fraction for the siege orgy. That pure concentrate had taken Paul Muad'Dib through the walls of time, deep into the well of dissolution which no other male had ever dared. Ganima sensed her brother trembling where he sat in front of her. "What have you done?" she demanded. But he would not leave his own train of revelation. Fewer sand trout. The ecological transformation of the planet. They resisted, of course, she said, and now she began to understand the fear in his voice, drawn into this thing against her will. "When the sand trout go, so do all the worms," he said. "The tribes must be warned." "No more spice," she said. Words merely touched high points of the system danger which they both saw hanging over human intrusion, into Dune's ancient relationships. "It's the thing Aaliyah knows," he said. "It's why she gloats. How can you be sure of that?" "I'm sure." Now she knew for certain what disturbed him, and she felt the knowledge chill her. "The tribes won't believe us if she denies it," he said. His statement went to the primary problem of their existence. What Fremen expected wisdom from a 9-year-old. Aaliyah, growing farther and farther from her own inner sharing each day, played upon this. "We must convince Stilgar," Ganima said. As one, their heads turned and they stared out over the moonlit desert. It was a different place now, changed by just a few moments of awareness. Human interplay with that environment had never been more apparent to them. They felt themselves as integral parts of a dynamic system, held in delicately balanced order. The new outlook involved a real change of consciousness which flooded them with observations. As Liet Kynes had said, the universe was a place of constant conversation between animal populations. The haploid sand trout had spoken to them as human animals. "The tribes would understand a threat to water," Leto said. "But it's a threat to more than water. It's a—" She fell silent, understanding the deeper meaning of his words. Water was the ultimate power symbol on Arrakis. At their roots, Fremen remained special application animals, desert survivors, governance experts under conditions of stress. And as water became plentiful, a strange symbol transfer came over them even while they understood the old necessities. "You mean a threat to power," she corrected him. "Of course. But will they believe us? If they see it happening, if they see the imbalance—" "Balance," she said, and repeated her father's words from long ago. "It's what distinguishes a people from a mob." Her words called up their father in him, and he said, "Economics versus beauty. A story older than Sheba." He sighed, looking over his shoulder at her. "I'm beginning to have prescient dreams, Gunny." A sharp gasp escaped her. He said, "When Stilgar told us our grandmother was delayed, I already knew that moment. Now my other dreams are suspect." "Leto!" She shook her head, eyes damp. "It came later for our father. Don't you think it might be—" "I've dreamed myself enclosed in armor and racing across the dunes," he said. "And I've been to Jakurutu." She cleared her throat. "That old myth!" "A real place, Gunny. I must find this man they call the Preacher. I must find him and question him." "You think he's our father?" "Ask yourself that question." "It'd be just like him," she agreed. "But I don't like the things I know I'll do," he said. "For the first time in my life, I understand my father." She felt excluded from his thoughts. Said, "The Preacher's probably just an old mystic." "I pray for that," he whispered. "Oh, how I pray for that." He rocked forward, got to his feet. The ballast hummed in his hand as he moved. Would that he were only Gabriel without a horn. He stared silently at the moonlit desert. She turned to look where he looked, saw the foxfire glow of rotting vegetation at the edge of the siege plantings, then the clean blending into lines of dunes. That was a living place out there. Even when the desert slept, something remained awake in it. She sensed that wakefulness, hearing animals below her drinking at the Kanat. Leto's revelation had transformed the night. This was a living moment, a time to discover regularities within perpetual change, an instant in which to feel that long movement from their tyrannic past, all of it encapsulated in her memories. "Why Jakarudu?" she asked, and the flatness of her tone shattered the mood. "Why, I don't know. When Stilgar first told us how they killed the people there and made the place taboo, I thought what you thought. But danger comes from there now. And the preacher." She didn't respond, didn't demand that he share more of his prescient dreams with her, and she knew how much of this told him her terror. That way led to abomination, and they both knew it. The word hung unspoken between them, as he turned and led the way back over the rocks to the siege entrance. Abomination. The universe is God's. It is one thing, a wholeness against which all separations may be identified. Transient life, even that self-aware and reasoning life which we call sentient, holds only fragile trusteeship of any portion of the wholeness. Commentaries from the CET, Commission of Ecumenical Translators. Halleck used hand signals to convey the actual message while speaking aloud of other matters. He didn't like the small anteroom the priest had assigned for this report, knowing it would be crawling with spy devices. Let them try to break the tiny hand signals, though. The Atreides had used this means of communication for centuries, without anyone the wiser. Night had fallen outside, but the room had no windows, depending upon glow globes at the upper corners. "Many of those we took were Aaliyah's people," Halleck signaled, watching Jessica's face as he spoke aloud, telling her the interrogation still continued. "It was as you anticipated, then," Jessica replied, her fingers winking. She nodded and spoke in open reply. "I'll expect a full report when you're satisfied, Gurney." "Of course, my lady," he said, and his fingers continued. "There is another thing, quite disturbing. Under the deep drugs, some of our captives talked of Jakarudu, and, as they spoke the name, they died." "A conditioned heart stopper?" Jessica's fingers asked, and she said, "Have you released any of the captives?" "A few, my lady. The more obvious calls." And his fingers darted. "We suspect a heart compulsion, but are not yet certain. The autopsies aren't completed. I thought you should know about the things of Jakarudu, however, and came immediately." "My Duke and I always thought Jakarudu an interesting legend, probably based on fact," Jessica's fingers said, and she ignored the usual tug of sorrow as she spoke her long-dead love. "Do you have orders?" Halleck asked, speaking aloud. Jessica answered in kind, telling him to return to the landing field and report when he had positive information. But her fingers conveyed another message. "Resume contact with your friends among the smugglers. If Jakarudu exists, they'll support themselves by selling spice. There'd be no other market for them except the smugglers." Halleck bowed his head briefly while his fingers said, "I've already set this course in motion, my lady." And because he could not ignore the training of a lifeline, added, "Be very careful in this place. Ali is your enemy, and most of the priesthood belongs to her." "Not Javid," Jessica's fingers responded. "He hates the Atreides. I doubt anyone but an adept could detect it, but I'm positive of it. He conspires and Aaliyah doesn't know of it." "I'm assigning additional guards to your person," Halleck said, speaking aloud, avoiding the light spark of displeasure which Jessica's eyes betrayed. "There are dangers, I'm certain. Will you spend the night here?" "We'll go later to Siege Tabor," she said, and hesitated, on the point of telling him not to send more guards, but she held her silence. Gurney's instincts were to be trusted. More than one Atreides had learned this, both to his pleasure and his sorrow. "I have one more meeting, with the Master of Novitiates at this time," she said. "That's the last one, and I'll be happily shut of this place." And I beheld another beast coming up out of the sand, and he had 2 horns like a lamb, but his mouth was fanged and fiery as the dragon, and his body shimmered and burned with great heat, while it did hiss like the serpent. Revised Orange Catholic Bible. He called himself the Preacher, and there had come to be an awesome fear among many on Arrakis that he might be Muad'Dib, returned from the desert, not dead at all. Muad'Dib could be alive, for who had seen his body? For that matter, who saw anybody that the desert took? But still, Muad'Dib? Points of comparison could be made, although no one from the old days came forward and said, "Yes, I see that this is Muad'Dib. I know him." Still, like Muad'Dib, the preacher was blind, his eye sockets black and scarred in a way that could have been done by a stone burner. And his voice conveyed that crackling penetration, that same compelling force which demanded a response from deep within you. Many remarked this. He was lean, this preacher. His leathery face seamed, his hair grizzled. But the deep desert did that to many people. You had only to look about you and see this proven. And there was another fact for contention. The preacher was led by a young Fremen, a lad without known seat who said, when questioned, that he worked for hire. It was argued that Muad'Dib, knowing the future, had not needed such a guide except at the very end, when his grief overcame him. But he'd needed a guide then. Everyone knew it. The preacher had appeared one winter morning in the streets of Arrakeen, a brown and ridge-veined hand on the shoulder of his young guide. The lad, who gave his name as Asan Tariq, moved through the flint-smelling dust of the early swarming, leading his charge with the practiced agility of the Weren-born, never once losing contact. It was observed that the blind man wore a traditional burqa over a stillsuit, which bore the mark about it of those once made only in the siege caves of the deepest desert. It wasn't like the shabby suits being turned out these days. The nose tube which captured moisture from his breath for the recycling layers beneath the burqa was wrapped in braid, and it was the black vine braid so seldom seen anymore. The suit's mask across the lower half of his face carried green patches, etched by the blown sand. All in all, this preacher was a figure from Dune's past. Many among the early crowds of that winter day had noted his passage. After all, a blind Fremen remained a rarity. Fremen law still consigned the blind to Shai Hulud. The wording of the law, although it was less honored in these modern water-soft times, remained unchanged from the earliest days. The blind were a gift to Shai Hulud. They were to be exposed in the open, bled for the great worms to devour. When it was done, and there were stories which got back to the cities, it was always done out where the largest worms still ruled, those called old men of the desert. A blind Fremen, then, was a curiosity, and people paused to watch the passing of this odd pair. The lad appeared about 14 standard, one of the new breed who wore modified stillsuits. It left the face open to the moisture-robbing air. He had slender features, the all-blue spice-tinted eyes, a nubbin nose, and that innocuous look of innocence which so often masks cynical knowledge in the young. In contrast, the blind man was a reminder of times almost forgotten, long in stride and with a weariness that spoke of many years in the sand, with only his feet or a captive worm to carry him. He held his head in that stiff-necked rigidity which some of the blind cannot put off. The hooded head moved only when he cocked an ear at an interesting sound. Through the day's gathering crowds the strange pair came, arriving at last on the steps which led up like terraced hectares to the escarpment which was Aaliyah's temple, a fitting companion to Paul's keep. Up the steps the preacher went until he and his young guide came to the third landing, where the pilgrims of the Hajj awaited the morning opening of those gigantic doors above them. They were doors large enough to have admitted an entire cathedral from one of the ancient religions. Passing through them was said to reduce a pilgrim's soul to martyrdom, sufficiently small that it could pass through the eye of a needle and enter heaven. At the edge of the third landing the preacher turned, and it was as though he looked about him, seeing with his empty eye sockets the foppish city dwellers, some of them Fremen, with garments which simulated stillsuits but were only decorative fabrics, seeing the eager pilgrims fresh off the guild space transports and awaiting that first step on the devotion which would ensure them a place in paradise. The landing was a noisy place. There were Mahdi's spirit cultists in green robes, and carrying live hawks trained to screech a call to heaven. Food was being sold by shouting vendors. Many things were being offered for sale, the voices shouting in competitive stridence. Then there was the Dune Terror with its booklets of commentaries imprinted in Shigawire. One vendor had exotic bits of cloth guaranteed to have been touched by Muad'Dib himself. Another had vials of water, certified to have come from Siege Tapper, where the Muad'Dib lived. Through it all there were conversations in 100 or more dialects of Galak, interspersed with harsh gutturals and squeaks of Outrine languages, which were gathered under the Holy Imperium. Face dancers and little people from the suspected artisan planets of the Tleilaxu bounced and gyrated through the throng in bright clothing. There were lean faces and fat water-rich faces. The susurration of nervous feet came from the grisly plasteel which formed the wide steps. And occasional a keening voice would rise out of the cacophony in prayer. Muad'Dib! Muad'Dib! Greet my soul's entreaty. You who are God's anointed, greet my soul, Muad'Dib. Nearby among the pilgrims, two mummers played for a few coins, reciting the lines of the current popular. Disputation of Armistead and Leangra. The preacher cocked his head to listen. The mummers were middle-aged city men with bored voices. At a word of command, the young guide described them for the preacher. They were garbed in loose robes, not even deigning to stimulate stillsuits on their water-witch bodies. Hassan Tariq threw this amusing, but the preacher reprimanded him. The mummer who played the part of Leangrau was just concluding his orientation. Bah! The universe can be grasped only by the sentient hand. That hand is what drives your precious brain, and it drives everything else that derives from the brain. You see what you have created. You become sentient only after the hand has done its work. A scattering of applause greeted his performance. The preacher sniffed and his nostrils recorded the rich odors of this place. Uncapped esters of poorly adjusted stillsuits, masking musks of diverse origin. The common flinty dust. Exhalations of uncounted exotic diets and the aromas of rare incense, which already had been ignited within Aaliyah's temple, and now drifted down over the steps in cleverly directed currents. The preacher's thoughts were mirrored on his face as he absorbed his surroundings. We have come to this. We Fremen. A sudden diversion rippled through the crowd on the landing. Sand dancers had come into the plaza at the foot of the steps, 100 of them tethered to each other by elaka ropes. They obviously had been dancing thus for days, seeking a state of ecstasy. Foam dribbled from their mouths as they jerked and stamped to the secret music. A full third of them dangled unconscious from the ropes, tugged back and forth by the others like dolls on strings. One of these dolls had come awake, and the crowd apparently knew what to expect. "I have seen!" the newly awakened dancer shrieked. "I have seen!" He resisted the pull of the other dancers, darted his wild gaze right and left. "Where this city is, there will be only sand! I have seen!" A great swelling laugh went up from the onlookers. Even the new pilgrims joined it. This was too much for the preacher. He raised both arms and roared in a voice which surely had commanded worm riders. "Silence!" The entire throng in the plaza went still at the battle cry. The preacher pointed a thin hand toward the dancers, and the illusion that he actually saw them was uncanny. "Did you not hear that man? Blasphemers and idolaters, all of you! The religion of Muad'Dib is not Muad'Dib. He spurns it, and he spurns you. Sand will cover this place. Sand will cover you." Saying this, he dropped his arms, put a hand on his young guide's shoulder, and commanded, "Take me from this place." Perhaps it was the preacher's choice of words. He spurns it as he spurns you. Perhaps it was his tone. Certainly something more than a human. Vocality trained surely in the art of the Bene Gesserit voice, which commanded by mere nuances of subtle inflection. Perhaps it was only the inherent mysticism of this place where Muad'Dib had lived and walked and ruled. Someone called out from the landing, shouting at the preacher's receding back in a voice which trembled with religious awe. "Has that Muad'Dib come back to us?" The preacher stopped, reached into the purse beneath his burqa, and removed an object which only those nearby recognized. It was a desert mummified human hand, one of the planet's jokes on mortality, which occasionally turned up in the sand and were universally regarded as communications from Shai Hulud. The hand had been desiccated into a tight fist, which ended in white bones scarred by sandblast winds. "I bring the hand of God! That is all I bring!" the preacher shouted. "I speak for the hand of God! I am the preacher!" Some took him to mean that the hand was Muad'Dib's, but others fastened on that commanding presence and that terrible voice, and that was how Arrakis came to know his name. But it was not the last time his voice was heard. It is commonly reported, my dear Geirad, that there exists great natural virtue in the melange experience. Perhaps this is true. There remain within me, however, profound doubts that every use of melange always brings virtue. Meseems that certain persons have corrupted the use of melange in defiance of God. In the words of the Ecumenon, they have disfigured the soul. They skim the surface of melange and believe thereby to attain grace. They deride their fellows, do great harm to godliness, and they distort the meaning of this abundant gift maliciously. Surely a mutilation beyond the power of man to restore. To be truly at one with the virtue of the spice, uncorrupted in all ways, full of goodly honor, a man must permit his deeds and his words to agree. When your actions describe a system of evil consequences, you should be judged by those consequences and not by your explanations. It is thus that we should judge Muad'Dib. The pedant heresy. It was a small room tinged with the odor of ozone and reduced to a shadowy grayness by dimmed glow globes in the metallic blue light of a single transeye monitoring screen. The screen was about a meter wide and only 2/3 of a meter in height. It revealed in remote detail a barren rocky valley with 2 Lhasa tigers feeding on the bloody remnants of a recent kill. On the hillside above the tigers could be seen a slender man in Sardaukar working uniform, Levenbreck insignia at his collar. He wore a servo control keyboard against his chest. One variform dispenser chair faced the screen, occupied by a fair-haired woman of indeterminate age. She had a heart-shaped face and slender hands which gripped the chair arms as she watched. The fullness of a white robe trimmed in gold concealed her figure. A pace to her right stood a blocky man dressed in bronze and gold uniform of a Bashar aide in the Imperial Sardaukar. His graying hair had been closely cropped over square, emotionless features. The woman coughed, said, "It went as you predicted, Tychonic." "Assuredly, Princess," the Bashar aide said, his voice hoarse. She smiled at the tension in his voice, asked, "Tell me, Tychonic, how will my son like the sound of Emperor Ferrodin the First?" "The title suits him, Princess." "That was not my question." "He might not approve of some of the things done to gain him that, title." Then again, she turned, peered up through the gloom at him. "You served my father well. It was not your fault that he lost the throne to the Atreides. But surely the sting of that loss must be felt as keenly by you as by any—" "Does the Princess Wensisia have some special task for me?" Tychonic asked. His voice remained hoarse, but there was a sharp edge to it now. "You have a bad habit of interrupting me," she said. Now he smiled, displaying thick teeth which glistened in the light from the screen. "At times you remind me of your father," he said. "Always these circumlocutions before a request for a delicate, assignment." She jerked her gaze away from him to conceal anger. Asked, "Do you really think those Lazas will put my son on the throne?" "It's distinctly possible, Princess. You must admit that the bastard Git of Paul Atreides would be no more than juicy morsels for those two. And with those twins gone—" He shrugged. "The grandson of Shaddam IV becomes the logical successor," she said. "That is, if we can remove the objections to the Fremen, the Landsrat, and Shoam, not to mention any surviving Atreides who might—" "Javid assures me that his people can take care of Alil quite easily. I do not count the Lady Jessica as an Atreides. Who else remains?" "Landsrat and Shoam will go where the Prophet goes," she said. "But what of the Fremen?" "We'll drown them in their Muad'Dib's religion." "Easier said than done, my dear Tychonic." "I see," he said. "We're back to that old argument." "House Carino has done worse things to gain power," she said. "But to embrace this Mahdi's religion—" "My son respects you," she said. "Princess, I long for the day when House Carino returns to its rightful seat of power. So does every remaining Sardaukar here on Seleucia, but if you—" "Tychonic! This is the planet Seleucia Secundus. Do not fall into the lazy wage we spread through our Imperium. Full name, complete title, attention to every detail. Those attributes will send the Atreides' lifeblood into the sands of Arrakis. Every detail, Tychonic." He knew what she was doing with this attack. It was part of the shifty trickiness she'd learned from her sister Irulan, but he felt himself losing ground. "Do you hear me, Tychonic?" "I hear it, Princess." "I want you to embrace this Muad'Dib religion," she said. "Princess, I would walk into fire for you, but that is an order, Tychonic." He smiled, stared into the screen. The Laza tigers had finished feeding and now lay on the sand completing their toilet, long tongues moving across their forepaws. "An order, Tychonic. Do you understand me?" "I hear and obey, Princess." His voice did not change tone. She sighed. "Oh, if my father were only alive." "Yes, Princess." "Do not mock me, Tychonic. I know how distasteful this is to you. But if you set the example—" "He may not follow, Princess." "He'll follow." She pointed at the screen. "It occurs to me that the Levenbrek out there could be a problem." "A problem? How's that?" "How many people know this thing of the Tigers?" "That Levenbrek who's their trainer. One transport pilot, you, and of course—" He tapped his own chest. "What about the buyers?" "They know nothing. What is it you fear, Princess?" "My son is, well, sensitive." "Sardaukar do not reveal secrets," he said. "Neither do dead men." She reached forward and depressed a red key beneath the lighted screen. Immediately the Laza tigers raised their heads. They got to their feet and looked up at the hill, toward the Levenbrek. Moving as one, they turned and began a scrambling run up the hillside. Appearing calm at first, the Levenbrek depressed a key on his console. His movements were assured, but as the cats continued their dash toward him, he became more frenzied, pressing the key harder and harder. A look of startled awareness came over his features, and his hand jerked toward the working knife at his waist. The moment came too late. A raking claw hit his chest and sent him sprawling. As he fell, the other tiger took his neck in one great fanged bite and shook him. His spine snapped. "Attention to detail," the princess said. She turned, stiffened as Titanic drew his knife. But he presented the blade to her, handle foremost. "Perhaps you'd like to use my knife to attend another detail," he said. "Put that back in its sheath and don't act the fool," she raged. "Sometimes, Titanic, you try me to the—" "That was a good man out there, princess. One of my best." "One of my best," she corrected him. He drew a deep, trembling breath, sheathed his knife. "And what of my transport pilot?" "This will be ascribed to an accident," she said. "You will advise him to employ the utmost caution when he brings those tigers back to us, and, of course, when he has delivered our pets to Javid's people on the transport." She looked at his knife. "Is that an order, princess?" "It is." "Shall I then fall on my knife? Or will you take care of that, detail?" She spoke with a false calm, her voice heavy. "Titanic, were I not absolutely convinced that you would fall on your knife at my command, you would not be standing here beside me. Armed." He swallowed, stared at the screen. The tigers once more were feeding. She refused to look at the scene, continued to stare at Titanic as she said, "You will as well tell our buyers not to bring us any more matched pairs of children who fit the necessary description." "As you command, princess." "Do not use that tone with me, Titanic." "Yes, princess." Her lips drew into a straight line. Then, "How many more of those paired costumes do we have?" 6 sets of the robes, complete with steel suits and the sand shoes, all with the Atreides insignia worked into them. "Fabrics as rich as the ones on that pair?" She nodded toward the screen. "Fit for royalty, princess." "Attention to detail," she said. "The garments will be dispatched to Arrakis as gifts for our royal cousins. They will be gifts from my son. Do you understand me, Titanic?" "Completely, princess." "Have him inscribe a suitable note. It should say that he sends these few paltry garments as tokens of his devotion to House Atreides. Something on that order." "And the occasion?"
"There must be a birthday or holy day or something, Titanic. I leave that to you. I trust you, my friend."
He stared at her silently. Her face hardened.
"Surely you must know that. Who else can I trust since the death of my husband?"
He shrugged, thinking how closely she emulated the spider. It would not do to get on intimate terms with her, as she now suspected his Levenbreck had done.
"And Titanic," she said, "one more detail."
"Yes, princess."
"My son is being trained to rule. There will come a time when he must grasp the sword in his own hands. You will know when that moment arrives. I wish to be informed immediately."
"As you command, princess."
She leaned back, peered knowingly at Titanic. "You do not approve of me, I know that. It is unimportant to me as long as you remember the lesson of the Levenbreck."
"He was very good with animals, but disposable." "Yes, princess."
"That's not what I mean."
"Isn't it? Then I don't understand."
"An army," she said, "is composed of disposable, completely replaceable parts. That is the lesson of the Levenbreck."
"Replaceable parts," he said. "Including the Supreme Command."
"Without the Supreme Command, there is seldom a reason for any army, Titanic. That is why you will immediately embrace this mighty religion, and at the same time begin the campaign to convert my son."
"At once, princess. I presume you don't want me to stint his education in the other martial arts at the expense of this, religion."
She pushed herself out of the chair, strode around him, paused at the door, and spoke without looking back. "Someday you will try my patience once too often, Titanic." With that, she let herself out. Either we abandon the long-honored theory of relativity, or we cease to believe that we can engage in continued accurate prediction of the future. Indeed, knowing the future raises a host of questions, which cannot be answered under conventional assumptions unless one first projects an observer outside of time, and second, nullifies all movement. If you accept the theory of relativity, it can be shown that time and the observer must stand still in relationship to each other, or inaccuracies will intervene. This would seem to say that it is impossible to engage in accurate prediction of the future. How then do we explain the continued seeking after this visionary goal by respected scientists? How then do we explain Muad'Dib? Lectures on Prescience by Hark al-Ada. "I must tell you something," Jessica said. "Even though I know my telling will remind you of many experiences from our mutual past, and that this place will put you in jeopardy. She paused to see how Ganima was taking this. They sat alone, just the two of them, occupying low cushions in a chamber of siege Teber. It had required considerable skill to maneuver this meeting, and Jessica was not at all certain that she had been alone in the maneuvering. Ganima had seemed to anticipate and augment every step. It was almost 2 hours after daylight, and the excitements of greeting and all of the negotiations were past. Jessica forced her pulse back to a steady pace and focused her attention to this rock-walled room with its dark hangings and yellow cushions. To meet the accumulated tension, she found herself for the first time in years recalling the litany against fear from the Bene Gesserit rite. I must not fear. Fear is the mind killer. Fear is the little death that brings total obliteration. I will face my fear. I will permit it to pass over me and through me. And when it has gone past, I will turn the inner eye to see its path. Where the fear has gone, there will be nothing. Only I will remain. She did this silently and took a deep, calming breath. It helps at times, Ganima said. The litany, I mean. Jessica closed her eyes to hide the shock of this insight. It had been a long time since anyone had been able to read her that intimately. The realization was disconcerting, especially when it was ignited by an intellect which had been hidden behind a mask of childhood. Having faced her fear, though, Jessica opened her eyes and knew the source of turmoil. I fear for my grandchildren. Neither of these children betrayed the stigmata of the abomination which Aleia flaunted, although Leto showed every sign of some terrifying concealment. It was for that reason he'd been deftly excluded from this meeting. On impulse, Jessica put aside her ingrained emotional masks, knowing them to be of little use here, barriers to communication. Not since those loving moments with her Duke had she lowered these barriers, and she found the action both relief and pain. There remained facts which no curse or prayer or litany could wash from existence. Flight would not leave such facts behind. They could not be ignored. Elements of Paul's vision had been rearranged, and the times had caught up with his children. They were a magnet in the void, evil and all the sad misuses of power collected around them. Ganima, watching the play of emotions across her grandmother's face, marveled that Jessica had let down her controls. With catching movements of their heads remarkably synchronized, both turned. Eyes met, and they stared deeply, probing at each other. Thoughts without spoken words passed between them. Jessica. I wish you to see my fear. Ganima. Now I know you love me. It was a swift movement of utter trust. Jessica said, When your father was but a boy, I brought a reverend mother to Caladan to test him. Ganima nodded. The memory of it was extremely vivid. We Bene Gesserits were already cautious to make sure that the children were human and not animal. One cannot always tell by exterior appearances. It's the way you were trained, Ganima said, and the memory flooded into her mind. That old Bene Gesserit, Gaius Helen Mohayim. She'd come to Castle Caladan with her poisoned Gom Jabbar and her box of burning pain. Paul's hand, Ganima's own hand in the shared memory, screamed with the agony of that box while the old woman talked calmly of immediate death if the hand were withdrawn from the pain. And there had been no doubt of the death in that needle held ready against the child's neck, while the aged voice droned its rationale. You've heard of animals chewing off a leg to escape a trap. There's an animal kind of trick. A human would remain in the trap, endure the pain, feigning death that he might kill the trapper and remove a threat to his kind. Ganima shook her head against the remembered pain. The burning. The burning. Paul had imagined his skin curling black on that agonized hand within the box, flesh crisping and dropping away until only charred bones remained. And it had been a trick, the hand unharmed. But sweat stood out on Ganima's forehead at the memory. Of course you remember this in a way that I cannot, Jessica said. For a moment, memory-driven, Ganima saw her grandmother in a different light. What this woman might do out of the driving necessities of that early conditioning in the Bene Gesserit schools. It raised new questions about Jessica's return to Arrakis. It would be stupid to repeat such a test on you or your brother, Jessica said. You already know the way it went. I must assume you are human, that you will not misuse your inherited powers. But you don't make that assumption at all, Ganima said. Jessica blinked, realized that the barriers had been creeping back in place, dropped them once more. She asked, Will you believe my love for you? Yes. Ganima raised a hand as Jessica started to speak. But that love wouldn't stop you from destroying us. Oh, I know the reasoning. Better the animal-human die than recreate itself. And that's especially true if the animal-human bears the name Atreides. You, at least, are human, Jessica blurted. I trust my instinct on this. Ganima saw the truth in this. said,
"But you're not sure of Leto."
"I'm not."
"Abomination."
Jessica could only nod. Ganima said,
"Not yet, at least. We both know the danger of it, though. We can see the way of it in Aaliyah."
Jessica cupped her hands over her eyes, thought, even love can't protect us from unwanted facts. And she knew then that she still loved her daughter, crying out silently against fate. "Aaliyah, oh Aaliyah, I'm sorry for my part in your destruction." Ganima cleared her throat loudly. Jessica lowered her hands, thought, I may mourn my poor daughter, but there are other necessities now. She said, "So you've recognized what happened to Aaliyah?"
Leto and I watched it happen. We were powerless to prevent it, although we discussed many possibilities.
"You're sure that your brother is free of this curse?"
"I'm sure."
The quiet assurance in that statement could not be denied. Jessica found herself accepting it. Then, "How is it that you've escaped?" Ganima explained the theory upon which she and Leto had settled, that their avoiding of the spice trance while Aaliyah entered it often made a difference. She went on to reveal his dreams and the plans they discussed, even Jacurutu. Jessica nodded. "Aaliyah is an Atreides, though, and that poses enormous problems." Ganima fell silent before the sudden realization that Jessica still mourned her Duke, as though his death had been but yesterday, and she would guard his name and memory against all threats. Personal memories from the Duke's own lifetime fled through Ganima's awareness to reinforce this assessment, to soften it with understanding. "Now," Jessica said, voice brisk, "what about this preacher? I heard some disquieting reports yesterday after that damnable lustration." Ganima shrugged.
"He could be
Paul."
"Yes, but we haven't seen him to examine."
"Javid laughs at the rumors," Jessica said. Ganima hesitated. Then,
"Do you trust this Javid?"
A grim smile touched Jessica's lips. "No more than you do."
"Leto says Javid laughs at the wrong times,"
Ganima said.
"So much for Javid's laughter,"
Jessica said.
"But you actually entertain the notion that my son is still alive? That he has returned in this guise?" "We say it's possible. And Leto—"
Ganima found her mouth suddenly dry, remembering fears clutching her breast. She forced herself to overcome them, recounted Leto's other revelations of prescient dreams. Jessica moved her head from side to side as though wounded.
Ganima said, "Leto says he must find this preacher and make sure."
"Yes, of course. I should never have left here. It was cowardly of me."
"Why do you blame yourself? You'd reached a limit, I know that. Leto knows it. Even Aaliyah may know it."
Jessica put a hand to her own throat, rubbed it briefly. Then,
"Yes, the problem of Aaliyah. She works a strange attraction on Leto," Ganima said. "That's why I helped you meet alone with me. He agrees that she is beyond hope, but he still finds ways to be with her and study her. And it's very disturbing. When I try to talk against this, he falls asleep.
Is she drugging him?"
No.
Ganima shook her head.
"But he has this odd empathy for her, and in his sleep he often mutters, 'Jacurutu.'"
"That again!" And Jessica found herself recounting Gurney's report about the conspirators exposed at the landing field.
"I sometimes fear Aaliyah wants Leto to seek out Jacurutu," Ganima said. "And I always thought it only a legend. You know it, of course."
Jessica shuddered.
"Terrible story. Terrible. What must we do?" Ganima asked. "I fear to search all of my memories. All of my lives.
Gani, I warn you against that. You mustn't risk—"
"It may even happen if I don't risk it. How do we really know what happened to Aaliyah?"
"No. You could be spared that possession." She ground the word out.
"Well, Jacurutu, is it? I've sent Gurney to find the place, if it exists. But how can he—" "Oh, of course. The smugglers."
Jessica found herself silenced by this further example of how Ganima's mind worked in concert with what must be an inner awareness of others. Of me. How truly strange it was, Jessica thought, that this young flesh could carry all of Paul's memories, at least until the moment of Paul's spermal separation from his own past. It was an invasion of privacy against which something primal in Jessica rebelled. Momentarily she felt herself sinking into the absolute and unswerving Bene Gesserit judgment. Abomination. But there was a sweetness about this child, a willingness to sacrifice for her brother, which could not be denied. We are one life, reaching out into a dark future, Jessica thought. We are one blood. And she girded herself to accept the events which she and Gurney Halleck had set in motion. Leto must be separated from his sister. Must be trained as the sisterhood insisted.
I hear the wind blowing across the desert, and I see the moons of a winter night rising like great ships in the void. To them I make my vow. I will be resolute and make an art of government. I will balance my inherited past and become a perfect storehouse of my relic memories. And I will be known for kindliness more than for knowledge. My face will shine down the corridors of time as long as humans exist. Leto's vow, after Hark al-Ada. When she had been quite young, Aaliyah Atreides had practiced for hours in the Prana Bindu trance, trying to strengthen her own private personality against the onslaught of all those others. She knew the problem. Melange could not be escaped in Asich Warren. It infested everything. Food, water, air, even the fabrics against which she cried at night. Very early she recognized the uses of the Siege orgy where the tribe drank the death water of a worm. In the orgy, Fremen released the accumulated pressures of their own genetic memories, and they denied those memories. She saw her companions being temporarily possessed in the orgy. For her, there was no such release, no denial. She had possessed full consciousness long before birth. With that consciousness came a cataclysmic awareness of her circumstances. Womb locked into intense, inescapable contact with the personas of all her ancestors, and of those identities death transmitted in Spice Tau to the Lady Jessica. Before birth, Aaliyah had contained every bit of the knowledge required in a Bene Gesserit Reverend Mother, plus much, much more from all those others. In that knowledge lay recognition of a terrible reality. Abomination. The totality of that knowledge weakened her. The preborn did not escape. She fought against the more terrifying of her ancestors, winning for a time a Pyrrhic victory in which lasted through a childhood. She'd known a private personality, but it had no immunity against casual intrusions from those who lived their reflective lives through her. Thus will I be one day, she thought. This thought chilled her. To walk and dissemble through the life of a child from her own loins, intruding, grasping at consciousness to add a quantum of experience. Fear stalked her childhood. It persisted into puberty. She had fought it, never asking for help. Who would understand the help she required? Not her mother, who could never quite drive away that specter of Bene Gesserit judgment. The preborn were abomination. There had come that night when her brother walked alone into the desert seeking death, giving himself to Shai Hulud as blind Fremen were supposed to do. Within the month, Aaliyah had been married to Paul's swordmaster, Duncan Idaho, a mentat brought back from the dead by the arts of the Tleilaxu. Her mother fled back to Caladan. Paul's twins were Aaliyah's legal charge, and she controlled the regency. Pressures of responsibility had driven the old fears away, and she had begun to wide the inner lives, demanding their advice, plunging into spice trance in search of guiding visions. The crisis came on a day like many others in the spring month of Lab, a clear morning at Muad'Dib's keep with the cold wind blowing down from the pole. Aaliyah still wore the yellow for mourning, the color of the sterile sun. More and more these past few weeks she'd been denying the inner voice of her mother, who tended to sneer at preparation for the coming holy days to be centered on the temple. The inner awareness of Jessica faded, sinking away at last with a faceless demand that Aaliyah would be better occupied working at the Atreides law. New lives began to clamor for that moment of consciousness. Aaliyah felt that she had opened a bottomless pit, and faces arose out of it like a swarm of locusts, until she came at last to focus on one who was like a beast, the old Baron Harkonnen. In terrified outrage, she'd screamed out against all that inner clamor, winning a temporary silence. On this morning, Aaliyah took her pre-breakfast walk through the keep's roof garden. In a new attempt to win the inner battle, she tried to hold her entire awareness within Choda's admonition to the Zensuni. Leaving the ladder, one may fall upward. But morning's glow along the cliffs of the shield wall kept distracting her. Plantings of resilient fuzzgrass filled the garden's pathways. When she looked away from the shield wall, she saw dew on the grass, the catch of all the moisture which had passed here in the night. It reflected her own passage as of a multitude. That multitude made her giddy. Each reflection carried the imprint of a face from the inner multitude. She tried to focus her mind on what the grass implied. The presence of plentiful dew told her how far the ecological transformation had progressed on Arrakis. The climate of these northern latitudes was growing warmer. Atmospheric carbon dioxide was on the increase. She reminded herself how many new hectares would be put under green plants in the coming year, and it required 37,000 cubic feet of water to irrigate just 1 hectare. Despite every attempt at mundane thoughts, she could not drive away the shark-like circling of all those others within her. She put her hands to her forehead and pressed. Her temple guards had brought her a prisoner to judge at sunset the previous day, one Essos Payman, a dark little man ostensibly in the pay of a house miner, the Nibiros, who traded in holy artifacts and small manufactured items for decoration. Actually, Payman was known to be a Shoam spy whose task was to assess the yearly spice crop. Aaliyah had been on the point of sending him into the dungeons when he'd protested loudly the injustice of the Atreides. That could have brought him an immediate sentence of death on the hanging tripod, but Aaliyah had been caught by his boldness. She'd spoken sternly from her throne of judgment, trying to frighten him into revealing more than he'd already told her inquisitors. "Why are our spice crops of such interest to the Combine Hunnet?" she demanded. "Tell us and we may spare you." "I only collect something for which there is a market," Payman said. "I know nothing of what is done with my harvest." "And for this petty profit you interfere with our royal plans?" Aaliyah demanded. "Royalty never considers that we might have plans too," he countered. Aaliyah, captivated by his desperate audacity, said, "Essos Payman, will you work for me?" At this a grin whitened on his dark face, and he said, "You are about to obliterate me without a qualm. What is my new value that you should suddenly make a market for it?" "You've a simple and practical value," she said. "You're bold and you're to hire for the highest bidder. I can bid higher than any other in the Empire." At which he named a remarkable sum which he required for his services, but Aaliyah laughed and countered with a figure she'd considered more reasonable, and undoubtedly far more than he'd ever before received. She added, "And of course, I throw in the gift of your life, upon which I presume you place an even more inordinate value." "A bargain!" Payman cried again, and at a signal from Aaliyah, was led away by her priestly master of appointments, Zarenko Javid. Less than an hour later, as Aaliyah prepared to leave the judgment hall, Javid came hurrying to report that Payman had been overheard to mutter the fateful lines from the Orange Catholic Bible. Maleficos non patieres vivere. "Thou shalt not suffer to which to live," Aaliyah translated. So that was his gratitude. He was one of those who plotted against her very life. In a flush of rage she'd as never before experienced, she ordered Payman's immediate execution, sending his body to the temple death still where his water at least would be of some value in the priestly coffers. And all night long Payman's dark face haunted her. She tried all of her tricks against this persistent, accusing image, reciting the bougie from the Fremen Book of Krios. Nothing occurs. Nothing occurs. But Payman took her through a wearing night into this giddy new day, where she could see that his face had joined those in the jeweled reflections from the dew. A female guard called her to breakfast from the roof door behind a low hedge of mimosa. Aaliyah sighed. She felt a small choice between hells, the outcry within her mind or the outcry from her attendants. All were pointless voices, but persistent in their demands, hourglass noises that she would like to silence with the edge of a knife. Ignoring the guard, Aaliyah stared across the roof garden toward the shield wall. A Bahada had left its broad outwash like a detrital fan upon the sheltered floor of her domain. The delta of sand spread out before her gaze, outlined by the morning sun. It came to her that an uninitiated eye might see that a broad fan is evidence of a river's flow, but it was no more than the place where her brother had shattered the shield wall with the Atreides family atomics, opening a path from the desert for the sandworms which had carried his Fremen troops to a shocking victory over his imperial predecessor, Shaddam IV. Now a broad canot flowed with water on the shield wall's far side, to block off sandworm intrusions. Sandworms would not cross open water. It poisoned them. Would that I had such a barrier within my mind, she thought. The thought increased her giddy sensation of being separated from reality. Sandworms. Sandworms. Her memory presented a collection of sandworm images. Mighty Shai Hulud, the demiurge of the Fremen, deadly beast of the desert's depths, whose outpourings included the priceless spice. How odd it was, this sandworm, to grow from a flat and leathery sand trout, she thought. They were like the flocking multitude within her awareness, the sand trout, when linked edge to edge against the planet's bedrock, formed living cisterns. They held back the water that their sandworm vector might live. Aaliyah could feel the analogy. Some of those others within her mind held back dangerous forces which could destroy her. Again the guard called her to breakfast, a note of impatience apparent. Angrily, Aaliyah turned, waved a dismissal signal. The guard obeyed, but the roof door slammed. At the sound of the slamming door, Aaliyah felt herself caught by everything she'd attempted to deny. The other lives welled up within her like a hideous tide. Each demanding life pressed its face against her vision centers, a cloud of faces. Some presented mange-spotted skin. Others were callous and full of sooty shadows. There were mouths like moist lozenges. The pressure of the swarm washed over her in a current which demanded that she float free and plunge into them. "No," she whispered. "No! No! No!" She would have collapsed onto the path but for a bench beside her, which accepted her sagging body. She tried to sit, could not, stretched out on the cold plasteel, still whispering denial. The tide continued to rise within her. She felt attuned to the slightest show of attention, aware of the risk, but alert for every exclamation from those guarded mouths which clamored within her. They were a cacophony of demand for her attention. Me! Me! No, me! And she knew that if she once gave her attention, gave it completely, she would be lost. To behold one face out of the multitude and follow the voice of that face would be to hold the egocentrism which shared her existence. "Prescience does this to you," a voice whispered. She covered her ears with her hands, thinking, "I'm not prescient. The trance doesn't work for me." But the voice persisted. "It might work, if you had help." "No. No," she whispered. Other voices wove around her mind. "I, Agamemnon, your ancestor, demand audience." "No. No." She pressed her hands against her ears until the flesh answered her with pain. An insane cackle within her had asked, "What has become of Ovid? Simple. He's John Bartlett's Ebed." The names were meaningless in her extremity. She wanted to scream against them and against all the other voices, but could not find her own voice. Her guard, sent back to the roof by senior attendants, peered once more from a doorway behind the mimosa, saw Aaliyah on the bench, spoke to a companion. "Ah, she's resting. You noted that she didn't sleep well last night. It is good for her to take the zaha, the morning siesta." Aaliyah did not hear her guard. Her awareness was caught by shrieks of singing. "Merry old birds are we, hurrah!" The voices echoed against the inside of her skull, and she thought, "I'm going insane. I'm losing my mind." Her feet made feeble fleeing motions against the bench. She felt that if she could only command her body to run, she might escape. She had to escape lest any part of that inner tide sweep her into silence, forever contaminating her soul. But her body would not obey. The mightiest forces in the Imperial Universe would obey her slightest whim, but her body would not. An inner voice chuckled. Then, "From one viewpoint, child, each incident of creation represents a catastrophe." It was a basal voice which rumbled against her eyes, and again that chuckle as though deriding its own pontification. "My dear child, I will help you, but you must help me in return." Against the swelling background clamor behind that basal voice, Aaliyah spoke through chattering teeth. Who? A face formed itself upon her awareness. It was a smiling face of such fatness that it could have been a baby's except for the glittering eagerness of the eyes. She tried to pull back, but achieved only a longer view which included the body attached to that face. The body was grossly, immensely fat, clothed in a robe which revealed by subtle bulges beneath it that this fat had required the support of portable suspensors. "You see," the basal voice rumbled, "it is only your maternal grandfather. You know me. I was the Baron Vladimir Harkonnen." You're dead," she gasped. "But of course, my dear. Most of us within you are dead, but none of the others are really willing to help you. They don't understand you." "Go away," she pleaded. "Please go away." "But you need help, granddaughter," the Baron's voice argued. How remarkable he looks, she thought, watching the projection of the Baron against her closed eyelids. "I'm willing to help you," the Baron wheedled. "The others in here would only fight to take over your entire consciousness. At any one of them would try to drive you out. But me, I want only a little corner of my own." Again the other lives within her lifted their clamor. The tide once more threatened to engulf her, and she heard her mother's voice screeching. And Aaliyah thought, she's not dead. "Shut up!" the Baron commanded. Aaliyah felt her own desires reinforcing that command, making it felt through her awareness. Inner silence washed through her like a cool bath, and she felt her hammering heart begin slowing to its normal pace. Soothingly, the Baron's voice intruded. "You see, together we're invincible. You help me and I help you." What do you want?" she whispered. A pensive look came over the fat face against her closed eyelids. "Ah, my darling granddaughter," he said. "I wish only a few simple pleasures. Give me but an occasional moment of contact with your senses. No one else need ever know. Let me feel but a small corner of your life when, for example, you're enfolded in the arms of your lover. Is that not a small price to ask?" "Yes." Good, the Baron chortled. "In return, my darling granddaughter, I can serve you in many ways. I can advise you, help you with my counsel. You'll be invincible within and without. You'll sweep away all opposition. History will forget your brother and cherish you. The future will be ours." "You won't let the others take over?" "They cannot stand against us. Singly we can be overcome, but together we command. I will demonstrate. Listen." And the Baron fell silent, withdrawing his image, his inner presence. Not one memory, face, or voice of the others intruded. Aaliyah allowed herself a trembling sigh. Accompanying that sigh came a thought. It forced itself into her awareness as though it were her own, but she sensed silent voices behind it. The old Baron was evil. He murdered your father. He would have killed you and Paul. He tried to and failed. The Baron's voice came to her without a face. "Of course I would have killed you. Didn't you stand in my way? But that argument is ended. You've won it, child. You're the new truth." She felt herself nodding, and her cheek moved scratchingly against the harsh surface of the bench. His words were reasonable, she thought. A Bene Gesserit precept reinforced the reasonable character of his words. "The purpose of argument is to change the nature of truth." Yes, that was the way the Bene Gesserit would have it. "Precisely," the Baron said. "And I'm dead while you're alive. I have only a fragile existence. I'm a mere memory self within you. I'm yours to command. And how little I ask in return for the profound advice which is mine to deliver." "What do you advise me to do now?" she asked, testing. "You're worried about the judgment you gave last night," he said. "You wonder if Payman's words were reported truthfully. Perhaps Javid saw in this payment a threat to his position of trust. Is this not the doubt which assails you?" "Yes." "And your doubt is based on acute observation, is it not? Javid behaves with increasing intimacy toward your person. Even Duncan has noted it, hasn't he?" "You know he has." "Very well, then. Take Javid for your lover." "No! You worry about Duncan. But your husband is a mental mystic. He cannot be touched or harmed by activities of the flesh. Have you not felt sometimes how distant he is from you?" But he... "Duncan's mentat part would understand, should he ever have the need to know the device you employed in destroying Javid." Certainly! Dangerous tools may be used, but they should be cast aside when they grow too dangerous." "Then... why should... I mean..." "You precious dunce. Because of the value contained in the lesson." I don't understand." "Values, my dear grandchild, depend for their acceptance upon their success. Javid's obedience must be unconditional, his acceptance of your authority absolute, and his... The morality of this lesson escapes. Don't be dense, grandchild. Morality must always be based on practicality. Render unto Caesar and all that nonsense. A victory is useless unless it reflects your deepest wishes. Is it not true that you have admired Javid's manliness?" Aaliyah swallowed, hating the admission, but forced to it by her complete nakedness before the inner watcher. "Yes." "Good." How jovial the words sounded within her head. "Now we begin to understand each other. When you have him helpless, then, in your bed, convinced that you are his thrall, you will ask him about Payman. Do it jokingly. A rich laugh between you. And when he admits the deception, you will slip a crysknife between his ribs. Ha! The flow of blood can add so much to your "No!" she whispered, her mouth dry with horror. No. "Then I'll do it for you," the Baron argued. "It must be done. You admit that. If you have but set the conditions, I will assume temporary sway." "No!" "Your fear is so transparent, granddaughter.
My sway of your senses cannot be else but temporary. There are others now who would mimic you to a perfection that... But you know this. With me, people would spy out my presence immediately. You know the Fremen law for those possessed. You'd be slain out of hand. Yes, even you. And you know I do not want that to happen. I'll take care of Javid for you, and once it's done, I'll step aside. You need only...
How is this good advice?
It rids you of a dangerous tool. And child, it sets up the working relationship between us. A relationship which can only teach you well about future judgments, which teach me. Naturally.
Aaliyah put her hands over her eyes, trying to think, knowing that any thought might be known to this presence within her, that a thought might originate with that presence and be taken as her own.
You worry yourself needlessly, the Baron wheedled. This payment fellow now was...
What I did was wrong. I was tired and acted hastily. I should have sought confirmation.
You did right. Your judgments cannot be based on any such foolish abstract as that Atreides' notion of equality. That's what kept you sleepless, not Payman's death. You made a good decision. He was another dangerous tool. You acted to maintain order in your society. Now there's a good reason for judgments, not this justice nonsense. There's no such thing as equal justice anywhere. It's unsettling to a society when you try to achieve such a false balance.
Aaliyah felt pleasure at this defense of her judgment against Payman, but shocked at the amoral concept behind the argument. Equal justice was in Atreides. Was... She took her hands from her eyes, but kept her eyes closed.
All of your priestly judges should be admonished about this error, the Baron argued. Decisions must be weighed only as to their merit in maintaining an orderly society. Past civilizations without number have founded on the rocks of equal justice. Such foolishness destroys the natural hierarchies, which are far more important. And any individual takes on significance only in his relationship to your total society. Unless that society be ordered in logical steps, no one can find place in it. Not the lowliest or the highest. Come, grandchild. You must be the stern mother of your people. It's your duty to maintain order.
Everything Paul did was
Your brother's dead. A failure. But so are you. True. But with me it was an accident beyond my designing. Come now. Let us take care of this Javid as I have outlined for you.
She felt her body grow warm at the thought. Spoke quickly. I must think about it. And she thought, if it's done, it'll be only to put Javid in his place. No need to kill him for that. And the fool might just give himself away in my bed. To whom do you talk, my lady? A voice asked. For a confused moment, Aaliyah thought this another intrusion by those clamorous multitudes within. But recognition of the voice opened her eyes. Zayarenka Velafor, chief of Aaliyah's guardian Amazons, stood beside the bench, a worried frown on her weathered Fremen features. I speak to my inner voices, Aaliyah said, sitting up on the bench. She felt refreshed, buoyed up by the silencing of that distracting inner clamor. Your inner voices, my lady, yes. Zayarenka's eyes glistened at this information. Everyone knew the holy Aaliyah drew upon inner resources available to no other person. Bring Javid to my quarters, Aaliyah said. There's a serious matter I must discuss with him. To your quarters, my lady. Yes, to my private chamber. As my lady commands. The guard turned to obey. One moment, Aaliyah said. Has Master Idaho already gone to Siege Tabor? Yes, my lady. He left before dawn as you instructed. Do you wish me to send for... No. I will manage this myself. And Zaya, no one must know that Javid is being brought to me. Do it yourself. This is a very serious matter. The guard touched the crysknife at her waist. My lady, is there a threat? Yes, there's a threat. And Javid may be at the heart of it. Oh, my lady, perhaps I should not... Zia! Do you think me incapable of handling such a one? A lupine smile touched the guard's mouth. Forgive me, my lady. I'll bring him to your private chamber at once, but with my lady's permission, I will mount a guard outside your door. You only, Aaliyah said. Yes, my lady. I go at once. Aaliyah nodded to herself, watching Zayarenka's retreating back. Javid was not loved among her guards, then. Another mark against him. But he was still valuable. Very valuable. He was her key to Jacurutu. And with that place, well... Perhaps you were right, Baron, she whispered. You see, the voice within her chortled. Ah, this will be a pleasant service to you, child.
And it's only the beginning.
These are illusions of popular history, which a successful religion must promote. Evil men never prosper. Only the brave deserve the fair. Honesty is the best policy. Actions speak louder than words. Virtue always triumphs. A good deed is its own reward. Any bad human can be reformed. Religious talismans protect one from demon possession. Only females understand the ancient mysteries. The rich are doomed to unhappiness. From the instruction manual, Missionaria Protectiva.
I am called Muriz,
The leathery Fremen said. He sat on a cavern rock in the glow of a spice lamp, whose fluttering light revealed damp walls and dark holes which were passages from this place. Sounds of dripping water could be heard down one of those passages, and although the water sounds were essential to the Fremen paradise, the 6 bound men facing Muriz took no pleasure from the rhythmic dripping. There was the musty smell of a death still in the chamber. A youth of perhaps 14 standard years came out of the passage and stood at Muriz's left hand. An unsheathed crysknife reflected the pale yellow from the spice lamp as the youth lifted the blade and pointed it briefly at each of the bound men. With a gesture toward the youth, Muriz said,
"This is my son, Asan Tariq, who is about to undergo his test of manhood."
Muriz cleared his throat, stared once at each of the 6 captives. They sat in a loose semicircle across from him, tightly restrained with spice fiber ropes which held their legs crossed, their hands behind them. The bindings terminated in a tight noose at each man's throat. Their stillsuits had been cut away at the neck. The bound men stared back at Muriz without flinching. 2 of them wore loose, off-world garments which marked them as wealthy residents of an Arakeen city. These 2 had skin which was smoother, lighter than that of their companions, whose sere features and bony frames marked them as desert-borns. Muriz resembled the desert dwellers, but his eyes were more deeply sunken, whiteless pits which not even the glow of spice lamp touched. His son appeared an uniformed copy of the man, with a flatness of face which did not quite hide the turmoil boiling within him.
"Among the cast out we have a special test for manhood," Muriz said. "One day my son will be a judge in Shulok. We must know that he can act as he must. Our judges cannot forget Jakarutu, and our day of despair. Krasilek, the typhoon struggle, lives in our hearts."
It was all spoken with the flat intonation of ritual. One of the soft-featured city dwellers across from Muriz stirred, said, "You do wrong to threaten us and bind us captive. We came peacefully on Uma." Muriz nodded.
"You came in search of a personal religious awakening. Good. You shall have that awakening."
The soft-featured man said, "If we—" Beside him a darker desert Fremen snapped,
"Be silent, fool! These are the water stealers. These are the ones who we thought wiped out."
"That old story," the soft-featured captive said.
"Jakarutu is more than a story," Muriz said.
Once more he gestured to his son.
"I have presented Asan Tariq. I am Arifa in this place, your only judge. My son too will be trained to detect demons. The old ways are best."
"That's why we came into the deep desert," the soft-featured man protested. "We chose the old way, wandering in—"
"With paid guides," Muriz said,
gesturing to the darker captives.
"You would buy your way into heaven."
Muriz glanced up at his son.
"Asan, are you prepared?"
"I have reflected long upon that night when men came and murdered our people," Asan said. His voice projected an uneasy straining. "They owe us water."
"Your father gives you 6 of them," Muriz said. "Their water is ours. Their shades are yours, your guardians forevermore. Their shades will warn you of demons. They will be your slaves when you cross over into the Alam al-Mithal. What do you say, my son?"
"I thank my father," Asan said. He took a short step forward. "I accept manhood among the cast out. This water is our water." As he finished speaking, the youth crossed to the captives. Starting on the left, he gripped the man's hair and drove the crysknife up under the chin to the brain. It was skillfully done to spill the minimum blood. Only the one soft-featured city Fremen protested, squalling as the young youth grabbed his hair. The others spat at Asan Tariq in the old way, saying by this, "See how little I value my water when it's taken by animals." When it was done, Muriz clapped his hands once. Attendants came and began removing the bodies, taking them to the death still where they could be rendered for their water. Muriz arose, looked at his son who stood breathing deeply, watching the attendants remove the bodies.
"Now you are a man," Muriz said. "The water of our enemies will feed slaves. And my son,
Asan Tariq turned an alert and pouncing look upon his father. The youth's lips were drawn back in a tight smile.
The preacher must not know of this, Maurice said.
I understand, father.
You did well, Maurice said. Those who stumble upon Shuluk must not survive.
As you say, father.
You are trusted with important duties, Maurice said. I am proud of you.
A sophisticated human can become primitive. What this really means is that the human's way of life changes. Old values change, become linked to the landscape with its plants and animals. This new existence requires a working knowledge of those multiplex and cross-linked events, usually referred to as nature. It requires a measure of respect for the inertial power within such natural systems. When a human gains this working knowledge and respect, that is called being primitive. The converse is, of course, equally true. The primitive can become sophisticated, but not without accepting dreadful psychological damage. The Leto commentary, after Hark al-Ada.
How can we be sure? Ganima asked.
This is very dangerous. We've tested it before, Leto argued. It may not be the same this time. What if it's the only way open to us? Leto said. You agree we can't go the way of the spice?
Ganima sighed.
She did not like this thrust and parry of words, but knew the necessity which pressed her brother. She also knew the fearful source of her own reluctance. They had but to look at Aliyah and know the perils of that inner world. Well? Leto asked. Again she sighed. They sat cross-legged in one of their private places, a narrow opening from the cave to the cliff, where often their mother and father had watched the sun set over the bled. It was 2 hours past the evening meal, a time when the twins were expected to exercise their bodies and their minds. They'd chosen to flex their minds. I'll try it alone if you refuse to help, Leto said. Ganima looked away from him toward the black hangings of the moisture seals, which guarded this opening in the rock. Leto continued to stare out over the desert. They'd been speaking for some time in a language so ancient that even its name remained unknown in these times. The language gave their thoughts a privacy which no other human could penetrate. Even Aliyah, who avoided the intricacies of her inner world, lacked the mental linkages which would allow her to grasp any more than the occasional word. Leto inhaled deeply, taking in the distinctive furry odor of a Fremen cavern siege which persisted in this windless alcove. The murmurous hubbub of the siege and its damp heat were absent here, and both felt this as a relief. I agree we need guidance, Ganima said. But if we... Gani! We need more than guidance, we need protection. Perhaps there is no protection. She looked directly at her brother, met that gaze in his eyes like the waiting watchfulness of a predator. His eyes bellied the placidity of his features. We must escape possession, Leto said. He used the special infinitive of the ancient language, a form strictly neutral in the voice and tense, but profoundly active in its implications. Ganima correctly interpreted his argument. Mo prium de mi hish pas mo ka, she intoned. The capture of my soul is the capture of 1,000 souls. Much more than that, he countered. Knowing the dangers, you persist. She made it a statement, not a question. Wabun ka wabunat, he said. Rising, thou risest. He felt his choice as an obvious necessity. Doing this thing, it were best done actively. They must wind the past into the present and allow it to unreel into their future. Muriat, she conceded, her voice low. It must be done lovingly. Of course. He waved a hand to encompass total acceptance. Then we will consult as our parents did. Gunny remained silent. Tried to swallow past a lump in her throat. Instinctively, she glanced south toward the great open erg, which was showing a dim gray pattern of dunes in the last of the day's light. In that direction, her father had gone on his last walk into the desert. Leto stared downward over the cliff edge at the green of the siege oasis. All was dusk down there, but he knew its shapes and colors. Blossoms of copper, gold, red, yellow, rust, and russet, spread right out to the rock markers which outlined the extent of the Connaught-watered plantings. Beyond the rock markers stretched a stinking band of dead Arakeen life, killed by foreign plants and too much water, now forming a barrier against the desert. Presently, Ganima said, I'm ready. Let us begin. Yes, damn all. He reached out, touched her arm to soften the exclamation, said, Please, Gunny. Sing that song. It makes this easier for me. Ganima hitched herself closer to him, circled his waist with her left arm. She drew in 2 deep breaths, cleared her throat, and began singing in a clear piping voice the words her mother had so often sung for their father. Here I redeem the pledge thou gavest. I pour sweet water upon thee. Life shall prevail in this windless place. My love, thou shalt live in a palace. Thy enemies shall fall to emptiness. We travel this path together, which love has traced for thee. Surely well do I show the way, for my love is thy palace. Her voice fell into the desert silence, which even a whisper might despoil, and Leto found himself sinking, becoming the father whose memory spread like an overlayer in the genes of his immediate past. For this brief space I must be Paul, he told himself. This is not Gani beside me. It's my beloved Cheney, whose wise counsel saved us both many a time. For her part, Ganima had slipped into the persona memory of her mother with frightening ease, as she had known she would. How much easier this was for the female, and how much more dangerous. In a voice turned suddenly husky, Ganima said, "Look there, beloved." First moon had risen, and against its cold light they saw an arc of orange fire falling upward into space. The transport which had brought the Lady Jessica, laden now with spice, was returning to its mother cluster in orbit. The keenness of remembrances ran through Leto then, bringing memories like bright bell sounds. For a flickering instant, he was another Leto, Jessica's Duke. Necessity pushed those memories aside, but not before he felt the piercing of the love and the pain. I must be Paul, he reminded himself. The transformation came over him with a frightening duality, as though Leto were a dark screen against which his father was projected. He felt both his own flesh and his father's, and the flickering differences threatened to overcome him. "Help me, father," he whispered. The flickering disturbance passed, and now there was another imprint upon his awareness, while his own identity as Leto stood at one side as an observer. "My last vision has not yet come to pass," he said, and the voice was Paul's. He turned to Ganima. "You know what I saw." She touched his cheek with her right hand. "Did you walk into the desert to die, beloved? Is that what you did?" "And maybe that I did. But that vision, would that not be reason enough to stay alive?" "But blind," she asked. "Even so. Where could you go?" He took a deep, shuddering breath. "Jakarutu." "Beloved!" Tears began flowing down her cheeks. "Muad'Dib, the hero, must be destroyed utterly," he said. "Otherwise this child cannot bring us back from chaos." "The golden path," she said. "It is not a good vision. It's the only possible vision." "Aliyah has failed, then?" "Utterly. You see the record of it." "Your mother has returned too late." She nodded, and it was Cheney's wise expression on the childish face of Ganima. "Could there not be another vision? Perhaps if—" "No, beloved. Not yet. This child cannot peer into the future yet and return safely." Again a shuddering breath disturbed his body, and Leto Observer felt the deep longing of his father to live once more in vital flesh, to make living decisions, and how desperate the need to unmake past mistakes. "Father!" Leto called, and it was as though he shouted echoingly within his own skull. It was a profound act of will which Leto had felt then, the slow, clinging withdrawal of his father's internal presence, the release of senses and muscles. "Beloved," Cheney's voice whispered beside him, and the withdrawal slowed. "What is happening?" "Don't go yet," Leto said, and it was his own voice, rasping and uncertain, still his own. Then, "Cheney, you must tell us, how do we avoid what has happened to Aliyah?" It was Paul within who answered him, though, with words which fell upon his inner ear, halting and with long pauses. "There is no certainty. You saw what almost happened with me." "But Aliyah, the damn Baron has her!" Leto felt his throat burning with dryness. "Is he... have I... He's in you. But we cannot... Sometimes we sense each other, but not you." "Can you not read my thoughts?" Leto asked. "Would you know that if he..." "Sometimes I can feel your thoughts. But
We live only through the reflection of your awareness. Your memory creates us. The danger, it's a precise memory. And those of us who loved power and gathered it at any price, those can be more precise. Stronger, Leto whispered. Stronger. I know your vision, Leto said. Rather than let him have me, I'll become you. Not that. Leto nodded to himself, sensing the enormous will force his father had required to withdraw, recognizing the consequences of failure. Any possession reduced the possession to abomination. The recognition gave him a renewed sense of strength, and he felt his own body with abnormal acuteness and deeply drawn awareness of past mistakes, his own and those of his ancestors. It was the uncertainties which weakened. He saw this now. For an instant, temptation warred with fear within him. This flesh possessed the ability to transform melange into a vision of the future. With the spice, he could breathe the future, shatter time's veils. He found the temptation difficult to shed, clasped his hands and sank into the pranabindu awareness. His flesh negated the temptation. His flesh wore the deep knowledge learned in body by Paul. Those who sought the future hoped to gain the winning gamble on tomorrow's race. Instead, they found themselves trapped into a lifetime, whose every heartbeat and anguished wail was known. Paul's final vision had showed the precarious way out of that trap, and Leto knew now that he had no other choice but to follow that way. The joy of living. Its beauty is all bound up in the fact that life can surprise you, he said. A soft voice whispered in his ear. I've always known that beauty. Leto turned his head, stared into Ganima's eyes which glistened in the bright moonlight. He saw Cheney looking back at him. Mother, he said, you must withdraw. Ah, the temptation, she said, and kissed him. He pushed away. Would you take your daughter's life? He demanded. It's so easy. So foolishly easy, she said. Leto, feeling panic begin to grip him, remembered what an effort of his father's persona within had required to abandon the flesh. Was Ganima lost in that observer world, where he had watched and listened, learning what he had required from his father? I will despise you, mother, he said. Others won't despise me, she said. Be my beloved. If I do, you know what you'll both become, he said. My father will despise you. Never! I will! The sound was jerked out of his throat without his volition, and carried all the old overtones of the voice, which Paul had learned from his witch mother. Don't say it, she moaned. I will despise you. Please, please don't say it. Leto rubbed his throat, feeling the muscles become once more in his own. He will despise you. He will turn his back on you. He'll go into the desert again. No. No. She shook her head from side to side. You must leave, mother, he said. No. No. But the voice lacked its original force. Leto watched his sister's face, how the muscles twitched. Emotions fled across the flesh of the turmoil within her. Leave, he whispered. Leave. No! He gripped her arm, felt the tremors which pulsed through her muscles, the nerves twitching. She writhed, tried to pull away, but he held tightly to her arm, whispering, Leave. Leave. And all the time Leto berated himself for talking Ghani into this parent game, which once they'd played often, but she had lately resisted. It was true that the female had more weakness than that inner assault, he realized. There lay the origin of Bene Gesserit fear. Hours passed and still Ganima's body trembled and twitched with the inner battle. But now his sister's voice joined the argument. He heard her talking to that imago within. The pleading. Mother, please. And once, You've seen Aliyah. Will you become another Aliyah? At last Ganima leaned against him, whispered, She's accepted it. She's gone. He stroked her head. Ghani, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'll never ask you to do that again. It was selfish. Forgive me. There's nothing to forgive, she said, and her voice came panting as though after great physical exertion. We've learned much that we need to know. She spoke to you of many things, he said. We'll share it later when... No! We'll do it now. You were right. My golden path. Your damned golden path.
Logic's useless unless it's armed with essential data, he said. But grandmother came back to guide our education and to see if we'd been contaminated. That's what Duncan says. There's nothing new at prime computation, she agreed, her voice strengthening. She pulled away from him, looked out at the desert which lay in a pre-dawn hush. This battle, this knowledge, had cost them a night. The royal guard beyond the moisture seal must have had much to explain. Leto would charge that nothing disturbed them. People often learn subtlety as they age, Leto said. What is it we're learning with all this agedness to draw upon? The universe as we see it is never quite the exact physical universe, she said. We mustn't perceive this grandmother just as a grandmother. That'd be dangerous, he agreed. But there's something beyond subtlety, she said. We must have a place in our awareness to perceive what we can't preconceive. That's why my mother spoke to me often of Jessica. At the last, when we were both reconciled to that inner exchange, she said many things. Ganima sighed. We know she's our grandmother, he said. You were with her for hours yesterday. Is that why, if we allow it, our knowing will determine how we react to her? Ganima said. That's what my mother kept warning me. She quoted our grandmother once and... Ganima touched his arm. I heard the echo of it within me in our grandmother's voice. Warning you, Leto said. He found this thought disturbing. Was nothing in this world dependable? Most deadly errors arise from obsolete assumptions, Ganima said. That's what my mother kept quoting. That's pure Bene Gesserit. If Jessica's gone back to the sisterhood completely, that'd be very dangerous to us, he said, completing the thought. We carry the blood of their Kwisatz Haderach, their male Bene Gesserit. They won't abandon that search, she said, but they may abandon us. Our grandmother could be the instrument. There's another way, he said. Yes, the two of us. Mated. But they know the recessives might complicate that pairing. It's a gamble they must have discussed. And with their grandmother at that. I don't like that way. Nor I. Still, it's not the first time a royal line has tried to... It repels me, he said, shuddering. She felt the movement. Fell silent. Power, he said. And in that strange alchemy of their similarities, she knew where his thoughts had been. The power of the Kwisatz Haderach must fail, she agreed. Used in their way, he said. In that instant, day came to the desert beyond the vantage point. They sensed the heat beginning. Colors leapt forth from the plantings beneath the cliff. Gray-green leaves sent spiked shadows along the ground. The low morning light of Dune's silvery sun revealed a verdant oasis of golden and purple shadows in the well of the sheltering cliffs. Leto stood then, stretched. The golden path, then, Ganima said, and she spoke as much to herself as to him, knowing how their father's last vision met and melted into Leto's dreams. Something brushed against the moisture seals behind them, and voices could be heard murmuring there. Leto reverted to the ancient language they used for privacy. Li'ani haor samis, skmui om samitsut. That was where the decision lodged itself in their awareness. Literally, we will accompany each other into deathliness, though only one may return to report it. Ganima stood then, and together they returned through the moisture seals to the siege, where the guards roused themselves and fell in behind as the twins headed toward their own quarters. The throngs parted before them with indifference on the morning, exchanging glances with the guards. Spending the night alone above the desert was an old Fremen custom for the holy sages. All the Ummah had practiced this form of vigil. Paul Muad'Dib had done it, and Aliyah. Now the royal twins had begun. Leto noted the difference, mentioned it to Ganima. They don't know what we've decided for them, she said. They don't really know. Still in their private language, he said, it requires the most fortuitous beginning. Ganima hesitated a moment to form her thoughts. Then, in that time mourning for the sibling, it must be exactly real, even to the making of the tomb. The hearts must follow the sleep, lest there be no awakening. In the ancient tongue, it was an extremely convoluted statement, employing a pronominal object separated from the infinitive.
It was a syntax which allowed each set of internal phrases to turn upon itself, becoming several different meanings, all definite and quite distinct, but subtly interrelated. In part, what she had said was that they risked death with Leto's plan. And real or simulated, it made no difference. The resultant change would be likely death, literally funeral murder. And there was an added meaning to the whole which pointed accusatively to whoever survived her report, that is, to act out the living part. Any misstep there would negate the entire plan, and Leto's golden path would become a dead end. Extremely delicate, Leto agreed. He parted the hangings for them as they entered their own anteroom. Activity among their attendants paused only for a heartbeat, as the twins crossed the arched passage which led to the quarters assigned to Lady Jessica. "You're not Osiris," Ganima reminded him. "Nor will I try to be." Ganima took his arm to stop him. "Alia Darsatai Chonis Small," she warned. Leto stared into his sister's eyes. Indeed, Alia's actions did give off a foul smell which their grandmother must have noted. He smiled appreciatively at Ganima. She had mixed the ancient tongue with Fremen superstition to call upon a most basic tribal omen. Miss Small, the foul odor of a summer night, was the harbinger of death at the hands of demons. And Isis had been the demon goddess of death to the people whose tongue they now spoke. "We Atreides have a reputation for audacity to maintain," he said. "So we'll take what we need," she said. "It's that or become petitioners before our own regency," he said. "Alia would enjoy that. But our plan..." She let it trail off. Our plan, he thought. She shared it completely now. He said, "I think of our plan as the toil of the Shaduf." Ganima glanced back at the anteroom through which they'd passed, smelling the furry odors of morning with their sense of eternal beginning. She liked the way Leto had employed their private language. Toil of the Shaduf. It was a pledge. He'd called it their planned agricultural work of a very menial kind. Fertilizing, irrigating, weeding, transplanting, pruning, yet with the Fremen implication that this labor occurred simultaneously in another world, where it symbolized cultivating the richness of the soul. Ganima studied her brother as they hesitated here in the rock passage. It had grown increasingly obvious to her that he was pleading on two levels. One, for the golden path of his vision, and their father's, and two, that she allow him free rein to carry out the extremely dangerous myth creation which the plan generated. This frightened her. Was there more to his private vision that he had not shared? Could he see himself as the potentially defied figure to lead humankind to a rebirth, like father, like son? The cult of Muad'Dib had turned sour, fermenting in Alia's mismanagement and the unbridled license of a military priesthood, which ruled the Fremen power. Leto wanted regeneration. He's hiding something from me, she realized. She reviewed what he had told her of his dream. It held such iridescent reality that he might walk around for hours afterward in a daze. The dream never varied, he said. "I am on sand in bright yellow daylight, yet there is no sun. Then I realize that I am the sun. My light shines out as a golden path. When I realize this, I move out of myself. I turn, expecting to see myself as the sun. But I'm not the sun. I am a stick figure. A child's drawing with zigzagging lines for eyes, stick legs and stick arms. There's a scepter in my left hand, and it's a real scepter, much more detailed in its reality than the stick figure which holds it. The scepter moves, and this terrifies me. As it moves, I feel myself awaken, yet I know I'm still dreaming. I realize then that my skin is encased in something, an armor which moves as my skin moves. I cannot see this armor, but I feel it. My terror leaves me then, for this armor gives me the strength of 10,000 men." As Ganima stared at him, Leto tried to pull away, to continue their course toward Jessica's quarters. Ganima resisted. "This golden path could be no better than any other path," she said. Leto looked at the rock floor between them, feeling the strong return of Ganima's doubts. "I must do it," he said. "Alia is possessed," she said. "That could happen to us. It could already have happened, and we might not know it." "No." He shook his head, met her gaze. Alia resisted. That gave the powers within her their strength. By her own strength, she was overcome. We've dared to search within.
to seek out the old languages and the old knowledge. We're already amalgams of those lives within us. We don't resist, we ride with them. This was what I learned from our father last night. It's what I had to learn. He said nothing of that within me. Well, you listen to our mother, it's what we... And I almost lost. Is she still strong within you? Fear tightened his face. Yes. But now I think she guards me with her love. You were very good when you argued with her. And Ganima thought about the reflected mother within. Said, our mothers exist now for me in the Alam al-Nithal, with the others. But she's tasted the fruit of hell. Now I can listen to her without fear. As to the others, yes, he said. And I listened to my father. But I think I'm really following the counsel of the grandfather for whom I was named. Perhaps the name makes it easy. Are you counseled to speak to our grandmother of the Golden Path? Leto waited while an attendant pressed past them with a basket tray, carrying the Lady Jessica's breakfast. A strong smell of spice filled the air as the attendant passed. She lives in us and in her own flesh, Leto said. Her counsel can be consulted twice. Not by me, Ganima protested. I'm not risking that again. Then by me. I thought we agreed that she's gone back to the Sisterhood. Indeed. Bene Gesserit at her beginning, her own creature in the middle, and Bene Gesserit at the end. But remember that she too carries Harkonnen blood, and is closer to it than we are. That she has experienced a form of this inner sharing which we have. A very shallow form, Ganima said. And you haven't answered my question. I don't think I'll mention the Golden Path. I may. Ghani! We don't need any more Atreides gods. We need space for humanity. Have I ever denied it? No. She took a deep breath and looked away from him. Attendants peered in at them from the anteroom, hearing the argument by its tone, but unable to understand the ancient words. We have to do it, he said. If we fail to act, we might just as well fall upon our knives. He used the Fremen form which carried the meaning of spill our water to the travel cistern. Once more Ganima looked at him. She was forced to agree. But she felt trapped within a construction of many walls. They both knew a day of reckoning lay across their path, no matter what they did. Ganima knew this with a certainty reinforced by the data garnered from those other memory lives. But now she feared the strength at which she gave those other psyches by using the data of their experiences. They lurked like harpies within her, shadow demons waiting in ambush. Except for her mother, who had held the fleshly power and had renounced it. Ganima still felt shaken by that inner struggle, knowing she would have lost but for Leto's persuasiveness. Leto said his golden path led out of this trap, except for the nagging realization that he withheld something from his vision. She could only accept his sincerity. He needed her fertile creativity to enrich the plan. We'll be tested, he said, knowing where her doubts led. Not in the spice. Perhaps even there. Surely in the desert and in the trial of possession. You never mentioned the trial of possession, she accused. Is that part of your dream? He tried to swallow in a dry throat. Curse this betrayal. Yes. Then we'll be possessed. No. She thought about the trial. That ancient Fremen examination whose ending most often brought hideous death. Then this plan had other complexities. It would take them to an edge where a plunge to either side might not be countenanced by the human mind, and the mind remained sane. Knowing where her thoughts meandered, Leto said, Power attracts the psychotics. Always. That's what we have to avoid within ourselves. You're sure we won't be possessed? Not if we create the Golden Path. Still doubtful, she said, I'll not bear your children, Leto. He shook his head, suppressing the inner betrayals, lapsed into the royal formal form of the ancient tongue. Sister mine, I love you more dearly than myself, but that is not the tender of my desires. Very well. Then let us return to another argument before we join our grandmother. A knife slipped into Aaliyah might settle most of our problems. If you believe that, you believe we walk in mud and leave no tracks, he said. Besides, when has Aaliyah ever given anyone an opportunity? There is talk about this Javid. Does Duncan show any signs of growing horns? Ganima shrugged. 1 poison? 2 poison? It was the common label applied to the royal habit of cataloging companions by their threat to your person, a mark of rulers everywhere.
We must do it my way, he said. The other way might be cleaner. By her reply, he knew she had finally suppressed her doubts and come around to agreement with his plan. The realization brought him no happiness. He found himself looking at his own hands, wondering if the dirt would cling. This was Muad'Dib's achievement. He saw the subliminal reservoir of each individual as an unconscious bank of memories going back to the primal cell of our common genesis. Each of us, he said, can measure out of his distance from that common origin. Seeing this and telling of it, he made the audacious leap of decision. Muad'Dib set himself the task of integrating genetic memory into ongoing evaluation. Thus did he break through time's veils, making a single thing of the future and the past. That was Muad'Dib's creation embodied in his son and daughter. Testament of Arrakis, by Hark al-Ada. Ferrodin strode through the garden compound of his grandfather's royal palace, watching his shadow grow shorter as the son of Seleucus Secundus climbed toward noon. He had to stretch himself a bit to keep step with the tall Bashar who accompanied him. I have doubts, Titanic, he said. Oh, there's no denying the attractions of a throne, but... He drew in a deep breath. I have so many interests. Titanic, fresh from a savage argument with Ferrodin's mother, glanced sidelong at the prince, noting how the lad's flesh was firming as he approached his 18th birthday. There was less and less of Wensicia in him, and within each passing day more and more of old Shaddam, who had preferred his private pursuits to the responsibilities of royalty. That was what had cost him the throne in the end, of course. He'd grown soft in the ways of command. You have to make a choice, Titanic said. Oh, doubtless there will be time for some of your interests, but... Ferrodin chewed his lower lip. Duty held him here, but he felt frustrated. He would far rather have gone to the rock enclave where the sand-trout experiments were being conducted. Now there was a project with enormous potential. Wrest the spice monopoly from the Atreides, and anything might happen. You're sure these twins will be... eliminated? Nothing absolutely certain, my prince, but the prospects are good. Ferrodin shrugged. Assassination remained a royal fact of life. The language was filled with the subtle permutations of ways to eliminate important personages. By a single word, one could distinguish between poison in drink or poison in food. He presumed the elimination of the Atreides twins would be accomplished by poison. It was not a pleasant thought. By all accounts, the twins were a most interesting pair. Would we have to move to Arrakis? Ferrodin asked. It's the best choice. Put us at the point of great pressure. Ferrodin appeared to be avoiding some question, and Titanic wondered what it might be. I'm troubled, Titanic, Ferrodin said, speaking as they rounded a hedge corner and approached a fountain surrounded by giant black roses. Gardeners could be heard snipping beyond the hedges. Yes? Titanic prompted. This, religion, which you professed. Nothing strange about that, my prince, Titanic said, and hoped his voice remained firm. This religion speaks to the warrior in me. It's a fitting religion for a Sardaukar. That, at least, was true. Yes, but my mother seemed so pleased by it. Damn Wensicia, he thought. She's made her son suspicious. I care not what your mother thinks, Titanic said. A man's religion is his own affair. Perhaps you see something in this that may help you put it on the throne. That was my thought, Ferrodin said. This is a sharp lad, Titanic thought. He said, Look into the religion for yourself. You'll see at once why I chose it. Still, Muad'Dib's preaching. He was an Atreides, after all. I can only say that the ways of God are mysterious, Titanic said. I see. Tell me, Tig, why'd you ask me to walk with you just now? It's almost noon, and usually you're off to some place or other at my mother's command this time of day. Titanic stopped at a stone bench which looked upon the fountain and the giant roses beyond. The splashing water soothed him, and he kept his attention upon it as he spoke. My prince, I've done something which your mother may not like. And he thought, if he believes that, her damnable scheme will work. Titanic almost hoped Wensicia's scheme would fail. Bringing that damnable preacher here. She was insane. And the cost. As Titanic remained silent, waiting, Ferrodin asked, All right, Tyke, what have you done? I brought a practitioner of oneiromancy, Titanic said. Ferrodin shot a sharp glance at his companion. Some of the older Sardaukar played the dream interpretation game, had done so increasingly since their defeat by that supreme dreamer, Muad'Dib. Somewhere within their dreams, they reasoned, might lay a way back to power and glory. But Titanic had always eschewed this play.
This doesn't sound like you, Tyke, Ferden said. Then I can only speak for my new religion, he said, addressing the fountain. To speak of religion was, of course, why they'd risk bringing the preacher here. Then speak from this religion, Ferden said. As my prince commands. He turned, looked at this youthful holder of all the dreams which were now distilled into the path which House Carina would follow. Church and state, my prince. Even scientific reason and faith are even more. Progress and tradition. All of these are reconciled in the teachings of Muad'Dib. He taught that there are no intrasignate opposites except in the beliefs of men, and sometimes in their dreams. One discovers the future in the past, and both are a part of the whole. In spite of doubts which he could not dispel, Ferden found himself impressed by these words. He heard a note of reluctant sincerity in Tychanic's voice, as though the man spoke against inner compulsions. And that's why you bring me this interpreter of dreams. Yes, my prince. Perhaps your dream penetrates time. You win back your consciousness of your inner being when you recognize the universe as a coherent whole. Your dreams, well... But I spoke idly of my dreams, Ferden protested. They're a curiosity, no more. I never once suspected that you, my prince, nothing you can do can be unimportant. It's very flattering, Tyke. Do you really believe this fellow can see into the heart of great mysteries? I do, my prince. Then let my mother be displeased. You'll see him. Well, of course, since you brought him here to displease my mother. Does he mock me? Tychanic wondered. And he said, I must warn you that the old man wears a mask. It's an Ixian device which enables the sightless to see with their skin. He's blind. Yes, my prince. Does he know who I am? I told him, my prince. Very well. Let us go to him. If my prince will wait a moment here, I'll bring the man to him. Ferden looked around the fountain garden, smiled. As good a place as any for this foolishness. Have you told him what I dreamed? Only in general terms, my prince. He'll ask you for a personal accounting. Oh, very well. I'll wait here. Bring the fellow. Ferden turned his back, heard Tychanic retire in haste. A gardener could be seen working just beyond the hedge, the top of a brown-capped head, the flashing of shears poking above the greenery. The movement was hypnotic. The stream business is nonsense, Ferden thought. It was wrong of Tyke to do this without consulting me. Strange that Tyke should get religion at his age. And now it's dreams. Presently he heard footsteps behind him. Tychanic's familiar positive stride and more dragging gait. Ferden turned, stared at the approaching dream interpreter. The Ixian mask was a black gauzy affair, which concealed the face from the forehead to below the chin. There were no eye slits in the mask. If one were to believe the Ixian boasts, the entire mask was a single eye. Tychanic stopped 2 paces from Ferden, but the masked old man approached no less than a pace. The interpreter of dreams, Tychanic said. Ferden nodded. The masked old man coughed in a remote grunting fashion, as though trying to bring something up from his stomach. Ferden was acutely conscious of a sour spice smell from the old man. It emanated from the long grey robe which covered his body. Is that mask truly a part of your flesh? Ferden asked, realizing he was trying to delay the subject of dreams. Well, I wear it, the old man said, and his voice carried a bitter twang and just a suggestion of Fremen accent. Your dream, he said. Tell me. Ferden shrugged. Why not? That was why Tyke had brought the old man, or was it? Doubt gripped Ferden, and he asked, Are you truly a practitioner of oniromancy? I've come to interpret your dream, puissant lord. Again Ferden shrugged. This masked figure made him nervous, and he glanced at Tychanic, who remained where he had stopped, arms folded, staring at the fountain. Your dream, then, the old man pressed. Ferden inhaled deeply, began to relate the dream. It became easier to talk as he got fully into it. He told about the water flowing upward in the well, about the worlds which were atoms dancing in his head, about the snake which transformed itself into a sandworm and exploded in a cloud of dust. Telling about the snake, he was surprised to discover required more effort. A terrible reluctance inhibited him, and this made him angry as he spoke. The old man remained impassive as Ferden at last fell silent. The black gauze mask moved silently to his breathing. Ferden waited. The silence continued. Presently Ferden asked, Aren't you going to interpret my dream? I have interpreted, he said, his voice seeming to come from a long distance.
Well? Ferridan heard his own voice squeaking, telling him the tension his dream had produced. Still, the old man remained impassively silent. Tell me then! The anger was obvious in his tone.
I said I'd interpret, the old man said. I did not agree to tell you my interpretation.
Even Titanic was moved by this, dropping his arms into balled fists at his sides. What? He grated.
I did not say I'd reveal my interpretation, the old man said.
You wish more pay? Ferridan asked.
I did not ask pay when I was brought here.
A certain cold pride in the response softened Ferridan's anger. This was a brave old man, at any rate. He must know death could follow disobedience. Allow me, my prince, Titanic said as Ferridan started to speak. Then, will you tell us why you won't reveal your interpretation?
Yes, my lords. The dream tells me there would be no purpose in explaining these things.
Ferridan could not contain himself. Are you saying I already know the meaning of my dream?
Perhaps you do, my lord, but that is not my gist.
Titanic moved up to stand beside Ferridan. Both glared at the old man. Explain yourself, Titanic said. Indeed, Ferridan said.
If I were to speak of this dream, to explore these matters of water and dust, snakes and worms, to analyze the atoms which dance in your head as they do in mine, puissant lord, my words would only confuse you, and you would insist upon my misunderstanding.
Do you fear that your words might anger me? Ferridan demanded.
My lord, you're already angry.
Is it that you don't trust us? Titanic asked.
That is very close to the mark, my lord. I do not trust either of you, and for the simple reason that you do not trust yourselves.
You walk dangerously close to the edge, Titanic said. Men have been killed for behavior less abusive than yours. Ferridan nodded, said, Don't tempt us to anger.
The fatal consequences of Carino anger are well known, my lord. Of Salusa Secundus, the man said.
Titanic put a restraining hand on Ferridan's arm. Asked, Are you trying to goad us into killing you? Ferridan had not thought of that. Felt a chill now as he considered what such behavior might mean. Was this old man who called himself preacher? Was he more than he appeared? What might be the consequences of his death? Martyrs could be dangerous creations.
I doubt that you'll kill me no matter what I say, the preacher said. I think you know my value, Bashar, and your prince now suspects it.
You absolutely refuse to interpret his dream? Titanic asked.
I have interpreted it.
And you will not reveal what you've seen in it?
You blame me, my lord?
How can you be valuable to me? Ferridan asked. The preacher held out his right hand.
If I but beckon with this hand, Duncan Idaho will come to me, and he will obey me.
What idle boast is this? Ferridan asked. But Titanic shook his head, recalling his argument with Wincisia. He said, My prince, it could be true. This preacher has many followers on Dune. Why didn't you tell me he was from that place? Ferridan asked. Before Titanic could answer, the preacher addressed Ferridan.
My lord, you must not feel guilty about Arrakis. You're but a product of your times. This is a special pleading which any man may make when his guilt assail him.
Guilt! Ferridan was outraged. The preacher only shrugged. Oddly, this shifted Ferridan from outrage to amusement. He laughed, throwing his head back, drawing a startled glance from Titanic. Then, I like you, preacher.
This gratifies me, prince, the old man said.
Suppressing a chuckle, Ferridan said, We'll find you an apartment here in the palace. You'll be my official interpreter of dreams, even though you never give me a word of interpretation. And you can advise me about Dune. I have a great curiosity about that place.
This I cannot do, prince.
An edge of his anger returned. Ferridan glared at the black mask. And why not? Pray tell. My prince, Titanic said, again touching Ferridan's arm. What is it, Tyke? We brought him here under bonded agreement with the guild. He's to be returned to Dune.
I'm summoned back to Arrakis, the preacher said.
But who summons you? Ferridan demanded.
A power greater than thine, prince.
Ferridan shot a questioning glance at Titanic. Is he an Atreides spy? Not likely, my prince. Ali has put a price on his head. If it's not the Atreides, then who summons you? Ferridan asked, returning his attention to the preacher.
A power greater than the Atreides.
A chuckle escaped Ferrodin. This is only mystic nonsense. How could Tyke be fooled by such stuff? This preacher had been summoned, most likely by a dream. Of what importance were dreams? This has been a waste of time, Tyke, Ferrodin said. Why did you subject me to this farce? There's a double price here, my prince, Titanic said. This interpreter of dreams promised me to deliver Duncan Idaho as an agent of House Carino. All he asked was to meet you and interpret your dream. And Titanic added to himself, or so he told Wensicia. New doubts assailed the Bashar. Why is my dream so important to you, old man? Ferrodin asked. Your dream tells me that great events move toward a logical conclusion, the preacher said. I must hasten my return. Mocking, Ferrodin said, And you remain inscrutable, giving me no advice. Advice, Prince, is a dangerous commodity. But I will venture a few words which you may take as advice, or in any other way which pleases you. By all means, said Ferrodin. The preacher held his masked face rigidly, confronting Ferrodin. Governments may rise and fall for reasons which appear insignificant, Prince. What small events? An argument between two women. Which way the wind blows on a certain day. A sneeze, a cough, the length of a garment, or the chance collision of a fleck of sand and a courtier's eye. It is not always the majestic concerns of imperial ministers which dictate the course of history, nor is it necessarily the pontifications of priests which move the hands of God. Ferrodin found himself profoundly stirred by these words, and could not explain his emotion. Titanic, however, had focused on one phrase. Why did this preacher speak of a garment? Titanic's mind focused on the imperial costumes dispatched the Atreides twins, the tigers trained to attack. Was this old man voicing a subtle warning? How much did he know? How is this advice? Ferrodin asked. If you would succeed, the preacher said, you must reduce your strategy to its point of application. Where does one apply strategy? At a particular place and with a particular people in mind. But even with the greatest concern for minutiae, some small detail with no significance attached to it will escape you. Can your strategy, Prince, be reduced to the ambitions of a regional governor's wife? His voice cold, Titanic interrupted. Why do you harp upon strategy, preacher? What is it you think my prince will have? He's being led to desire a throne, the preacher said. I wish him good luck, but he'll need much more than that. These are dangerous words, Ferrodin said. How is it you dare such words? Ambitions tend to remain undisturbed by realities, the preacher said. I dare such words because you stand at a crossroad. You could become admirable. But now you're surrounded by those who do not seek moral justifications, by advisors who are strategy-oriented. You're young, strong, tough, but you lack a certain advanced training by which your character might evolve. This is sad because you have a weakness, whose dimensions I've described. What do you mean? Titanic demanded. Have a care when you speak, Ferrodin said. What is this weakness? You've given no thought to the kind of society you might prefer, the preacher said. You do not consider the hopes of your subjects. Even the form of the Imperium which you seek has little shape in your imaginings. He turned his masked face toward Titanic. Your eye is upon the power, not upon its subtle uses and its perils. Your future is filled thus with manifest unknowns, with arguing women, with coughs and windy days. How can you create an epoch when you cannot see every detail? Your tough mind will not serve you. This is where you are weak. Ferrodin studied the old man for a long space, wondering at the deeper issues implied by such thoughts, at the persistence of such discredited concepts. Morality, social goals. These were missed to be put aside in belief, in upward movement of evolution. Titanic said, We've had enough words. What of the price agreed upon, preacher? Duncan Idaho is yours, the preacher said. Have a care how you use him. He is a jewel beyond price. I'll weave a suitable mission for him, Titanic said. He glanced at Ferrodin. By your leave, my prince. Send him packing before I change my mind, Ferrodin said. Then, glaring at Titanic, I don't like the way you've used me, Tyek. Forgive him, Prince, the preacher said. Your faithful Bashar does God's will without even knowing it. Bowing, the preacher departed, and Titanic hurried to see him away. Ferrodin watched their retreating backs, thought, I must look into this religion which Tyke espouses. Then he smiled ruefully.
What a dream interpreter. But what matter? My dream was not an important thing.
And he saw a vision of armor. The armor was not his own skin. It was stronger than plasteel. Nothing penetrated his armor. Not knife or poison or sand. Not the dust of the desert or its desiccating heat. In his right hand he carried the power to make the Coriolis storm, to shake the earth and erode it into nothing. His eyes were fixed upon the golden path, and in his left hand he carried the scepter of absolute mastery. And beyond the golden path, his eyes looked into eternity, which he knew to be the food of his soul and of his everlasting flesh. Haya, my brother's dream, from the Book of Ganima. It'd be better for me to never become emperor, Leto said. Oh, I don't imply that I've made my father's mistake and peered into the future with a glass of spice. I say this thing out of selfishness. My sister and I desperately need a time of freedom when we can learn how to live with what we are. He fell silent, stared questioningly at the Lady Jessica. He'd spoken his piece as he and Ganima had agreed. Now what would be their grandmother's response? Jessica studied her grandson in the low light of glow globes, which illuminated her quarters in Siege Tabor. It was still early morning of her second day here, and she'd already had disturbing reports that the twins had spent a night of vigil outside the siege. What were they doing? She had not slept well, and she felt fatigue acids demanding that she come down from the hyper level, which had sustained her through all the demanding necessities since that crucial performance at the spaceport. This was the siege of her nightmares. But outside, that was not the desert she remembered. Where have all the flowers come from? And the air around her felt too damp. Stillsuit discipline was lax among the young. What are you, child? That you need time to learn about yourself? She asked. He shook his head gently, knowing it to be a bizarre gesture of adulthood on a child's body, reminding himself that he must keep this woman off balance. First, I'm not a child. Oh, he touched his chest. This is a child's body, no doubt of that, but I am not a child. Jessica chewed her upper lip, disregarding what this betrayed. Her duke, so many years dead on this accursed planet, had laughed at her when she did this. Your one unbridled response, he'd called that chewing of the lip. It tells me that you're disturbed, and I must kiss those lips to still their fluttering. Now this grandson who bore the name of her duke shocked her into heart-pounding stillness merely by smiling, and saying, You're disturbed. I see it by the fluttering of those lips. It required the most profound discipline of her Bene Gesserit training to restore a semblance of calm. She managed, Do you taunt me? Taunt you? Never. But I must make it clear to you how much we differ. Let me remind you of that siege orgy so long ago when the old Reverend Mother gave her your lives and her memories. She tuned yourself to you and gave you that, so long chain of sausages, each one a person. You have them yet, so you know something of what Ganima and I experience. And Aaliyah, Jessica asked, testing him. Didn't you discuss that with Gani? I wish to discuss it with you. Very well. Aaliyah denied what she was and became that which she most feared. The past within cannot be relegated to the unconscious. That is a dangerous course for any human. But for us who are preborn, it's worse than death. And that's all I'll say about Aaliyah. So you're not a child, Jessica said. I'm millions of years old. That requires adjustments which humans have never before been called upon to make. Jessica nodded, calmer now, much more cautious than she'd been with Ganima. And where was Ganima? Why had Leto come here alone? Well, grandmother, he said. Are we abominations or are we the hope of the Atreides? Jessica ignored the question. Where's your sister? She distracts Aaliyah to keep us from being disturbed. It is necessary, but Gani would say nothing more to you than I've said. Didn't you observe that yesterday? What I observed yesterday is my affair. Why do you prattle about abomination? Prattle? Don't give me your Bene Gesserit cant, grandmother. I'll feed it back to you word for word, right out of your own memories. I want more than the fluttering of your lips. Jessica shook her head, feeling the coldness of this person who carried her blood. The resources at his disposal daunted her. She tried to match his tone, asked, What do you know of my intentions? He sniffed. You needn't inquire whether I've made the mistake my father made. I've not looked outside our garden of time, at least not by seeking it out. Leave absolute knowledge of the future to those moments of déjà vu which any human may experience. I know the trap of prescience, My father's life tells me what I need to know about it. No, grandmother. To know the future is absolutely trapped into that future absolutely. It collapses time. Present becomes future. I require more freedom than that. Jessica felt her tongue twitch with unspoken words. How could she respond to him with something he didn't already know? This was monstrous. He's me. He's my beloved Leto. This thought shocked her. Momentarily, she wondered if the childish mask might not lapse into those dear features and resurrect... No. Leto lowered his head, looked upward to study her. Yes, she could be maneuvered after all. He said, when you think of prescience, which I hope is rarely, you're probably no different from any other. Most people imagine how nice it would be to know tomorrow's quotation on the price of whale fur, or whether a Harkonnen will once more govern their homeworld of Giedi Prime. But of course we know the Harkonnens without prescience. Don't we, grandmother? She refused to rise to his baiting. Of course he would know about the cursed Harkonnen blood in his ancestry. Who is a Harkonnen? He asked, goading. Who is Beast Raban? Any one of us, eh? But I digress. I speak the popular myth of prescience. To know the future absolutely. All of it. What fortunes could be made and lost on such absolute knowledge, eh? The rabble believes this. They believe that if a little bit is good, more must be better. How excellent. And if you handed one of them the complete scenario of his life, the unvarying dialogue up to his moment of death, then what a hellish gift that would be. What utter boredom. Every living instant he'd be replaying what he knew absolutely. No deviation. He could anticipate every response, every utterance, over and over and over and over and over and... Leto shook his head. Ignorance has its advantages. A universe of surprises is what I pray for. It was a long speech, and as she listened, Jessica marveled at how his mannerisms, his intonations echoed his father, her lost son. Even the ideas, these were things Paul might have said. You remind me of your father, she said. Is that hurtful to you? In a way. But it's reassuring to know he lives on in you. How little you understand of how he lives on in me. Jessica found his tone flat but dripping bitterness. She lifted her chin to look directly at him. Or how your Duke lives in me, Leto said. Grandmother, Ganima is you. She's you to such an extent that your life holds not a single secret from her up to the instant you bore our father, and me. What a catalogue of fleshly recordings I am. There are moments when it's too much to bear. You come here to judge us. You come here to judge Aaliyah. Better that we judge you. Jessica demanded answers of herself and found none. What was he doing? Why this emphasis on his difference? Did he court rejection? Had he reached Aaliyah's condition? Abomination? This disturbs you, he said. It disturbs me. She permitted herself a futile shrug. Yes, it disturbs me, and for reasons you know full well. I'm sure you reviewed my Bene Gesserit training. Ganima admits it. I know Aaliyah did. You know the consequences of your difference. He peered upward at her with disturbing intensity. Almost. We did not take this tack with you, he said, and there was a sense of her own fatigue in his voice. We know the fluttering of your lips as your lover knew them. Any bedchamber endearment your Duke whispered is ours to recall at will. You've accepted this intellectually, no doubt. But I warn you that intellectual acceptance is not enough. If any of us becomes abomination, it could be you within us who creates it. Or my father. Or mother. Your Duke. Any one of you could possess us. And the condition would be the same. Jessica felt a burning in her chest. Dampness in her eyes. Leto, she managed, allowing herself to use his name at last. She found the pain less than she'd imagined it would be. Forced herself to continue. What is it you want of me? I would teach my grandmother. Teach me what? Last night, Ghani and I played the mother-father roles almost to our destruction, but we learned much. There are things one can know given awareness of conditions. Actions can be predicted. Aaliyah, now, it's well-nigh certainty that she's plotting to abduct you. Jessica blinked, shocked by the swift accusation. She knew this trick well, had employed it many times. Set a person up along one line of reasoning, then introduce the shocker from another line. She recovered with a sharp intake of breath. I know what Aaliyah's been doing, what she is, but grandmother, pity her.
Use your heart as well as your intelligence. You've done that before. You pose a threat, and Aaliyah wants the Imperium for her own. At least the thing she's become wants this. How do I know this isn't another abomination speaking? He shrugged. That's where your heart comes in. Ghani and I know how she fell. It isn't easy to adjust the clamor of that inner multitude. Suppress their egos and they will come crowding back every time you invoke a memory. One day, he swallowed in a dry throat. A strong one from that inner pack decides it's time to share the flesh. And there's nothing you can do? She asked the question, although she feared the answer. We believe there is something, yes. We cannot succumb to the spice, that's paramount. And we must not suppress the past entirely. We must use it. Make an amalgam of it. Finally, we'll mix them all into ourselves. We will no longer be our original selves, but we will not be possessed. You speak of a plot to abduct me. That's obvious. When Sissia is ambitious for her son, Aaliyah is ambitious for herself, and Aaliyah and Faradin. That's not indicated, he said. But Aaliyah and Winsissia run parallel courses right now. Winsissia has a sister in Aaliyah's house. What simpler thing than a message to... You know of such a message. As though I'd seen it and read its every word. But you've not seen such a message. No need. I've only to know that the Atreides are here all together on Arrakis. All of the water in one cistern. He gestured to encompass the planet. House Carino wouldn't dare attack us here. Aaliyah would profit if they did. A sneer in his voice provoked her. I won't be patronized by my own grandson, she said. Then damn it, woman, stop thinking of me as your grandson. Think of me as your Duke Leto. Tone and facial expression, even the abrupt hand gesture, were so exact that she fell silent in confusion. In a dry, remote voice, Leto said, I try to prepare you. Give me that at least. Why would Aaliyah abduct me? To blame it on House Carino, of course. I don't believe it. Even for her, this would be monstrous. Too dangerous. How could she do it without... I can't believe this. When it happens, you'll believe. Grandmother Ghani and I have but to eavesdrop within ourselves, and we know. It's simple self-preservation. How else can we even guess at the mistakes being made around us? I do not for a minute accept that abduction is part of Aaliyah. Gods below, how can you, a Bene Gesserit, be this dense? The whole Imperium suspects why you're here. When Sissia's propagandists are all prepared to discredit you. Aaliyah can't wait for that to happen. If you go down, House Atreides could suffer a mortal blow. What does the whole Imperium suspect? She measured out the words as coldly as possible, knowing she could not sway this unchild with any wile of voice. The Lady Jessica plans to breed those twins together, he rasped. That's what the Sisterhood wants. Incest. She blinked. Idle rumor. She swallowed. The Bene Gesserits will not let such a rumor run wild in the Imperium. We still have some influence, remember that. Rumor? What rumor? You've certainly held your options open on interbreeding us. He shook his head as she started to speak. Don't deny it. Let us pass puberty still living in the same household, and you in that household, and your influence will be no more than a rag waved in the face of a sandworm. Do you believe us to be such utter fools? Jessica asked. Indeed I do. Your sisterhood is nothing but a bunch of damn fool old women who haven't thought beyond their precious breeding program. Ghani and I know the levers they have. Do you think you fool us? Leverage. They know you're a Harkonnen. It'll be in their breeding records. Jessica out of Tanidia Neris by the Baron Vladimir Harkonnen. That record accidentally made public would pull your teeth. You think the sisterhood would stoop to blackmail? I know they would. Oh, they coded it sweetly. They told you to investigate the rumors about your daughter. They fed your curiosity and your fears. They invoked your sense of responsibility. Made you feel guilty because you'd fled back to Caladan. And they offered you the prospect of saving your grandchildren. Jessica could only stare at him in silence. It was as though he'd eavesdropped on the emotional meetings with her proctors from the sisterhood. She felt completely subdued by his words, and now began to accept the possibility that he spoke truth when he said Aaliyah had planned abduction. You see, grandmother, I have a difficult decision to make, he said. Do I follow the Atreides mystique? Do I live for my subjects and die for them? Or do I choose another course, one which would permit me to live thousands of years? Jessica recoiled involuntarily. These words spoken so easily touched on a subject the Bene Gesserits made almost unthinkable.
Many Reverend Mothers could choose that course, or try it. The manipulation of internal chemistry was available to initiates of the sisterhood. But if one did it, sooner or later all would try it. There could be no concealing such an accumulation of ageless women. They knew for certainty that this course would lead them to destruction. Short-lived humanity would turn upon them. No, it was unthinkable. "I don't like the trend of your thoughts," she said. "You don't understand my thoughts," he said. "Ghani and I—" he shook his head. "Aaliyah had it in her grasp and threw it away." "Are you sure of that? I've already sent word to the sisterhood that Aaliyah practices the unthinkable. Look at her. She's not aged a day since last— Oh! That." He dismissed the Bene Gesserit body balance with a wave of his hand. "I'm speaking of something else. A perfection of being far more beyond anything humans have ever before achieved." Jessica remained silent, aghast at how easily he'd lifted her disclosure from her. He'd known surely that such a message represented the death sentence on Aaliyah. And no matter how he changed the words, he could only be talking about committing the same offense. Didn't he know the peril of his words? "You must explain," she said finally. "How?" he asked. "Unless you understand that time isn't what it appears, I can't even begin to explain. My father suspected it. He stood at the edge of realization but fell back. Now it's up to Ghani and me." "I insist that you explain," Jessica said, and she fingered the poisoned needle she held beneath a fold of her robe. It was the Gom Jabbar, so deadly that the slightest prick of it killed within seconds. And she thought, they warned me I might have to use it. The thought sent the muscles of her arm trembling in waves, and she was thankful for the concealing robe. "Very well," he sighed. "First, as to time. There is no difference between 10,000 years and 1 year. No difference between 100,000 years and a heartbeat. No difference. That is the first fact about time. And the second fact. The entire universe with all of its time is within me." "What nonsense is this?" she demanded. "You see, you don't understand. I will try to explain it another way, then." He raised his right hand to illustrate, moving it as he spoke. "We go forward, we come back." "Those words explain nothing." "That is correct," he said. "There are things which words cannot explain. You must experience them without words. But you are not prepared for such a venture, just as when you look at me, you do not see me." "But I'm looking directly at you. Of course I see you." She glared at him. His words reflected the knowledge of the Zensuni Codex, as she'd been taught in the Bene Gesserit schools. Play of words to confuse one's understanding of philosophy. "Something occurs beyond your control," he says. "How does that explain this perfection which is so far beyond other human experiences?" He nodded. "If one delays old age or death by the use of melange, or by that learned adjustment of fleshly balance which you Bene Gesserit so rightly fear, such a delay invokes only an illusion of control. Whether one walks rapidly through the siege or slowly, one traverses the siege, and that passage of time is experienced internally." "Why do you bandy words this way? I cut my wisdom teeth on such nonsense long before even your father was born." "But only the teeth grew," he said. "Words! Words! You're very close." "Grandmother?" "Yes." He held his silence for a long space. Then, "You see? You can still respond as yourself." He smiled at her. "But you cannot see past the shadows. I am here." Again he smiled. "My father came very near to this. When he lived, but when he died, he failed to die." "What are you saying?" "Show me his body." "Do you think this preacher possible?" "But even so, that's not his body." "You've explained nothing," she accused. "Just as I warned you." "Then what? You accused." "You asked. You had to be shown. Now let us return to Aaliyah and her plan of abduction. Are you planning the unthinkable?" she demanded, holding the poisonous Gom Jabbar at the ready beneath her robe. "Will you be her executioner?" he asked, his voice deceptively mild. He pointed a finger at the hand beneath her robe. "Do you think she'll permit you to use that? Or do you think I'd let you use it?" Jessica found she could not swallow. "In answer to your question," he said, "I do not plan the unthinkable. I'm not that stupid. But I'm shocked at you. You dare judge Aaliyah. Of course she's broken the precious Bene Gesserit commandment. What'd you expect? You ran out on her, left her as queen here in all but name. All of that power.
So you ran back to Kaladin to nurse your wounds in Gurney's arms. Good enough. But who are you to judge Aaliyah? I tell you, I will not— Oh, shut up! He looked away from her in disgust. But his words had been uttered in that special Bene Gesserit way. The controlling voice. It silenced her as though a hand had been clapped over her mouth. She thought, who'd know how to hit me with the voice better than this one? It was a mitigating argument which eased her wounded feelings. As many times as she used the voice on others, she'd never expected to be susceptible to it. Not ever again. Not since the school days when— He turned back to her. I'm sorry. I just happen to know how blindly you can be expected to react with— Blindly! Me! She's more outraged by this than she'd been in his exquisite use of voice against her. You, he said. Blindly. If you've any honesty left in you at all, you'll recognize your own actions. I call your name and you say, yes? I silence your tongue. I invoke all of your Bene Gesserit myths. Look inward the way you were taught. That, at least, is something you can do for— How dare you? What do you know of— Her voice trailed off. Of course he knew. Look inward, I say. His voice was imperious. Again, his voice enthralled her. She found her senses stilled, felt a quickening of breath. Just beyond awareness lurked a pounding heart, the panting of— Abruptly she realized that the quickened breath, the pounding heart, were not latent, not held at bay by her Bene Gesserit control. Eyes widening in shocked awareness, she felt her own flesh obeying other commands. Slowly she recovered her poise, but the realization remained. This unchild had been playing her like a fine instrument throughout the interview. Now you know how profoundly you were conditioned by your precious Bene Gesserits, he said. She could only nod. Her belief in words lay shattered. Leto had forced her to look to her physical universe squarely in the face, and she'd come away shaken, her mind running with a new awareness. Show me his body! He'd shown her her own body as though it were a newborn. Not since her earliest schooling days on Wallach. Not since those terrifying days before the Duke's Spires came for her. Not since then had she felt such trembling uncertainty about her next moments. You will allow yourself to be abducted, Leto said. But I'm not asking for discussion on this point, he said. You will allow it. Think of this as a command from your Duke. You'll see the purpose when it's done. You're going to confront a very interesting student. Leto stood, nodded. He said, some actions have an end, but no beginning. Some begin, but do not end. It all depends on where the observer is standing. Turning, he left her chambers. In the second anteroom, Leto met Ganima hurrying to their private quarters. She stopped as she saw him. Said, Halia's busy with the convocation of the faith. She looked a question at the passage which held to Leto's quarters. It worked, Leto said. Atrocity is recognized as such by victim and perpetrator alike, by all who learn about it at whatever remove. Atrocity has no excuses, no mitigating argument. Atrocity never balances or rectifies the past. Atrocity merely arms the future for more atrocity. It is self-perpetuating upon itself, a barbarous form of incest. Whoever commits atrocity also commits those future atrocities thus bred. The Apocrypha of Muad'Dib. Shortly after noon, when most of the pilgrims had wandered off to refresh themselves in whatever cooling shade and source of libation they could find, the preacher entered the great square below Aaliyah's temple. He came on the arm of his surrogate eyes, young Asan Tariq. In a pocket beneath his flowing robe, the preacher carried the black gauze mask he'd worn on Seleucus Secundus. It amused him to think that the mask and the boy served the same purpose: disguise. While he needed surrogate eyes, doubts remained alive. Let the myth grow, but keep doubts alive, he thought. No one must discover that the mask was merely cloth, not an Ixian artifact at all. His hand must not slip from Asan Tariq's bony shoulder. Let the priest once walk as the sighted despite his eyeless sockets, and all doubts would dissolve. The small hope he nursed would be dead. Each day he prayed for a change, something different over which he might stumble. But even Seleucus Secundus had been a pebble, every aspect known. Nothing changed. Nothing could be changed. Yet. Many people marked his passage past the shops and arcades, noting the way he turned his head from side to side, holding it centered on a doorway or a person. The movements of his head were not always blind natural, and this added to the growing myth.
Aaliyah watched from a concealed slit in the towering battlement of her temple. She searched that scarred visage far below for some sign, a sure sign of identity. Every rumor was reported to her. Each new one came with its thrill of fear. She thought her order to take the preacher captive would remain secret, but that too came back to her now as a rumor. Even among her guards, someone could not remain silent. She hoped now that the guards would follow her new orders and not take this robed mystery captive in a public place where it could be seen and reported. It was dusty hot in the square. The preacher's young guide had pulled the veil of his robe up around his nose, leaving only the dark eyes and a thin patch of forehead exposed. The veil bulged with the outline of a stillsuit's catch tube. This told Aaliyah that they'd come in from the desert. Where did they hide out there? The preacher wore no veil protection from the searing air. He'd even dropped the catch tube flap of his stillsuit. His face lay open to the sunlight and the heat shearings which lifted off the square's paving blocks in visible waves. At the temple steps there stood a group of 9 pilgrims making their departure obeisance. The shadowed edge of the square held perhaps 50 more persons, mostly pilgrims devoting themselves to various penances imposed by the priesthood. Among the onlookers could be seen messengers and a few merchants who had not yet made enough sales to close up for the worst of the day's heat. Watching from the open slit, Aaliyah felt the drenching heat and knew herself to be caught between thinking and sensation, the way she'd often seen her brother caught. The temptation to consult within herself rang like an ominous humming in her head. The Baron was there, dutiful but always ready to play upon her terrors when rational judgment failed, and the things around her lost their sense of past, present, and future. What if that's Paul down there? She asked herself.
Nonsense,
the voice within her said. But the reports of the preacher's words could not be doubted. Heresy. It terrified her to think that Paul himself might bring down the structure built on his name. Why not? She thought of what she'd said in council just that morning, turning viciously upon Irulan, who'd urged acceptance of the gift of clothing from House Carino. All gifts to the twins will be examined thoroughly, just as always, Irulan had argued. And when we find the gift harmless, Aaliyah had cried. Somehow that had been the most frightening thing of all, to find that the gift carried no thread. In the end, they'd accepted the fine clothing and had gone on to the other issue. Was the Lady Jessica to be given a position on the council? Aaliyah had managed to delay a vote. She thought of this as she stared down at the preacher. Things which happened to a regency now were like the underside of that transformation they inflicted upon this planet. Dune had once symbolized the power of ultimate desert. That power dwindled physically, but the myth of its power grew apace. Only the ocean desert remained, the great mother desert of the inner planet, with its rim of thorn bushes, which Fremen still called Queen of Night. Behind the thorn bushes arose soft green hills bending down to the sand. All the hills were man-made. Every last one of them had been planted by men who had labored like crawling insects. The green of those hills was almost overpowering to someone raised, as Aaliyah had been, in the tradition of sun-dried sand. In her mind, as the minds of all Fremen, the ocean desert still held Dune in a grip which would never relax. She had only to close her eyes and she would see that desert. Open eyes at the desert edge saw now the verdant hills, marsh slime reaching out to green pseudopods toward the sand. But the other desert remained as powerful as ever. Aaliyah shook her head, stared down at the preacher. He had mounted the first of the terrace steps below the temple, and turned to face the almost deserted square. Aaliyah touched the button beside her window, which would amplify voices from below. She felt the wave of self-pity, seeing herself held here in loneliness. Whom could she trust? She thought Stilgar remained reliable, but Stilgar had been infected by this blind man.
You know how he counts? Stilgar had asked her. I heard him counting coins as he paid his guide. It's very strange to my Fremen ears, and that's a terrible thing. He counts Suk Iskai Kimsa Chuasku Pikta Sukta and so on. I've not heard counting like that since the old days in the desert. From this, Aaliyah knew that Stilgar could not be sent to do the job which must be done. And she would have to be circumspect with her guards where the slightest emphasis from the Regency tended to be taken as absolute command. What was he doing down there, this preacher? The surrounding marketplace beneath its protective balconies and arched arcade still presented a gaudy face. Merchandise left on display with a few boys to watch over it. Some few merchants remained awake there, sniffing for the spice biscuit money of the back country, or the jingle in the pilgrim's purse. Aaliyah studied the preacher's back. He appeared poised for speech, but something withheld his voice. Why do I stand here watching that ruin in ancient flesh?
she asked herself. That mortal wreckage down there cannot be the vessel of magnificence which was once my brother. Frustration bordering on anger filled her. How could she find out about this preacher? Find out for certain without finding out? She was trapped. She dared not reveal more than a passing curiosity about this heretic. Irulan felt it. She'd lost her famous Bene Gesserit poise and screamed in council. "We've lost the power to think well of ourselves!" Even Stilgar had been shocked. Javid had brought them back to their senses. "We don't have time for such nonsense." Javid was right. What did it matter how they thought of themselves? All that concerned them was holding on to the Imperial power. But Irulan, recovering her poise, had been even more devastating. "We've lost something vital, I tell you. When we lost it, we lost the ability to make good decisions. We fall upon decisions these days the way we fall upon an enemy. Or wait and wait, which is a form of giving up, and we allow the decisions of others to move us. Have we forgotten that we were the ones who set this current flowing?" And all over the question of whether to accept a gift from House Carino. Irulan will have to be disposed of, Aaliyah decided. What was that old man down there waiting for? He called himself a preacher. Why didn't he preach? Irulan was wrong about our decision-making, Aaliyah told herself. I can still make proper decisions. The person with life and death decisions to make must make decisions, remain caught in the pendulum. Paul had always said that stasis was the most dangerous of those things which was not natural. The only permanence was fluid. Change was all that mattered. I'll show them change, Aaliyah thought. The preacher raised his arms in benediction. A few of those remaining in the square moved closer to him, and Aaliyah noted the slowness of that movement. Yes, the rumors were out that the preacher had aroused Aaliyah's displeasure. She bent closer to the Ixian speaker beside her spy hole. The speaker brought her the murmurings of the people in the square, the sound of wind, the scratching of feet on sand. I bring you 4 messages, the preacher said. His voice blared from Aaliyah's speaker, and she turned down the volume. Each message is for a certain person, the preacher said. The first message is for Aaliyah, the suzerain of this place. He pointed behind him toward her spy hole. I bring her a warning. You, who held the secret of duration in your loins, have sold your future for an empty purse. How dare he, Aaliyah thought, but his words froze her. My second message, the preacher said, is for Stilgar, the Fremen Naib, who believes he can translate the power of the tribes into the power of the Imperium. My warning to you, Stilgar. The most dangerous of all creations is a rigid code of ethics. It will turn upon you and drive you into exile. He's gone too far, Aaliyah thought. I must send the guards for him no matter the consequences. But her hands remained at her sides. The preacher turned to face the temple, climbed to the second step, and once more whirled to face the square, all the time keeping his left hand upon the shoulder of his guide. He called out now. My third message is for Princess Irulan. Princess, humiliation is a thing which no person can forget. I warn you to flee. What's he saying? Aaliyah asked herself. We humiliated Irulan. But why does he warn her to flee? My decision was just made. A thrill of fear shot through Aaliyah. How did the preacher know? My fourth message is for Duncan, Idaho, he shouted. Duncan, you were taught to believe that loyalty buys loyalty. Oh, Duncan, do not believe in history because history is impelled by whatever passes for money. Duncan, take your horns and do what you know best how to do. Aaliyah chewed the back of her right hand. Horns. She wanted to reach out and press the button which would summon guards, but her hand refused to move. Now I will preach to you, the preacher said. This is a sermon of the desert. I direct it to the ears of Muad'Dib's priesthood, those who practice the ecumenism of the sword. All you believers in manifest destiny, know you not that manifest destiny has its demonic side? You cry out that you find yourselves exalted merely to have lived in the blessed generations of Muad'Dib. I say to you that you have abandoned Muad'Dib. Holiness has replaced love in your religion. You court the vengeance of the desert. The preacher lowered his head as though in prayer. Aaliyah felt herself shivering with awareness. Gods below, that voice. It had been cracked by years in the burning sands, but it could be the remnant of Paul's voice. Once more the preacher raised his head.
His voice boomed out over the square where more people had begun to gather, attracted by this oddity out of the past.
"Thus it is written," the preacher shouted. "They who pray for dew at the desert's edge shall bring forth the deluge. They shall not escape their fate through the powers of reason. Reason arises from pride that a man may know in this way when he has done evil."
He lowered his voice.
"It was said of Muad'Dib that he died of prescience, that knowledge of the future killed him, and he passed from the universe of reality into the Alam al-Mithal. I say to you that this is the illusion of Maya. Such thoughts have no independent reality. They cannot go out from you and do real things. Muad'Dib said of himself that he possessed no Rihani magic with that which to encipher the universe. Do not doubt him."
Again the preacher raised his arms, lifted his voice in a stentorian bellow.
"I warn the priesthood of Muad'Dib. The fire on the cliff shall burn you. They who learn the lesson of self-deception too well shall perish by that deception. The blood of a brother cannot be cleansed away."
He had lowered his arms, found his young guide, and was leaving the square before Aaliyah could break herself from the trembling immobility which had overcome her. Such fearless heresy. It must be Paul. She had to warn her guards. They dared not move against this preacher openly. The evidence in the square below her confirmed this. Despite the heresy, no one moved to stop the departing preacher. No temple guard leapt to pursue him. No pilgrim tried to stop him. That charismatic blind man. Everyone who saw or heard him felt his power, the reflection of divine talent. In spite of the day's heat, Aaliyah felt suddenly cold. She felt the thin edge of her grip on the Imperium as a physical thing. She gripped the edge of her spy hole, as though to hold her power, thinking of its fragility. The balance of Landsrat, Shoam, Fremen arms held the core of power, while Spacing Guild and Bene Gesserit dealt silently in the shadows. The forbidden seepage of technological development, which came from the edges of humankind's farthest migrations, nibbled at the central power. Products permitted the Ixian and Tleilaxu factories could not relieve the pressure. And always in the wings there stood a Ferrodin of House Carino, inheritor of Shut on the Force titles and claims. Without the Fremen, without House Atreides' monopoly on the geriatric spice, her grip would loosen. All the power would dissolve. She could feel it slipping from her right now. People heeded this preacher. It would be dangerous to silence him. Just as dangerous as it was to let him continue preaching such words as he shouted across her square today. She could see the first omens of her own defeat, and the pattern of the problem stood out clearly in her mind. The Bene Gesserits had codified the problem. A large populace held in check by a small but powerful force is quite a common situation in our universe, and we know the major conditions wherein this large populace may turn upon its keepers. 1. When they find a leader. This is the most volatile threat to the power. They must retain control of leaders. 2. When the populace recognizes its chains, keep the populace blind and unquestioning. 3. When the populace perceives a hope of escape from bondage, they must never even believe that escape is possible. Aaliyah shook her head, feeling her cheeks tremble with the force of movement. The signs were here in her populace. Every report she received from her spies throughout the Imperium reinforced certain knowledge. Unceasing warfare of the Fremen Jihad left its mark everywhere. Wherever the ecumenism of the sword had touched people, people retained the attitude of a subject population. Defensive, concealing, evasive. All manifestations of authority. And this meant essentially religious authority, because it came subject of resentment. Pilgrims still came in their thronging millions, and some among them were probably devout. But for the most part, pilgrimage had other motivations than devotion. Most often it was canny surety for the future. It emphasized obedience and gained a real form of power which was easily translated into wealth. The Haji who returned from Arrakis came home to new authority, new social status. The Haji could make profitable economic decisions which the planet-bound of his homeworld dare not challenge. Aaliyah knew the popular riddle. What do you see inside the empty purse brought home from Dune? And the answer: the eyes of Muad'Dib, fire diamonds. The traditional ways to counter growing unrest paraded themselves before Aaliyah's awareness. People had to be taught that opposition was always punished, and assistance to the ruler was always rewarded. Imperial forces must be shifted in random fashion. Major adjuncts to imperial power had to be concealed. Every movement by which the Regency countered potential attack required delicate timing to keep the opposition off balance. Have I lost my sense of timing?
she wondered. What idle speculation is this? A voice within her asked. She felt herself growing calmer. Yes, the Baron's plan was a good one. We eliminate the threat of the Lady Jessica, and at the same time we discredit House Carino. Yes. The preacher could be dealt with later. She understood his posture. The symbolism was clear. He was the ancient spirit of unbridled speculation, the spirit of heresy alive and functioning in her desert of orthodoxy. That was his strength. It didn't matter whether he was Paul, as long as that could be kept in doubt, but her Bene Gesserit knowledge told Aaliyah that his strength would contain the key to his weakness. The preacher has a flaw which you will find. I will have him spied upon, watched every moment. And if the opportunity arises, he will be discredited. I will not argue with the Fremen claims that they are divinely inspired to transmit a religious revelation. It is their concurrent claim to ideological revelation which inspires me to shower them with derision. Of course, they make the dual claim in the hope that it will strengthen their Mandarinate and help them to ensure in a universe which finds them increasingly oppressive. It is in the name of all those oppressed people that I warn the Fremen. Short-term expediency always fails in the long term. The preacher at Arrakeen. Leto had come up in the night with Stilgar to the narrow ledge at the crest of the low rock outcropping, which Siege Tabor called the Attendant. Under the waning light of the second moon, the ledge gave them a panoramic view. The shield wall with Mount Idaho to the north, the Great Flat to the south, and rolling dunes eastward toward Habania Ridge. Winding dust, the aftermath of a storm, hid the southern horizon. Moonlight frosted the rim of the shield wall. Stilgar had come against his will, joining the secretive venture finally because Leto aroused his curiosity. Why was it necessary to risk a sand crossing in the night? The lad had threatened to sneak away and make the journey alone if Stilgar refused. The way it bothered him profoundly, though. 2 such important targets alone in the night. Leto squatted on the ledge facing south toward the flat. Occasionally he pounded his knee as though in frustration. Stilgar waited. He was good at silent and waiting, and stood 2 paces at one side of his charge, arms folded, his robe moving softly in the night breeze. For Leto, the sand crossing represented a response to inner desperation, a need to seek a new alignment for his life in a silent conflict which Ganima could no longer risk. He had maneuvered Stilgar into sharing the journey because there were things Stilgar had known in preparation for the days ahead. Again, Leto pounded his knee. It was difficult to know a beginning. He felt that times like an extension of those countless other lives, all as real and immediate as his own. In the flow of those lives there was no ending, no accomplishment, only eternal beginning. They could be a mob, too, clamoring at him as though he were a single window through which each desired to peer. And there lay the peril which had destroyed Aaliyah. Leto stared outward at the moonlight silvering the storm remnants. Folds and overfolds of dunes spread across the flat. Silica grit measured out by the winds, mounded into waves. Pea sand, grit sand, pebbles. He felt himself caught in one of those poised moments just before dawn. Time pressed at him. It was already the month of Akkad, and behind him lay the last of an interminable waiting time. Long days hot, and hot dry winds. Nights like this one tormented by gusts and endless blowings from the furnace lands of the Hawkblood. He glanced over his shoulder toward the shield wall, a broken line in starlight. Beyond that wall in the northern sink lay the focus of his problems. Once more he looked to the desert. As he stared into the hot darkness, day dawned. The sun rising out of dust scarves and placing a touch of lime into the storm's red streamers. He closed his eyes, willing himself to see how this day would appear from Arrakeen, and the city lay there in his consciousness, caught up like a scattering of boxes between the light and the new shadows. Desert. Boxes. Desert. Boxes. When he opened his eyes, the desert remained, a spreading curry expanse of wind-caked sand. Oily shadows along the base of each dune reached out like rays of the night just past. They linked one time with the other. He thought of the night. Squatting here with Stilgar restless beside him. The older man worried the silence and unexplained reasons for coming to this place. Stilgar must have had many memories of passing this way with his beloved Muad'Dib. Even now Stilgar was moving, scanning all around, alert for dangers. Stilgar did not like the open in daylight. He was pure old Fremen in that. Leto's mind was reluctant to leave the night in the clean exertions of a sand crossing. Once here in the rocks, the night had taken on its black stillness.
He sympathized with Stilgar's daylight fears. Black was a single thing, even when it contained boiling terrors. Light could be many things. Night held its fierce smells and its things which came with slithering sounds. Dimensions separated in the night. Everything amplified. Thorns sharper, blades more cutting. But terrors of the day could be worse. Stilgar cleared his throat. Leto spoke, without turning. I have a very serious problem still. So I surmised. The voice beside Leto came low and weary. The child had sounded disturbingly of the father. It was a thing forbidden magic which touched a chord of revulsion in Stilgar. Fremen knew the terrors of possession. Those found possessed were rightfully killed and their water cast upon the sand lest it contaminate the tribal cistern. The dead should remain dead. It was correct to find one's immortality in children, but children had no right to assume too exact a shape from their past. My problem is that my father left so many things undone, Leto said. Especially the focus of our lives. The Empire cannot go on this way still, without a proper focus for human life. I'm speaking of life, you understand? Life, not death. Once when he was troubled by a vision, your father spoke in this vein to me, Stilgar said. Leto found himself tempted to pass off that questioning fear beside him with a light response. Perhaps a suggestion that they break their fast. He realized that he was hungry. Very hungry. They'd eaten the previous noon, and Leto had insisted on fasting through the night. But another hunger drew him now. The trouble with my life is the trouble with this place, Leto thought. No preliminary creation. I just go back and back and back until distances fade away. I cannot see the horizon. I cannot see Habanyana Ridge. I cannot find the original place of testing. There's really no substitute for prescience, Leto said. Perhaps I should risk the spice, and be destroyed as your father was. A dilemma, Leto said. Once your father confided in me that knowing the future too well was to be locked into that future, to the exclusion of any freedom to change. The paradox which is our problem, Leto said. It's a subtle and powerful thing, prescience. The future becomes now. To be sighted in the land of blind carries its own perils. If you try to interpret what you see for the blind, you tend to forget that the blind possess an inherent movement, conditioned by their blindness. They're like a monstrous machine moving along its own path. They have their own momentum, their own fixations. I fear the blind still. I fear them. They can so easily crush anything in their path. Stilgar stared at the desert. Lime dawn had become steel day. He said, Why have we come to this place? Because I wanted you to see the place where I may die. Stilgar tensed. Then, so you have had the vision. Perhaps it was only a dream. Why did we come to such a dangerous place? Stilgar glared down at his charge. We'll return at once. I won't die today still. No? What was this vision? I saw 3 paths, Leto said. His voice came out with the sleepy sound of remembrance. One of those futures requires me to kill our grandmother. Stilgar shot a sharp glance back toward Siege Tabor, as though he feared the Lady Jessica could hear them across the sandy distance. Why? To keep from losing the spice monopoly. I don't understand. Nor do I. But that is the thought of my dream when I use the knife. Oh. Stilgar understood the use of a knife. He drew a deep breath. What is the second path? Gani and I marry to seal the Atreides bloodline. Yah! Stilgar expelled his breath in a violent expression of distaste. It was usual in ancient times for kings and queens to do this, Leto said. Gani and I have decided we will not breed. I warn you to hold fast in that decision. There was death in Stilgar's voice. By Fremen law, incest was punishable by death on the hanging tripod. He cleared his throat, asked, And the third part? I'm called to reduce my father to human stature. He was my friend, Muad'Dib, Stilgar muttered. He was your god. I must undeify him. Stilgar turned his back on the desert, stared toward the oasis of his beloved Siege Tabor. Such talk always disturbed him. Leto sensed the sweaty smell of Stilgar's movement. It was such a temptation to avoid the purposeful things which had to be said here. They could talk half the day away, moving from the specific to the abstract as though drawn away from real decisions, from those immediate necessities which confronted them. And there was no doubt that House Carino posed a real threat to real lives.
his own and Gani's. But everything he did now had to be weighed and tested against the secret necessities. Stilgar once had voted to have Ferrodin assassinated, holding out for the subtle application of shamarki, poison administered in that drink. Ferrodin was known to be partial to certain sweet liquors that could not be permitted. "If I die here still," Leto said, "you must be aware of Aaliyah. She's no longer your friend. What is this talk of death in your aunt?" Now Stilgar was truly outraged. "Kill the Lady Jessica. Beware of Aaliyah. Die in this place." "Small men change their faces at her command," Leto said. "A ruler need not be a prophet still, nor even godlike. A ruler need only be sensitive. I brought you here with me to clarify what our Imperium requires. It requires good government. That does not depend upon laws or precedent, but upon the personal qualities of whoever governs." "The Regency handles its imperial duties quite well," Stilgar said. "When you come of age, I am of age. I'm the oldest person here. You're a puling infant beside me. I can remember times more than 50 centuries past. I can remember when Fremen were still on Thurgoth. Why do you play with such fancies?" Stilgar demanded, his tone peremptory. Leto nodded to himself. Why indeed? Why recount his memories of those other centuries? Today's Fremen were his immediate problem, most of them still only half-tamed savages, prone to laugh at unlucky innocents. "The crysknife dissolves at the death of his owner," Leto said. "Muad'Dib has dissolved. Why are the Fremen still alive?" It was one of those abrupt thought changes which so confounded Stilgar. He found himself temporarily dumb. Such words contained meaning, but their intent eluded him. "I'm expected to be emperor, but I must be the servant," Leto said. He glanced across his shoulder at Stilgar. "My grandfather, for whom I was named, added new words to his coat of arms when he came here to Dune. Here I am, here I remain." "He had no choice," Stilgar said. "Very good still. Nor have I any choice. I should be the emperor by birth, by the fitness of my understanding, by all that has gone into me. I even know what the Imperium requires. Good government." "Maib has an ancient meaning," Stilgar said. "It is servant of the Siege." "I remember your training still," Leto said. "For proper government, the tribe must always have to choose men whose lives reflect the way a government should behave." From the depths of his Fremen soul, Stilgar said, "You'll assume the Imperial mantle if it's met. First, you must prove that you can behave in the fashion of a ruler." Unexpectedly, Leto laughed. Then, "Do you doubt my sincerity still?" "Of course not." "My birthright?" "You are who you are. And if I do what's expected of me, that is the measure of my sincerity, eh?" "It is the Fremen practice." "Then I cannot have inner feelings to guide my behavior. I don't understand what... If I always behave with propriety, no matter what it costs me to suppress my own desires, then that is the measure of me. Such is the essence of self-control, youngster." "Youngster," Leto shook his head. "Still, you provide me with the key to a rational ethic of government. I must be constant, every action rooted in the traditions of the past." "That is proper. But my past goes deeper than yours." "What different... I have no first-person singular still. I am a multi-person, with memories of traditions more ancient than you could possibly imagine. That is my burden still. I'm past-directed. I'm abrim with innate knowledge which resists newness and change. Yet Muad'Dib changed all this." He gestured at the desert, his arm sweeping to encompass the shield wall behind him. Stilgar turned to peer at the shield wall. A village had been built beneath the wall since Muad'Dib's time. Houses to shelter a planetology crew, helping spread plant life to the desert. Stilgar stared at the man-made intrusion to the landscape. Change? Yes. There was an alignment to the village, a trueness which offended him. He stood silently, ignoring the itching of grit particles under his stillsuit. That village was an offense against the thing that this planet had been. Suddenly Stilgar wanted a circular howling of wind to leap over the dunes and obliterate that place. The sensation left him trembling. Leto said, "Have you noticed still that the new stillsuits are of sloppy manufacture? Our water loss is too high." Stilgar stopped himself on the point of asking, "Have I not said it?" Instead he said, "Our people grow increasingly dependent on pills." Leto nodded.
The pills shifted body temperature, reduced water loss. They were cheaper and easier than still suits, but they inflicted the user with other burdens. Among them, a tendency to slowed reaction time, occasional blurred vision. "Is that why we came out here?" Stilgar asked. "To discuss stillsuit manufacture." "Why not?" Leto asked. "Since you will not face what I must talk about." "Why must I beware of your aunt?" Anger edged his voice. "Because she plays upon the old Fremen desire to resist change, yet would bring more terrible change than you can imagine." "You make much out of little. She's a proper Fremen." "Then the proper Fremen holds to the ways of the past, and I have an ancient past. Still, were I to forgive free rein to this inclination, I would demand a closed society, completely dependent upon the sacred ways of the past. I would control migration, explaining that this fosters new ideas, and new ideas are a threat to the entire structure of life. Each little planetary polis would go its own way, becoming what it would. Finally, the Empire would shatter under the weight of its differences." Stilgar tried to swallow in a dry throat. These were words which Muad'Dib might have produced. They had his ring to them. They were paradox, frightening. But if one allowed any change, he shook his head. "The past may show the right way to behave if you live in the past still, but circumstances change." Stilgar could only agree that circumstances did change. How must one behave then? He looked beyond Leto, seeing the desert and not seeing it. Muad'Dib had walked there. The flat was a place of golden shadows as the sun climbed. Purple shadows. Gritty rivulets crested in dust vapors. The dust fog which usually hung over Habania Ridge was visible in the far distance now, and the desert between presented his eyes with dunes diminishing, one curve into another. Through the smoky shimmer of heat he saw the plants which crept out from the desert edge. Muad'Dib had caused life to sprout in that desolate place. Copper, gold, red flowers, yellow flowers, rust and russet, gray-green leaves, spikes and harsh shadows beneath bushes. The motion of the day's heat set shadows quivering, vibrating in the air. Presently, Stilgar said, "I am only a leader of Fremen. You are the son of a duke." "Not knowing what you said it," Leto said. Stilgar scowled. Once long ago, Muad'Dib had chided him thus. "You remember it, don't you, still?" Leto asked. "We were under Habania Ridge and the Sardaukar captain. Remember him? Aramsham? He killed his friend to save himself. And you warned several times that day about preserving the lives of Sardaukar who'd seen our secret ways. Finally, you said they would surely reveal what they'd seen. They must be killed. And my father said, not knowing what you said it, and you were hurt. You told him you were only a simple leader of the Fremen. Dukes must know more important things." Stilgar stared down at Leto. "We were under Habania Ridge. We. This child, not even conceived on that day, knew what had taken place in exact detail. The kind of detail which could only be known to someone who had been there. It was only another proof that these Atreides children could not be judged by ordinary standards." "Now you will listen to me," Leto said. "If I die or disappear in the desert, you are to flee from Sietch Tabr. I command it. You are to take Ghani, and you are not yet my duke. You're a child." "I'm an adult in child's flesh," Leto said. He pointed down to a narrow crack in the rocks below them. "If I die here, it will be in that place. You will see the blood. You will know then. Take my sister. And I'm doubling your guard," Stilgar said. "You're not coming out here again. We're leaving now. You cannot hold me. Turn your mind once more to that time at Habania Ridge, remember? The factory crawler was out there on the sand, and a big maker was coming. There was no way to save the crawler from the worm, and my father was annoyed that he couldn't save the crawler. But Gurney could think only of the men he'd lost in the sand. Remember what he said. Your father would have been more concerned for the men he couldn't save. Still, I charge you to save people. They're more important than things, and Ghani is the most precious of all, because without me, she is the only hope for House Atreides." "I will heal no more," Stilgar said. He turned and began climbing down the rocks toward the oasis across the sand. He heard Leto following. Presently, Leto passed him and glanced back. Said, "Have you noticed still how beautiful the young women are this year?" The life of a single human, as the life of a family or an entire people, persists as memory. My people must come to see this as part of their maturing process. They are people as organism,
And in this persistent memory they store more and more experiences in a subliminal reservoir. Humankind hopes to call upon this material if it's needed for a changing universe. But much that is stored can be lost in that chance play of accident which we call fate. Much may not be integrated into evolutionary relationships, and thus may not be evaluated and keyed into activity by those ongoing environmental changes which inflict themselves upon flesh. The species can forget. This is the special value of the Kwisatz Haderach, which the Bene Gesserits never suspected. The Kwisatz Haderach cannot forget. The Book of Leto, after Hark al-Ada. Stilgar could not explain it, but he found Leto's casual observation profoundly disturbing. It ground through his awareness all the way back across the sand to Sietch Tabr, taking precedence over everything else Leto had set out there on the Attendant. Indeed, the young women of Arrakis were very beautiful that year, and their young men too. Their faces glowed serenely with water richness. Their eyes looked outward and far. They exposed their features often without any pretense of stillsuit masks and the snaking lines of catch tubes. Frequently, they did not even wear stillsuits in the open, preferring the new garments which, as they moved, offered flickering suggestions of the lithe young bodies beneath. Such human beauty was set off against the new beauty of the landscape. By contrast with the old Arrakis, the eye could be spellbound by its collision with the tiny clump of green twigs growing among red-brown rocks. And the old Sietch warrens of the cave metropolis culture, complete with elaborate seals and moisture traps at every entrance, were giving way to open villages built often of mud bricks. Mud bricks. Why did I want the village destroyed? Stilgar wondered, and he stumbled as he walked. He knew himself to be of a dying breed. Old Fremen gasped in wonder at the prodigality of their planet. Water wasted into the air for no more than its ability to mold building bricks. The water for a single one-family dwelling would keep an entire sietch alive for a year. The new buildings even had transparent windows to let in the sun's heat, and to desiccate the bodies within. Such windows opened outward. New Fremen with their mud homes could look out upon their landscape. They no longer were enclosed and huddling in a sietch. Where the new vision moved, there also moved the imagination. Stilgar could feel this. The new vision joined Fremen to the rest of the Imperial universe, conditioned them to unbounded space. Once they'd been tied to water-poor Arrakis by their enslavement to its bitter necessities. They'd not shared that open-mindedness which conditioned inhabitants on most planets of the Imperium. Stilgar could see the changes contrasting with his own doubts and fears. In the old days, it had been a rare Fremen who even considered the possibility that he might leave Arrakis to begin a new life on one of the water-rich worlds. They'd not even been permitted the dream of escape. He watched Leto's moving back as the youth walked ahead. Leto had spoken of prohibitions against movement off-planet. Well, that had always been a reality for most otherworlders, even where the dream was permitted as a safety valve. But planetary serfdom had reached its peak here on Arrakis. Fremen had turned inward, barricaded in their minds as they were barricaded in their cave warrens. The very meaning of Sietch, a place of sanctuary in times of trouble, had been perverted here into a monstrous confinement for an entire population. Leto spoke the truth. Muad'Dib had changed all that. Stilgar felt lost. He could feel his old beliefs crumbling. The new outward vision produced life which desired to move away from containment. How beautiful the young women are this year. The old ways, my ways, he admitted, had forced his people to ignore all history except that which turned inward to their own travail. The old Fremen had read history out of their own terrible migrations, their flights from persecution into persecution. The old planetary government had followed the stated policy of the old Imperium. They had suppressed creativity, and all sense of progress, of evolution. Prosperity had been dangerous to the old Imperium, and its holders of power. With an abrupt shock, Stilgar realized that these things were equally dangerous to the course which Aaliyah was setting. Again, Stilgar stumbled and fell farther behind Leto. And in the old ways and old religions, there'd been no future, only an endless now. Before Muad'Dib, Stilgar saw, the Fremen had been conditioned to believe in failure, never in the possibility of accomplishment. Well, they believed Liet Kynes, but he'd set a 40-generation timescale. That was no accomplishment. That was a dream which, he saw now, had also turned inward. Muad'Dib had changed that. During the Jihad, Fremen had learned much about the old Padishah Emperor Shaddam IV. The 81st Padishah of House Carino to occupy the Golden Lion throne, and reign over this imperium of uncounted worlds, had used Arrakis as a testing place for those policies which he hoped to implement in the rest of his empire.
His planetary governors on Arrakis had cultivated a persistent pessimism to bolster their power base. They'd made sure that everyone on Arrakis, even the free-roaming Fremen, became familiar with numerous cases of injustice and insoluble problems. They had been taught to think of themselves as a helpless people for whom there was no succor. How beautiful the young women are this year. As he watched Leto's retreating back, Stilgar began to wonder how the youth had set these thoughts flowing. And just by uttering a seemingly simple statement, because of that statement, Stilgar found himself viewing Aaliyah and his own role on the council in an entirely different way. Aaliyah was fond of saying that old ways gave ground slowly. Stilgar admitted to himself that he'd always found the statement vaguely reassuring. Change was dangerous. Invention must be suppressed. Individual willpower must be denied. What other function did the priesthood serve than to deny individual will? Aaliyah kept saying that opportunities for open competition had to be reduced to manageable limits. But that meant the recurrent threat of technology could only be used to confine populations, just as it had served its ancient masters. Any permitted technology had to be rooted in ritual. Otherwise. Again, Stilgar stumbled. He was at the Khanat now, and saw Leto waiting beneath the apricot orchard which grew along the flowing water. Stilgar heard his feet moving through the uncut grass. Uncut grass. What can I believe? Stilgar asked himself. It was proper for a Fremen of his generation to believe that individuals needed a profound sense of their own limitations. Traditions were surely the most controlling element in a secure society. Or their territory. What was wrong with the Sietch as a model for all thinking? A sense of enclosure should pervade every individual choice, should fence in the family, the community, every step taken by a proper government. Stilgar came to a stop and stared across the orchard at Leto. The youth stood there, regarding him with a smile. Does he know the turmoil in my head? Stilgar wondered. And the old Fremen Naib tried to fall back on the traditional catechism of his people. Each aspect of life required a single form, its inherent circularity based on a secret inner knowledge of what will work and what will not work. The model for life, for the community, for every element of the larger society right up to and beyond the peaks of government. That model had to be the Sietch and its counterpart in the sand, Shai-Hulud. The giant sandworm was surely a most formidable creature, but when threatened it hid in the impenetrable deeps. Change is dangerous, Stilgar told himself. Sameness and stability were the proper goals of government. But the young men and women were beautiful. And they remembered the words of Muad'Dib as he deposed Shaddam IV. It's not long life to the Emperor that I seek. It's long life to the Imperium. Isn't that what I've been saying to myself? Stilgar wondered. He resumed walking, headed toward the Sietch entrance slightly to Leto's right. The youth moved to intercept him. Muad'Dib had said another thing, Stilgar reminded himself. Just as individuals are born, mature, breed, and die, so do societies and civilizations and governments. Dangerous or not, there would be change. The beautiful young Fremen knew this. They could look outward and see it, prepare for it. Stilgar was forced to stop. It was either that or walk right over Leto. The youth peered up at him owlishly, said, You see still? Tradition isn't the absolute guide you thought it was. A Fremen dies when he is too long from the desert. This we call the water sickness. Stilgar, the commentaries. It is difficult for me asking you to do this, Aaliyah said. But I must ensure that there's an empire for Paul's children to inherit. There's no other reason for the regency. Aaliyah turned from where she was seated, at a mirror completing her morning toilet. She looked at her husband, measuring how he absorbed these words. Duncan Idaho deserved carefully study in these moments. There was no doubt that he'd become something far more subtle and dangerous than the one-time swordmaster of House Atreides. The outer appearance remained similar, the black goat hair over sharp dark features. But in the long years since his awakening from the Ghoul state, he had undergone an inner metamorphosis. She wondered now, as she had wondered many times, what the Ghoul rebirth after death might have hidden in the secret loneliness of him. Before the Tleilaxu had worked their subtle science on him, Duncan's reactions had borne clear labels for the Atreides. Loyalty. Fanatic adherence to the moral code of his mercenary forebears. Swift to anger and swift to recover. He had been implacable in his resolve for revenge against House Harkonnen, and he had died saving Paul. But the Tleilaxu had bought his body from the Sardaukar, and in their regeneration vats, they had grown a zombie Catruno. The flesh of Duncan Idaho, but none of his conscious memories. He'd been trained as a mentat and sent as a gift, a human computer for Paul. A fine tool equipped with a hypnotic compulsion to slay his owner. The flesh of Duncan Idaho had resisted that compulsion, and in the intolerable stress, his cellular past had come back to him. Aaliyah had decided long ago that it was dangerous to think of him as Duncan in the privacy of their thoughts. Better to think of him by his Gola name, Hate. Far better. And it was essential that he get not the slightest glimpse of the old Baron Harkonnen sitting there in her mind. Duncan saw Aaliyah studying him, turned away. Love could not hide the changes in her, nor conceal from him the transparency of her motives. The many-faceted metal eyes which the Tlaxu had given him were cruel in their ability to penetrate deception. They limed her now as a gloating, almost masculine figure, and he could not stand to see her thus. "Why do you turn away?" Aaliyah asked. "I must think about this thing," he said. "The Lady Jessica is an Atreides." "And your loyalty is to House Atreides, not to me," Aaliyah pouted. "Don't put such fickle interpretations into me," he said. Aaliyah pursed her lips. Had she moved too rapidly? Duncan crossed to the chambered opening which looked down on the corner of Temple Plaza. He could see pilgrims beginning to gather there, the Arakeen traders moving in to feed on the edges like a pack of predators upon a herd of beasts. He focused on a particular group of tradesmen, spice fiber baskets over their arms, Fremen mercenaries a pace behind them. They moved with a stolid force through a gathering throng. "They saw pieces of etched marble," he said, pointing. "Did you know that? They set the pieces out in the desert to be etched by storm sands. Sometimes they find interesting patterns in the stone. They call it a new art form, very popular. Genuine storm-etched marble from Dune. I bought a piece of it last week. A golden tree with 5 tassels. Lovely, but very fragile." "Don't change the subject," Aaliyah said. "I haven't changed the subject," he said. "It's beautiful, but it's not art. Humans create art by their own violence, by their own volition." He put his right hand on the windowsill. "The twins detest this city, and I'm afraid I see their point." "I fail to see the association," Aaliyah said. "The abduction of my mother is not a real abduction. She'll be safe as your captive." "This city was built by the blind," he said. "Did you know that Leto and Stilgar went out from Siege Tabor into the desert last week? They were gone the whole night." "It was reported to me," she said. "These baubles from the sand, would you have prohibited their sale?" "That'd be bad for business," he said, turning. "Do you know what Stilgar said when I asked why they went out of the sand that way? He said Leto wished to commune with the spirit of Muad'Dib." Aaliyah felt the sudden coldness of panic, looked in the mirror a moment to recover. Leto would not venture from the Siege at night for such nonsense. Was it a conspiracy? Idaho put a hand over her eyes to blot out the sight of her. Said, "Stilgar told me he went along with Leto because he still believes in Muad'Dib." "Well, of course he does!" Idaho chuckled, a hollow sound. "He said he still believes because Muad'Dib was always for the little people." "What did you say to that?" Aaliyah asked, her voice betraying her fear. Idaho dropped a hand from his eyes. "I said that must make you one of the little people." "Duncan! That's a dangerous game. Bait that Fremen naive and you could awaken a beast to destroy us all." "He still believes in Muad'Dib," Idaho said. "That's our protection." Well, what was his reply? "He said he knew his own mind." "I see. No, I don't believe you do. Things that bite have longer teeth than Stilgar's." "I don't understand you today, Duncan. I ask you to do a very important thing, a thing vital to... What is all this rambling?" How petulant she sounded. He turned back to the chambered window. "When I was trained as a mentat, it's very difficult, Aaliyah, to learn how to work your own mind. You learn first that the mind must be allowed to work itself. It's very strange. You can work your own muscles, exercise them, strengthen them, but the mind acts of itself. Sometimes when you learn this about the mind, it shows you things you do not want to see. And that's why you try to insult Stilgar. Stilgar doesn't know his own mind. He doesn't let it run free. Except in the spice orgy, not even there. That's what makes him a naive. To be a leader of men, he controls and limits his reactions. He does what is expected of him. And once you know this, you know Stilgar, and you can measure the length of his teeth." "That's the Fremen way," she said.
Well, Duncan, will you do it or won't you? She must be taken, and it must be made to look like the work of House Carino.
He remained silent, weighing her tone and arguments in his mentat way. This abduction plan spoke of a coldness and a cruelty, whose dimensions thus revealed shocked him. Risk her own mother's life for the reasons thus far produced. Aaliyah was lying. Perhaps the whisperings about Aaliyah and Javid were true. This thought produced an icy hardness in his stomach. "You're the only one I can trust for this," Aaliyah said. "I know that," he said. She took this as an acceptance, smiled at herself in the mirror. "You know," Idaho said, "the mentat learns to look at every human as a series of relationships." Aaliyah did not respond. She sat, caught in a personal memory which drew a blank expression on her face. Idaho, glancing over his shoulder at her, saw the expression and shuddered. It was as though she communed with voices heard only by herself. "Relationships," he whispered. And he thought, one must cast off old agonies as a snake casts off its skin, only to grow a new set and accept all of their limitations. It was the same with governments, even the Regency. Old governments can be traced like discarded molds. I must carry out the scheme, but not in the way Aaliyah commands. Presently, Aaliyah shook her shoulders, said, "Leto should not be going out like that in these times. I will reprimand him." "Not even with Stilgar. Not even with him." She rose from her mirror, crossed to where Idaho stood beside the window, and put a hand on him. He repressed a shiver, reduced this reaction to a mentat computation. Something in her revolted him. Something in her. He could not bring himself to look at her. He smelled the melange of her cosmetics, cleared his throat. She said, "I'll be busy today examining Ferdinand's gifts." "The clothing?" "Yes. Nothing he does is what it seems. And we must remember that his Bashar, Tychanic, is an adept of Shamarki, Shamas, and all the other subtleties of royal assassination." "The price of power," he said, pulling away from her. "But we're still mobile, and Ferdinand's not." She studied his chiseled profile. Sometimes the workings of his mind were difficult to fathom. Was he thinking only of that freedom? The freedom that action gave life to military power? Well, life on Arrakis had been too secure for too long. Senses once whetted by omnipresent dangers could degenerate when not used. "Yes," she said. "We still have the Fremen." "Mobility," he repeated. "We cannot degenerate into infantry. That'd be foolish." His tone annoyed her, and she said, "Ferrodin will use any means to destroy us." "That's it," he said. "That's a form of initiative. A mobility which we didn't have in the old days. We had a code, the code of House Atreides. We always paid our way and let the enemy be the pillagers. That restriction no longer holds, of course. We're equally mobile, House Atreides and House Carino." "We abduct my mother to save her from harm as much for any other reason," Aaliyah said. "We still live by that code." He looked down at her. She knew the dangers of inciting a mentat to compute. Didn't she realize what he had computed? Yet he still loved her. He brushed a hand across his eyes. How youthful she looked. The Lady Jessica was correct. Aaliyah gave the appearance of not having aged a day in their years together. She still possessed the soft features of her Bene Gesserit mother, but her eyes were Atreides, measuring, demanding, hawk-like. And now something possessed of cruel calculation lurked behind those eyes. Idaho had served House Atreides for too many years not to understand the family's strengths as well as their weaknesses. But this thing in Aaliyah, this was new. The Atreides might play a devious game against enemies, but never against friends and allies, and not at all against family. It was ground into the Atreides' manner. Support your own populace to the best of your ability. Show them how much better they lived under the Atreides. Demonstrate your love for your friends by the candor of your behavior with them. What Aaliyah asked now, though, was not Atreides. He felt this with all of his body's flesh and nerve structure. He was a unit, indivisible, feeling this alien attitude in Aaliyah. Abruptly, his mentat sensorium clicked into full awareness, and his mind leapt into the frozen trance where time did not exist. Only the computation existed. Aaliyah would recognize what had happened to him, but that could not be helped. He gave himself up to the computation. Computation.
A reflected Lady Jessica lived out a pseudo-life in Aaliyah's awareness. He saw this as he saw the reflected pre-Gullah Dunk in Idaho, which remained a constant in his own awareness. Aaliyah had this awareness by being one of the preborn. He had it out of the Therlaxo regeneration tanks. Yet Aaliyah denied that reflection, risked her mother's life. Therefore, Aaliyah was not in contact with that pseudo-Jessica within. Therefore, Aaliyah was completely possessed by another pseudo-life to the exclusion of all others. Possessed. Alien. Abomination. Mentat fashion, he accepted this. Turned to the other facets of his problem. All of the Atreides were on this one planet. Would House Carino risk attack from space? His mind flashed to the review of those conventions which had ended primitive forms of warfare. 1. All planets were vulnerable to attack from space. Ergo, retaliation revenge facilities were set up off-planet by every House Major. Ferrodin would know that the Atreides had not omitted this elementary precaution. 2. Force shields were a complete defense against projectiles and explosives of non-atomic type, the basic reason why hand-to-hand conflict had re-entered human combat. But infantry had its limits. House Carino might have brought their Sardaukar back to a pre-Arakeen edge, but they still could be no match for the abandoned ferocity of Fremen. 3. Planetary feudalism remained in constant danger from a large technical class, but the effects of the Butlerian Jihad continued as a damper on technological excesses. Ixians, Tleilaxu, and a few scattered outer planets were the only possible threat in this regard, and they were planet vulnerable to the combined wrath of the rest of the Imperium. The Butlerian Jihad would not be undone. Mechanized warfare required a large technical class. The Atreides Imperium had channeled this force into other pursuits. No large technical class existed unwatched. And the Empire remained safely feudalistic. Naturally, since that was the best social form of spreading over wildly dispersed wild frontiers. New planets. Duncan felt his Mentat awareness coruscate as it shot through memory data of itself, completely impervious to the passage of time. Arriving at the conviction that House Carino would not risk an illegal atomic attack, he did this in flash computation, the main decisional pathway, but he was perfectly aware of the elements which went into this conviction. The Imperium commanded as many nuclear and allied weapons as all the great houses combined. At least half the great houses would react without thinking if House Carino broke the convention. The Atreides' off-planet retaliation system would be joined by overwhelming force, and no need to summon any of them. Fear would do the calling. Seleucus Secundus and its allies would vanish in hot clouds. House Carino would not risk such a holocaust. They were undoubtedly sincere in subscribing to the argument that nuclear weapons were a reserve held for one purpose: defense of humankind should a threatening other intelligence ever be encountered. The computational thoughts had clean edges, sharp relief. There were no blurred between places. Aaliyah chose abduction and terror because she had to become alien, not Atreides. House Carino was a threat, but not in the ways which Aaliyah had argued in council. Aaliyah wanted the Lady Jessica removed because that searing Bene Gesserit intelligence had seen what only now had become clear to him. Idaho shook himself out of the Mentat trance, saw Aaliyah standing in front of him, a coldly measuring expression on her face. "Wouldn't you rather the Lady Jessica were killed?" he asked. The alien flash of her joy lay exposed before his eyes, for a brief instant before being covered by false outrage. "Duncan!" Yes, this alien Aaliyah preferred matricide. "You're afraid of your mother, not for her," he said. She spoke without a change in her measuring stare. "Of course I am. She's reported about me to the Sisterhood." "What do you mean?" "Don't you know the greatest temptation for Bene Gesserit?" She moved closer to him, seductive, looked upward at him through her lashes. "I thought only to keep myself strong and alert for the sake of the twins." "You speak of temptation," he said, his voice Mentat flat. "It's the thing which the Sisterhood hides most deeply, the thing they most fear. It's why they call me Abomination. They know their inhibitions won't hold me back. Temptation. They always speak with heavy emphasis. Great temptation. You see, we who employ the Bene Gesserit teachings can influence such things as the internal adjustments of enzyme balance within our bodies. It can prolong youth, far longer than with melange. Do you see the consequences should many Bene Gesserit do this? It'd be noticed. I'm sure you compute the accuracy of what I'm saying. Melange is what makes us the target for so many plots. We control a substance which prolongs life. What if it became known that Bene Gesserit's controlled an even more potent secret?
You see? Not one Reverend Mother would be safe. Abduction and torture of Bene Gesserits would become a most common activity. You've accomplished this enzyme balancing. It was a statement, not a question. I've defied the Sisterhood. My mother's reports to the Sisterhood will make the Bene Gesserits unswerving allies of House Carino. How very plausible, he thought. He tested. But surely your own mother would not turn against you. She was Bene Gesserit long before she was my mother. Duncan, she permitted her own son, my brother, to undergo the test of the Gom Jabbar. She arranged it. And she knew he might not survive it. Bene Gesserits have always been short on faith and long on pragmatism. She'll act against me if she believes it's in the best interest of the Sisterhood. He nodded. How convincing she was. It was a sad thought. We must hold the initiative, she said. That's our sharpest weapon. There's the problem of Gurney Halleck, he said. Do I have to kill my old friend? Gurney's off on some spy errand in the desert, she said, knowing Idaho already was aware of this. He's safely out of the way. Very odd, he said. The Regent Governor of Caladan running errands here on Arrakis. Why not? Ali demanded. He's her lover. In his dreams, if not in fact. Yes, of course. And he wondered that she did not hear the insincerity in his voice. When will you abduct her? Aaliyah asked. It's better that you don't know. Yes. Yes, I see. Where will you take her? Where she cannot be found. Depend upon it. She won't be left here to threaten you. The glee in Aaliyah's eyes could not be mistaken. But where will... If you do not know, then you cannot answer before a truthsayer. Clever, Duncan. Now she believes I'll kill Lady Jessica, he thought. And he said, Goodbye, beloved. She did not hear the finality in his voice, even kissed him lightly as he left. And all the way down through the siege-like maze of temple corridors, Idaho brushed at his eyes. Tleilaxu's eyes were not immune to tears. You have loved Caladan, and lamented its lost host. But pain discovers. New lovers cannot erase, those forever ghost. Refrain from the Habanya lament. Stilgar quadrupled the siege guard around the twins, but he knew it was useless. The lad was like his Atreides namesake, the grandfather Leto. Everyone who'd known the original Duke remarked on it. Leto had the measuring look about him, and caution, yes, but all of it had to be evaluated against the latent wildness, the susceptibility to dangerous decisions. Ganima was more like her mother. There was Cheney's red hair, the set of Cheney's eyes, and a calculating way about her when she adjusted to difficulties. She often said that she only did what she had to do, but where Leto led, she would follow. And Leto was going to lead them into danger. Not once did Stilgar think of taking his problem to Aaliyah. That ruled out Irulan, who ran to Aaliyah with anything and everything. In coming to his decision, Stilgar realized he had accepted the possibility that Leto had judged Aaliyah correctly. She uses people in a casual and callous way, he thought. She even uses Duncan the same way. It isn't so much that she'd turn on me and kill me, she'd discard me. Meanwhile, the guard was strengthened and Stilgar stalked his siege like a robed spectre, prying everywhere. All the time his mind seethed with the doubts Leto had planted there. If one could not depend upon tradition, then where was the rock upon which to anchor his life? After the afternoon of the convocation of welcome for the Lady Jessica, Stilgar spied Ganima standing with her grandmother at the entrance lip to the Siege's great assembly chamber. It was early, and Aaliyah had not yet arrived, but people already were thronging into the chamber, casting surreptitious glances at the child and adult as they passed. Stilgar paused in a shadowed alcove out of the crowd flow and watched the pair of them, unable to hear their words above the murmuring throb of an assembled multitude. The people of many tribes would be here today to welcome back their old Reverend Mother. But he stared at Ganima. Her eyes, the way they danced when she spoke. The movement fascinated him. Those deep blue, steady, demanding, measuring eyes. And that way of throwing her red gold hair off her shoulder with a twist of the head, that was Cheney. It was a ghostly resurrection, an uncanny resemblance. Slowly, Stilgar drew closer and took up his station in another alcove. He could not associate Ganima's observing manner with any other child of his experience, except her brother. Where was Leto?
Stilgar glanced back up the crowded passage. His guards would have spread an alarm if anything were amiss. He shook his head. These twins assaulted his sanity. They were a constant abrasion against his peace of mind. He could almost hate them. Kin were not immune from one's hatred, but blood, and its precious water, carried demands for one's countenance which transcended most other concerns. These twins existed as his greatest responsibility. Dust-filtered brown light came from the cavernous assembly chamber beyond Ganima and Jessica. It touched the child's shoulders and the new white robe she wore, backlighting her hair as she turned to peer into the passage at the people thronging past. Why did Leto afflict me with these doubts? He wondered. There was no doubt that it had been done deliberately. Perhaps Leto wanted me to have a small share of his own mental experience. Stilgar knew why the twins were different, but had always found his reasoning processes unable to accept what he knew. He had never experienced the womb as a prison to an awakened consciousness, a living awareness from the second month of gestation, so it was said. Leto had once said that his memory was like an internal holograph, expanding in size and in detail from that original shocked awakening, but never changing shape or outline. For the first time as he watched Ganima and the Lady Jessica, Stilgar began to understand what it must be like to live in such a scrambled web of memories, unable to retreat or find a sealed room of the mind. Faced with such a condition, one had to integrate madness, to select and reject from a multitude of offerings in a system where answers changed as fast as the question. There could be no fixed tradition. There could be no absolute answers to double-faced questions. What works? That which does not work. What does not work? That which works. He recognized this pattern. It was the old Fremen game of riddles. Question. It brings death and life. Answer. The Coriolis wind. Why did Leto want me to understand this? Stilgar asked himself. From his cautious probing, Stilgar knew that the twins shared a common view of their difference. They thought of it as an affliction. The birth canal would be a draining place to such a one, he thought. Ignorance reduces the shock of some experiences, but they would have no ignorance about birth. What would it be like to live a life where you knew all of the things that could go wrong? You'd face a constant war with doubts. You'd resent your difference from your fellows. It would be pleasant to inflict others with even a taste of that difference. Why me would be your first unanswered question. And what have I been asking myself? Stilgar thought. A wry smile touched his lips. Why me? Seeing the twins in this new way, he understood the dangerous chances they took with their uncompleted bodies. Ganima had put it to him succinctly once after he'd berated her for climbing the prestigious west face to the rim above Siege Tabor. Why should I fear death? I've been there before. Many times. How can I presume to teach such to children? Stilgar wondered. How can anyone presume? Oddly, Jessica's thoughts were moving in a similar vein as she talked to her granddaughter. She'd been thinking how difficult it must be to carry mature minds in immature bodies. The body would have to learn what the mind already knew it could do, aligning responses and reflexes. The old Bene Gesserit Prana Bindu regimen would be available to them, but even there the mind would run where the flesh could not. Gurney had a supreme difficult task of carrying out her orders. Stilgar's watching us from an alcove back there, Ganima said. Jessica did not turn, but she found herself confounded by what she heard in Ganima's voice. Ganima loved the old Fremen as one would love a parent. Even while she spoke lightly of him and teased him, she loved him. The realization forced Jessica to see the old Naib in a new light, understanding the Gestaltan revelation, what the twins and Stilgar shared. This new Arrakis did not fit Stilgar well, Jessica realized. No more than this new universe fitted her grandchildren. Unwanted and undemanded, a Bene Gesserit saying flowed through Jessica's mind. To suspect your own mortality is to know the beginning of terror. To learn irrefutably that you're mortal is to know the end of terror. Yes, death would not be a hard yoke to wear, but life was a slow fire to Stilgar and the twins. Each found an ill-fitting world and longed for other ways where variations might be known without threat. They were children of Abraham, learning more from a hawk too stooping over the desert than from any book yet written. Leto had confounded Jessica only that morning as they stood beside the Khanat which flowed beneath the siege. He'd said, "While there traps us, grandmother, we'd be better off living like dust than when the wind could carry us higher than the highest cliff of the shield wall." Although she was familiar with such devious maturity from the mouths of these children, Jessica had been caught by this utterance, but had managed
Your father might have said that. And Leto, throwing a handful of sand into the air to watch it fall. Yes, he might have. But my father did not consider then how quickly water makes everything fall back to the ground from which it came. Now standing beside Ganima in the siege, Jessica felt the shock of those words anew. She turned, glanced back at the still flowing throng, let her gaze wander across Stilgar's shadowy shape in the alcove. Stilgar was no tame Fremen. Trained only to carry twigs to the nest, he was still a hawk. When he thought of the color red, he did not think of flowers, but of blood. "You're so quiet suddenly," Ganima said. "Is something wrong?" Jessica shook her head. "It's something Leto said this morning, that's all." "When you went out to the plantings? What'd he say?" Jessica thought of the curious look of adult wisdom which had come over Leto's face out there in the morning. It was the same look which came over Ganima's face right now. "He was recalling the time when Gurney came back from the smugglers to the Atreides banner," Jessica said. "Then you were talking about Stilgar," Ganima said. Jessica did not question how this insight occurred. The twins appeared capable of reproducing each other's thought trains at will. "Yes, we were," Jessica said. "Stilgar didn't like to hear Gurney calling Paul his duke, but Gurney's presence forced this upon all the Fremen. Gurney kept saying, 'my duke.'" "I see," Ganima said. "And of course Leto observed that he was not yet Stilgar's duke." "That's right." "You know what he was doing to you, of course," Ganima said. "I'm not sure I do," Jessica admitted. And she found this admission particularly disturbing because it had not yet occurred to her that Leto was doing anything at all to her. "He was trying to ignite your memories of our father," Ganima said. "Leto's always hungry to know our father from the viewpoints of others who knew him. But doesn't Leto have... Oh, he can listen to the inner life, certainly. But that's not the same. You spoke about him, of course. Our father, I mean. You spoke of him as your son." "Yes." Jessica clipped it off. She did not like feeling that these twins could turn her on and off at will, open her memories for observation, touch any emotion which attracted their interest. Ganima might be doing that right now. "Leto said something to disturb you," Ganima said. Jessica found herself shocked at the necessity to express anger. "Yes, he did. You don't like the fact that he knows our father as our mother knew him, and knows our mother as our father knew her," Ganima said. "You don't like what that implies. What we may know about you." "I'd never really thought about it that way before," Jessica said, finding her voice stiff. "It's the knowledge of sensual things which usually disturbs," Ganima said. "It's your conditioning. You find it extremely difficult to think of us as anything but children. But there's nothing our parents did together, in public or private, that we would not know." For a brief instant, Jessica found herself returning to the reaction which had come over her there beside the Khanat, but now she focused that reaction upon Ganima. "He probably spoke of your duke's rutting sensuality," Ganima said. "Sometimes Leto needs a bridle on his mouth." Is there nothing these twins cannot profane? Jessica wondered, moving from shock to outrage to revulsion. How dared they speak of her, Leto's sensuality? Of course a man and woman who loved each other would share the pleasure of their bodies. It was private and beautiful, not to be paraded in a casual conversation between a child and an adult. Child and adult. Abruptly, Jessica realized that neither Leto nor Ganima had done this casually. As Jessica remained silent, Ganima said, "We've shocked you. I apologize for both of us. Knowing Leto, I knew he did not consider apologizing. Sometimes when he's following a particular scent, he forgets how different we are. From you, for instance." Jessica thought, "And that's why you both do this, of course. You're teaching me." And she wondered then, who else are you teaching? Stilgar? Duncan? "Leto tries to see things as you see them," Ganima said. "Memories are not enough. When you try the hardest just then, you most often fail." Jessica sighed. Ganima touched her grandmother's arm. "Your son left many things unsaid which yet must be said, even to you. Forgive us, but he loved you. Don't you know that?" Jessica turned away to hide the tears glistening in her eyes. "He knew your fears," Ganima said, "just as he knew Stilgar's fears. Dear Still, our father was his doctor of beasts, and Still was no more than the green snail hidden in its shell." She hummed the tune from which he'd taken these words. The music hurled the lyrics against Jessica's awareness without compromise. "O doctor of beasts, to a green snail shell, with its timid miracle, hidden, awaiting death. You come as a deity. Even snails know that gods obliterate, and cures bring pain, that heaven is seen. Through a door of flame, O doctor of beasts, I am the man-snail, who sees your single eye peering into my shell. Why, Muad'Dib? Why? Ganima said, Unfortunately, our father left many man-snails in our universe. The assumption that humans exist within an essentially impermanent universe, taken as an operational precept, demands that the intellect become a totally aware balancing instrument. But the intellect cannot react thus without involving the entire organism. Such an organism may be recognized by its burning, driving behavior, and thus it is with a society treated as an organism. But here we encounter an old inertia. Societies move to the goading of ancient reactive impulses. They demand permanence. Any attempt to display the universe of impermanence arouses rejection patterns, fear, anger, despair. Then how do we explain the acceptance of prescience? Simply, the giver of prescient visions, because he speaks of an absolute permanent realization, may be greeted with joy by humankind even while predicting the most dire events. The Book of Leto, after Hark al-Ada. It's like fighting in the dark, Elias said. She paced the council chamber in angry strides, moving from the tall silvery draperies which soften the morning sun at eastern windows to the divans grouped beneath decorated wall panels at the room's opposite end. Her sandals crossed spice fiber rugs, parquet wood, tiles of giant garnet, and once more, rugs. At last she stood over Irulan and Idaho, who sat facing each other on divans of grey whale fur. Idaho had resisted returning from Tabor, but she had sent peremptory orders. The abduction of Jessica was more important than ever now, but it had to wait. Idaho's mentat perceptions were required. These things are cut from the same pattern, Elias said. They stink of a far-reaching plot. Perhaps not, Irulan ventured, but she glanced questioningly at Idaho. Elia's face lapsed into an undisguised sneer. How could Irulan be that innocent? Unless... Elia bent a sharp and questioning stare onto the princess. Irulan wore a simple black Abba robe which matched the shadows in her spice indigo eyes. Her blonde hair was tied in a tight coil at the nape of her neck, accenting a face thin and toughened by years on Arrakis. She still retained the haughtiness she'd learned in the court of her father, Shaddam IV, and Elia often felt that this prideful attitude could mask the thoughts of a conspirator. Idaho lounged in the black and green uniform of an Atreides houseguard, no insignia. It was an affectation which was secretly resented by many of Elia's actual guards, especially the Amazons, who gloried in the insignia of office. They did not like the plain presence of the Gola swordmaster Mentat, the more so because he was the husband of their mistress. So the tribes want the Lady Jessica reinstated into the Regency Council, Idaho said. How can that... They make unanimous demand, Elias said, pointing to an embossed sheet of spice paper on the divan beside Irulan. Ferrodin is one thing, but this has the stink of other ailments. What does Stilgar think? Irulan asked. His signature's on that paper, Elias said. But how could he deny the mother of his god? Elias sneered. Idaho looked up at her, thinking, it's awfully close to the edge with Irulan. Again, he wondered why Elia had brought him back here when she knew that he was needed at Siege Tabor, if the abduction plot were to be carried off. Was it possible she'd heard about the message sent to him by the preacher? This thought filled his breast with turmoil. How could that mendicant mystic know the secret signal by which Paul Atreides had always summoned his swordmaster? Idaho longed to leave this pointless meeting and return to the search for an answer to that question. There is no doubt the preacher has been off-planet, Elias said. The guild wouldn't dare deceive us in such a thing. I will have him... Careful, Irulan said. Indeed, have care, Idaho said. Half the planet believe him to be... He shrugged. Your brother. And Idaho hoped he had carried this off with properly casual attitude. How had the man known that signal? But if he's a courier, or a spy of the... He's made contact with no one from Shoam or House Carino, Irulan said. We can be sure of nothing! Elia did not try to hide her scorn. She turned her back on Irulan, faced Idaho. He knew why he was here. Why didn't he perform as expected? He was in council because Irulan was here. The history which had brought a princess of House Carino into the Atreides fold could never be forgotten. Allegiance once changed could change again. Duncan's mentat power should be searching for flaws, for subtle deviations in Irulan's behavior. Idaho stirred, glanced at Irulan. There were times when he resented the straight-line necessities imposed on mentat performance. He knew what Aaliyah was thinking. Irulan would know it as well. But this princess-wife to Paul Muad'Dib had overcome the decisions which had made her less than the royal concubine Cheney. There could be no doubt of Irulan's devotion to the royal twins. She had renounced family and Bene Gesserit in dedication to the Atreides. "My mother is a part of this plot," Aaliyah insisted. "For what other reason would the Sisterhood send her back here at such a time as this?" "Hysteria isn't going to help us," Idaho said. Aaliyah whirled away from him, as he'd known she would. It helped him that he did not have to look at that once-beloved face, which was now so twisted by alien possession. "Well," Irulan said, "the Guild can't be completely trusted." "The Guild!" Aaliyah sneered. "We can't rule out the enmity of the Guild or the Bene Gesserit," Idaho said. "But we must assign them special categories as essentially passive combatants. The Guild will live up to its basic rule. Never govern. They're a parasitic growth and they know it. They won't do anything to kill the organism which keeps them alive." "Their idea of which organism keeps them alive may be different from ours," Irulan drawled. It was the closest she ever came to a sneer. That lazy tone of voice which said, "You missed a point, Mentat." Aaliyah appeared puzzled. She had not expected Irulan to take this tack. It was not the kind of view which a conspirator would want examined. "No doubt," Idaho said. "But the Guild won't come out overtly against House Atreides. The Sisterhood, on the other hand, might risk a certain kind of political break, which, if they do, it'll be through a front. Someone or some group they can disavow," Irulan said. "The Bene Gesserit haven't existed all of these centuries without knowing the value of self-effacement. They prefer being behind the throne, not on it." Self-effacement? Aaliyah wondered. Was that Irulan's choice? "Precisely the point I make about the Guild," Idaho said. He found the necessities of argument and explanation helpful. They kept his mind from other problems. Aaliyah strode back toward the sunlit windows. She knew Idaho's blind spot. Every mentat had it. They had to make pronouncements. This brought about a tendency to develop upon absolutes and to see finite limits. They knew this about themselves. It was part of their training. Yet they continued to act beyond self-limiting parameters. "I should have left him at Siege Tabor," Aaliyah thought. "It would have been better to just turn Irulan over to Javid for questioning." Within her skull, Aaliyah heard a rumbling voice. "Exactly. Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!" she thought. A dangerous mistake beckoned her in these moments, and she could not recognize its outlines. All she could sense was the danger. Idaho had to help her out of this predicament. He was a mentat, and mentats were necessary. The human computer replaced the mechanical devices destroyed by the Butlerian Jihad. Thou shalt not make a machine in the likeness of a human mind. But Aaliyah longed now for a compliant machine. They could not have suffered from Idaho's limitations. You could never distrust a machine. Aaliyah heard Irulan's drawling voice. "A feint within a feint within a feint within a feint," Irulan said. "We all know the accepted pattern of attack upon power. I don't blame Aaliyah for her suspicions. Of course she suspects everyone, even us. Ignore that for the moment, though. What remains as the prime arena of motive? The most fertile source of danger to the Regency?" "Show him," Idaho said. His voice mentat flat. Aaliyah allowed herself a grim smile. The Combine Hanat Ober Advancer Mercantiles, but House Atreides dominated Chom with 51% of its shares. The priesthood of Muad'Dib held another 5%. Pragmatic acceptance by the great houses that Dune controlled the priceless melange. Not without reason was the spice often called the secret coinage. Without melange, the Spacing Guild's highliners could not move. Melange precipitated the navigation trance by which a translight pathway could be seen before it was traveled. Without melange and its amplification of the human immunogenic system, life expectancy for the very rich degenerated by a factor of at least 4. Even the vast middle class of the Imperium ate diluted melange in small sprinklings, with at least one meal a day. But Aaliyah had heard the mentat's sincerity in Idaho's voice, a sound which he'd been awaiting with terrible expectancy. Show him. The Combine Hanat was much more than House Atreides, much more than Dune, much more than the priesthood or melange. It was ink vines, whale fur, shigawire, Ixian artifacts and entertainers, trade in people and places. The Hajj. those products which came from the borderline legality of Tleilaxu technology. It was addictive drugs and medical techniques. It was transportation, the guild, and all the super-complex commerce of an empire which encompassed thousands of known planets, plus so much fed secretly at the fringes, permitted there for services rendered. When Idaho said show 'em, he spoke of a constant ferment. Intrigue within intrigue. A play of powers where the shift of one duodecimal point in interest payments could change the ownership of an entire planet. Aaliyah returned to stand over the two seated on the divans. "Something specific about Shoam bothers you?" she asked. "There's always the heavy speculative stockpiling of spice by certain houses," Irlan said. Aaliyah slapped her hands against her own thighs, then gestured at the embossed spice paper beside Irlan. "That demand doesn't intrigue you, coming as it does." "All right," Idaho barked. "Out with it. What are you withholding? You know better than to deny the data, and still expect me to function. There has been a recent, very significant increase in trade for people with 4 specific specialties," Aaliyah said, and she wondered if this would be truly new information for this pair. "Which specialities?" Irlan asked. "Swordmasters, twisted mentats from Tleilax, conditioned medics from the Sook School, and FinCap accountants, most especially the latter. Why would questionable bookkeeping be in demand right now?" She directed the question at Idaho. Function as a mentat, he thought. Well, that was better than dwelling on what Aaliyah had become. He focused on her words, replaying them in his mind mentat fashion. Swordmasters. That had been his own calling once. Swordmasters were, of course, more than personal fighters. They could repair force shields, plan military campaigns, design military support facilities, improvise weapons. Twisted mentats. The Tleilaxu persisted in this hoax, obviously. As a mentat himself, Idaho knew the fragile insecurity of Tleilaxu twisting. Great houses which bought such mentats hoped to control them absolutely. Impossible. Even Peter de Vries, who had served the Harkonnens in their assault on House Atreides, had maintained his own essential dignity, accepting death rather than surrender his inner core of selfdom at the end. Sook doctors. Their conditioning supposedly guaranteed them any disloyalty to their owner patents. And Sook doctors came very expensive. Increased purchase of Sooks would involve substantial exchanges of funds. Idaho weighed these facts against an increase in FinCap accountants. Prime computation, he said, indicating a heavily weighed assurance that he spoke of inductive fact. There's been a recent increase in wealth among houses minor. Some have to be moving quietly toward great house status. Such wealth could only come from some specific shifts in political alignments. We come at last to the Landsrad, Elias said, voicing her unbelief. The next Landsrad session is almost 2 standard years away, Irlan reminded her. But political bargaining never ceases, Elias said. And I'll warrant some among those tribal signatories, she gestured at the paper beside Irlan, are among the houses minor who shifted their alignment. Perhaps, Irlan said. The Landsrad, Elias said. What better front for the Bene Gesserit? And what better agent for the sisterhood than my own mother? Aaliyah planted herself directly in front of Idaho. Well, Duncan? Why not function as a mentat? Idaho asked himself. He saw the tenor of Aaliyah's suspicions now. After all, Duncan Idaho had been personal guard to Lady Jessica for many years. Duncan, Aaliyah pressed. You should inquire closely after any advisory legislation which may be under preparation for the next session of the Landsrad, Idaho said. They might take the legal position that a regency can't veto certain kinds of legislation. Specifically, adjustments of taxation and the policing of cartels. There are others, but not a very good pragmatic bet on their part if they take that position, Irlan said. I agree, Aaliyah said. The Sardaukar have no teeth, and we still have our Fremen legions. Careful, Aaliyah, Idaho said. Our enemies would like nothing better than to make us appear monstrous. No matter how many legions you command, power ultimately rides on popular sufferance in an empire as scattered as this one. Popular sufferance? Irlan asked. You mean great houses sufferance? Aaliyah said. And how many great houses will we face under this new alliance? Idaho asked. Money is collecting in strange places. The fringes? Irlan asked. Idaho shrugged. It was an unanswerable question. All of them suspected that one day the Tleilaxu were technology tinkerers on the imperial fringes
would nullify the Holtzman effect. On that day, shields would be useless. The whole precarious balance which maintained planetary feudatories would collapse. Aaliyah refused to consider that possibility. "We'll ride with what we have," she said. "And what we have is a certain knowledge throughout the Choam Directorate that we can destroy the spice if they force us to it. They won't risk that." "Back to Choam again," Irulan said. "Unless someone has managed to duplicate the Santrout-Sanrum cycle on another planet," Idaho said. He looked speculatively at Irulan, excited by this question. "Seleucus Secundus?" "My contacts there remain reliable," Irulan said. "Not Seleucia." "Then my answer stands," Aaliyah said, staring at Idaho. "We ride with what we have." My move, Idaho thought. He said, "Why don't you drag me away from important work? You could have worked this out yourself." "Don't take that tone with me," Aaliyah snapped. Idaho's eyes went wide. For an instant, he'd seen the alien on Aaliyah's face, and it was a disconcerting sight. He turned his attention to Irulan, but she had not seen or gave that appearance. "I don't need an elementary education," Aaliyah said, her voice still edged with alien anger. Idaho managed a rueful smile, but his breast ached. "We never get far from wealth in all of its mass when we deal with power," Irulan drawled. "Paul was a social mutation, and as such, we have to remember that he shifted the whole balance of wealth." "Such mutations are not irreversible," Aaliyah said, turning away from them as though she'd not exposed her terrible difference. "Wherever there's wealth in this empire, they know this. They also know," Irulan said, "that there are 3 people who could perpetuate this mutation. The twins, and..." She pointed at Aaliyah. "Are they insane, this pair?" Idaho wondered. "They'll try to assassinate me," Aaliyah rasped. And Idaho sat in shocked silence, his mentat awareness whirling. Assassinate Aaliyah? Why? They could discredit her too easily. They could cut her out of the Fremen pack and hunt her down at will. But the twins know. He knew he was not in the proper mentat calm for such an assessment, but he had to try. He had to be as precise as possible. At the same time, he knew that precise thinking contained undigested absolutes. Nature was not precise. The universe was not precise when reduced to a scale. It was vague and fuzzy, full of unexpected movements and changes. Humankind as a whole had to be entered into this computation as a natural phenomenon. And the whole process of precise analysis represented a chopping off, a remove from the ongoing current of the universe. He had to get at that current, set it in motion. "We were right to focus on Choam and the Landsrat," Irulan drawled. "And Duncan's suggestion offers a first line of inquiry, for money as a translation of energy can't be separated from the energy it expenses," Aaliyah said. "We all know this. But we have to answer 3 specific questions. When, using what weapons, and where?" The twins. The twins, Idaho thought. It's the twins who are in danger, not Aaliyah. "You're not interested in who or how?" Irulan asked. "If House Carino Ochorum or any other group employs human instruments on this planet," Aaliyah said, "we stand a better than 60% chance of finding them before they act. Knowing when they'll act and when gives us a bigger leverage on those odds. How? That's just asking what weapons." "Why can't they see it as I see it?" Idaho wondered. "All right," Irulan said. "When?" "When attention is focused on someone else," Aaliyah said. "Attention was focused on your mother at the convocation," Irulan said. "There was no attempt." "Wrong place," Aaliyah said. "What's she doing?" Idaho wondered. "Where then?" Irulan asked. "Right here in the keep," Aaliyah said. "It's the place where I'd feel most secure, at least on my guard." "What weapons?" Irulan asked. "Conventional. Something a Fremen might have on his person. A poison crysknife, Maula pistol. They've not tried a hunter-seeker in a long while," Irulan said. "It wouldn't work in a crowd," Aaliyah said. "There'll have to be a crowd." "Biological weapon?" Irulan asked. "An infectious agent?" Aaliyah asked, not masking her incredulity. How could Irulan think an infectious agent would succeed against the immunological barriers which protect Nanotrades? "I was thinking more in the line of some animal," Irulan said. "A small pet, say, trained to bite a specific victim, inflicting a poison with its bite." "The house ferrets will prevent that,"
Elias said. One of them, then? Irulan asked. Couldn't be done. The house ferrets would reject an outsider. Kill it. You know that. I was just exploring possibilities in the hope that I'll alert my guards, Elias said. As Elias said guards, Idaho put a hand over his Tlaxu eyes, trying to prevent the demanding involvement which swept over him. It was Rajya, the movement of infinity as expressed by life, the latent cup of total immersion in Mentat awareness, which lay in wait for every Mentat. It threw his awareness onto the universe like a net, falling, defining the shapes within it. He saw the twins crouching in darkness while giant claws raked their air about them. No, he whispered. What? Ali looked at him as though surprised to find him still there. He took his hand from his eyes. The garments that House Carino sent? He asked. Have they been sent on to the twins? Of course, Irulan said. They're perfectly safe. No one's going to try for the twins at Siege Tabor, Alia said. Not with all those Stilgar-trained guards around. Idaho stared at her. He had no particular datum to reinforce an argument based on Mentat computation, but he knew. He knew. This thing he'd experienced came very close to the visionary power which Paul had known. Neither Irulan nor Ali would believe it coming from him. I'd like to alert the port authorities against the allowing the importation of any outside animals, he said. You're not taking Irulan's suggestion seriously, Alia protested. Why take any chances? He asked. Tell that to the smugglers, Alia said. I'll put my dependence on the house ferret. Idaho shook his head. What could house ferrets do against claws the size of those he envisioned? But Alia was right. Bribes in the right places. One acquiescent guild navigator, and any place in the empty quarter became a landing port. The guild would resist a front position in any attack on House Atreides. But if the price were high enough, well, the guild could only be thought of as something like a geological barrier which made attacks difficult, but not impossible. They could always protest that they were just a transportation agency. How could they know to what use a particular cargo would be put? Alia broke the silence with a purely Fremen gesture, a raised fist with a thumb horizontal. She accompanied the gesture with a traditional expletive which meant, I give Typhoon Complik. She obviously saw herself as the only logical target for assassins, and the gesture protested a universe full of undigested threats. She was saying she would hurl the death wind at anyone who attacked her. Idaho felt the hopelessness of any protest. He saw that she no longer suspected him. He was going back to Tabor, and she expected a perfectly executed abduction of the Lady Jessica. He lifted himself from the divan in an adrenaline surge of anger, thinking, if only Ali were the target. If only assassins could get to her. For an instant he rested his hand on his own knife, but it was not in him to do this. Far better, though, that she die a martyr than live to be discredited and hounded into a sandy grave. Yes, Elias said, misinterpreting his expression as concern for her. You'd best hurry back to Tabor. And she thought, how foolish of me to suspect Duncan. He's mine, not Jessica's. It had been the demand from the tribes that upset her, Alia thought. She waved an airy goodbye to Idaho as he left. Idaho left the council chamber feeling hopeless. Not only was Alia blind with her Ilian possession, but she became more insane with each crisis. She had already passed her danger point and was doomed. But what could be done for the twins? Whom could he convince? Stilgar? And what could Stilgar do that he wasn't already doing? The Lady Jessica, then? Yes. He'd explore that possibility. But she, too, might be far gone and plotting with her sisterhood. He carried few illusions about that Atreides concubine. She might do anything at the command of the Bene Gesserits, even turn against her own grandchildren. Good government never depends upon laws, but upon the personal qualities of those who govern. The machinery of government is always subordinate to the will of those who administer that machinery. The most important element of government, therefore, is the method of choosing leaders. Law and governance. The Spacing Guild Manual. Why does Alia wish me to share in the morning audience? Jessica wondered. They've not voted me back into the council. Jessica stood in the anteroom to the keep's great hall. The anteroom itself would have been a great hall anywhere other than Arrakis. Following the Atreides' lead, buildings in Arrakeen had become ever more gigantic as wealth and power concentrated, and this room epitomized her misgivings.
She did not like this anteroom with its tiled floor depicting her son's victory over Shaddam IV. She caught a reflection of her own face in the polished plasteel door which led into the great hall. Returning to Dune forced such comparisons upon her, and Jessica noted only the signs of aging in her own features. The oval face had developed tiny lines, and the eyes were more brittle in their indigo reflection. She could remember when there had been white around the blue of her eyes. Only the careful ministrations of a professional dresser maintained the polished bronze of her hair. Her nose remained small, mouth generous, and her body was still slender. But even the Bene Gesserit trained muscles had a tendency towards slowness. Some might not note this, or they would and say, "You haven't changed a bit." But the Sisterhood's training was two-edged. Small changes seldom escape the notice of people thus trained. And the lack of small changes in Aaliyah had not escaped Jessica's notice. Javid, the master of Aaliyah's appointment, stood at the great door, being very official this morning. He was a robed genie with a cynical smile on his round face. Javid struck Jessica as a paradox, a well-fed Fremen. And noting her attention upon him, Javid smiled knowingly and shrugged. His attendance in Jessica's entourage had been short, as he'd known it would be. He hated Atreides, but he was Aaliyah's man in more ways than one, if the rumors were to be believed. Jessica saw the shrug, though. Thought, this is the age of the shrug. He knows I've heard all the stories about him, and he doesn't care. Our civilization could well die of indifference within it before succumbing to external attack. The guards Gurney had assigned her before leaving for the smugglers, and the desert hadn't liked her coming here without their attendants. But Jessica felt oddly safe. Let someone make a martyr of her in this place. Aaliyah wouldn't survive it. Aaliyah would know that. When Jessica failed to respond to his shrug and smile, Javid coughed, a belching disturbance of his larynx which could only have been achieved with practice. It was like a secret language. It said, "We understand the nonsense of all this pomp, my lady. Isn't it wonderful what humans can be made to believe?" Wonderful. Jessica agreed, but her face gave no indication of the thought. The anteroom was quite full now, all of the morning's permitted supplicants having received their rightful entrance from Javid's people. The outer doors had been closed. Supplicants and attendants kept a polite distance from Jessica, but observed that she wore the formal back Abba of Fremen Reverend Mother. This would raise many questions. No mark of Muad'Dib's priesthood could be seen on her person. Conversations hummed as the people divided their attention between Jessica and the small side door through which Aaliyah would come to lead them to the great hall. It was obvious to Jessica that the old pattern which defined where the Regency's powers lay had been shaken. I did that just by coming here, she thought. But I came because Aaliyah invited me. Reading the signs of disturbance, Jessica realized Aaliyah was deliberately prolonging this moment, allowing the subtle currents to run their course here. Aaliyah would be watching from a spy hole, of course. Few subtleties of Aaliyah's behavior escaped Jessica, and she felt with each passing minute how right she'd been to accept the mission which the Sisterhood pressed upon her. Matters cannot be allowed to continue this way, the leader of the Bene Gesserit delegation had argued. Surely the signs of decay had not escaped you, you of all people. We know why you left us, but we know also how you were trained. Nothing was stinted in your education. You are an adept of the Panoplia Prophetica, and you must know when the souring of a powerful religion threatens us all. Jessica had pursed her lips in thought while staring out a window at the soft signs of Spring Castle. She did not like to direct her thinking in such a logical fashion. One of the first lessons of the Sisterhood had been to reserve an attitude of questioning for anything which came in the guise of logic. But the members of the delegation had known that too. How moist the air had been that morning, Jessica thought, looking around Aaliyah's anteroom. How fresh and moist. Here there was a sweaty dampness to the air which evoked a sense of uneasiness in Jessica, and she thought, I've reverted to Fremen ways. The air was too moist in the Sietch above ground. What was wrong with the Master of the Stills? Paul would never have permitted such laxness. She noted that Javid, his shiny face alert and composed, appeared to have noticed the fault of dampness in the anteroom's air. Or not. Bad training for one born on Arrakis. The members of the Bene Gesserit delegation had wanted to know if she required proofs of their allegations. She'd given them an angry answer out of their own manuals. All proofs inevitably lead to propositions which have no proof. All things are known because we want to believe in them. But we have submitted these questions to Mentats, the delegation's leader had protested. Jessica had stared at the woman, astonished.
I marvel that you have reached your present situation and not yet learned the limits of mentats, Jessica had said, at which the delegation had relaxed. Apparently, it had all been a test and she had passed. They'd feared, of course, that she had lost all touch with those balancing abilities which were at the core of Bene Gesserit training. Now Jessica became softly alert as Javid left his door station and approached her. He bowed. My lady, it occurred to me that you might not have heard the latest exploit of the preacher. I get daily reports on everything which occurs here, Jessica said. Let him take that back to Aaliyah. Javid smiled. Then you know he rails against your family. Only last night he preached in the south suburb and no one dared touch him. You know why, of course. Because they think he's my son come back to them, Jessica said, her voice bored. This question has not been put to the Mentat Idaho, Javid said. Perhaps that should be done and things settled. Jessica thought, here's one who truly doesn't know a Mentat's limits, although he dares put horns on one, in his dreams if not in fact. Mentats share the fallibilities of those who use them, she said. The human mind, as is the case with the mind of any animal, is a resonator. It responds to resonances in the environment. The Mentat has learned to extend his awareness across many parallel loops of causality, and to proceed along those loops for long chains of consequences. Let him chew on that. This preacher doesn't disturb you, then? Javid asked, his voice abruptly formal and portentous. I find him a healthy sign, she said. I don't want him bothered. Javid clearly had not expected that blunt response. He tried to smile. Failed. Then, the ruling council of the church which deifies the sun will of course bow to your wishes if you insist. But certainly some explanation. Perhaps you'd rather I explained how I fit into your schemes, she said. Javid stared at her narrowly. Madame, I see no logical reason why thou refusest to denounce this preacher. He cannot be thy son. I make a reasonable request. Denounce him. This is a set piece, Jessica thought. Aaliyah put him up to it. She said, No. But he defiles the name of thy son. He preaches abominable things, cries out against the holy daughter. He incites the populace against us. When asked, he said that even thou possess the nature of evil and that enough of this nonsense, Jessica said. Tell Aaliyah that I refuse. I've heard nothing but tales of this preacher since returning. He bores me. Does it bore thee, madam, to learn that his latest defilement, he said that thou wilt not turn against him? And here, clearly, thou, evil as I am, I still won't denounce him, she said. It is no joking matter, madam. Jessica waved him away angrily. Begone! She spoke with sufficient carrying power that others heard, forcing him to obey. His eyes glared with rage, but he managed a stiff bow and returned to his position at the door. This argument fitted neatly into the observations Jessica had already made. When he spoke of Aaliyah, Javid's voice carried the husky undertones of a lover. No mistaking it. The rumors no doubt were true. Aaliyah had allowed her life to degenerate in a terrible way. Observing this, Jessica began to harbor the suspicion that Aaliyah was a willing participant in abomination. Was it a perverse will to self-destruction? Because surely Aaliyah was working to destroy herself and the power base which fed on her brother's teachings. Faint stirrings of unease began to grow apparent in the anteroom. The aficionados of this place would know when Aaliyah delayed too long. And by now they'd all heard about Jessica's peremptory dismissal of Aaliyah's favorite. Jessica sighed. She felt that her body had walked into this place with soul creeping behind. Movements among the courtiers were so transparent. The seeking out of important people was like a dance, like the wind through a field of cereal stalks. The cultivated inhabitants of this place furrowed their brows and gave chromatic rating numbers to the importance of each of their fellows. Obviously, her rebuff of Javid had hurt him. Few spoke to him now. But the others... Her trained eye could read the rating numbers in the satellites attending the powerful. They do not attend me because I'm dangerous, she thought. I have the stink of someone Aaliyah fears. Jessica glanced around the room, seeing eyes turn away. They were such seriously futile people that she found herself wanting to cry out against their ready-made justifications for pointless lives. Oh, if only the preacher could see this room as it looked now. A fragment of a nearby conversation caught her attention. A tall, slender priest was addressing his coterie. No doubt supplicants here under his auspices. Often I must speak otherwise than I think, he said. This is called diplomacy. The resultant laughter was too loud, too quickly silenced. People in the group saw that Jessica had overheard. My Duke would have transported such a one to the farthest available hellhole, Jessica thought. Have returned none too soon. She knew now that she'd lived on faraway Caladan in an insulated capsule, which had allowed only the most blatant of Aaliyah's excesses to intrude. I've contributed to my own dream existence, she thought. Caladan had been like something that insulation provided by a real first-class frigate, riding securely in the hold of a guild highliner. Only the most violent maneuvers could be felt, and those as mere softened movements. How seductive is it to live in peace, she thought. The more she saw of Aaliyah's court, the more sympathy Jessica felt for the words reported as coming from this blind preacher. Yes, Paul might have said such words on seeing what had become of his realm, and Jessica wondered what Gurney had found about the smugglers. Her first reaction to Eric Keene had been the right one, Jessica realized. On that first ride into the city with Javid, her attention had been caught by armored screens around dwellings, the heavily guarded pathways and alleys, the patient watchers at every turn, the tall walls and indications of deep underground places, revealed by thick foundations. Eric Keene had become an ungenerous place, a contained place, unreasonable and self-righteous in its harsh outlines. Abruptly, the anteroom's small side door opened. A vanguard of priestess Amazons spewed into the room with Aaliyah shielded behind them, haughty and moving with confined awareness of real and terrible power. Aaliyah's face was composed. No emotion betrayed itself as her gaze caught and held her mother's. But both knew the battle had been joined. At Javid's command, the giant doors to the great hall were opened, moving with the silent and inevitable sense of hidden energies. Aaliyah came to her mother's side as the guards unfolded them. "Shall we go in now, Mother?" Aaliyah asked. "It's high time," Jessica said. And she thought, seeing the sense of gloating in Aaliyah's eyes, she thinks she can destroy me and remain unscathed. She's mad. And Jessica wondered if that might not have been what Idaho had wanted. He'd sent a message, but she'd been unable to respond. Such an enigmatic message. Danger. Must see you. It had been written in a variant of the old Chicamsa, where the particular word chose to denote danger signified a plot. I'll see him immediately when I return to Tabor, she thought. This is the fallacy of power. Ultimately, it's effective only in an absolute, a limited universe. But the basic lesson of our relativistic universe is that things change. Any power must always meet a greater power. Paul Muad'Dib taught his lesson to the Sardaukar on the plains of Arrakeen. His descendants have yet to learn the lesson for themselves. The preacher at Arrakeen. The first supplicant for the morning audience was a Kadeshian troubadour, a pilgrim of the Hajj whose purse had been emptied by Arrakeen mercenaries. He stood on the water-green stone of the chamber floor with no air of begging about him. Jessica admired his boldness from where she sat with Aaliyah atop the 7-step platform. Identical thrones had been placed here for mother and daughter, and Jessica made particular note of the fact that Aaliyah sat on the right, the masculine position. As for the Kadeshian troubadour, it was obvious that Javid's people had passed him for just this quality he now displayed, his boldness. The troubadour was expected to provide some entertainment for the courtiers of the Great Hall. It was the payment he'd make in lieu of the money he no longer possessed. From the report of the priest advocate who now pled the troubadour's case, the Kadeshian had retained only the clothing on his back and the balisette slung over one shoulder on a leather cord. He says he was fed the dark drink, the advocate said, barely hiding the smile which sought to twist his lips. If it please your holiness, the drink left him helpless but awake while his purse was cut. Jessica studied the troubadour, while the advocate droned on and on with false subservience, his voice full of mucky morals. The Kadeshian was tall, easily 2 meters. He had a roving eye which showed intelligent alertness and humor. His golden hair was worn to the shoulders in the style of his planet, and there was a sense of virile strength in the broad chest and neatly tapering body, which a grey Hajj robe could not conceal. His name was given as Tigir Mohandas, and he was descended from merchant engineers, proud of his ancestry and himself. Aaliyah finally cut off the pleading with a hand wave, spoke without turning. The Lady Jessica will render first judgment in honor of her return to us. Thank you, daughter, Jessica said, stating the order of ascendancy to all who heard. Daughter. So this Tigir Mohandas was part of their plan. Or was he an innocent dupe? This judgment was designed to open attack on herself, Jessica realized. It was obvious in Aaliyah's attitude. Do you play that instrument well? Jessica asked, indicating the 9-string balisette on the troubadour's shoulder. As well as the great Gurney Halleck himself, Tagir Mohandas spoke loudly for all in the hall to hear, and his words evoked an interested stir among the courtiers.
You seek the gift of transport money, Jessica said. Where would that money take you?
To Salusa Secundus in Feridun's court, Mohandas said. I've heard he seeks troubadours and minstrels, that he supports the arts and builds a great renaissance of cultivated life around him.
Jessica refrained from glancing at Aaliyah.
They'd known, of course, what Mohandas would have asked. She found herself enjoying this byplay. Did they think her unable to meet this thrust?
Will you play for your passage? Jessica asked. My terms are Fremen terms. If I enjoy your music, I may keep you here to smooth away my cares. If your music offends me, I may send you to toil in the desert for your passage of money. If I deem you are playing just right for Feridun, who is said to be an enemy of the Atreides, then I will send you to him with my blessing. Will you play on these terms, Tagir Mohandas?
He threw his head back in a great roaring laugh. His blonde-haired danced as he unslung the balisette and tuned it deftly to an intricate acceptance of her challenge. The crowd in the chamber started to press closer, but were held back by courtiers and guards. Presently, Mohandas strummed a note, holding the bass hum of the slide strings with fine attention to their compelling vibration. Then, lifting his voice in a mellow tenor, he sang, obviously improvising, but his touch so deft that Jessica was enthralled before she focused the lyrics. You say you long for Caladan seas, where you once ruled Atreides, without surcease, but exiles dwell in stranger lands. You say 'twere bitter men so rude, to sell your dreams of Shai-Hulud, for tasteless food and exiles dwell in stranger lands. You make a raucous grow infirm, silence the passage of the worm, and end your term as exiles dwell in stranger lands. Aaliyah, they name you Coantine, at spirit who is never seen, until— Enough! Aaliyah screamed. She pushed herself half out of her throne. I'll have you— Aaliyah! Jessica spoke just loud enough, voice pitched just right to avoid confrontation while gaining full attention. It was a masterful use of voice, and all who heard it recognized the trained powers in this demonstration. Aaliyah sank back into her seat, and Jessica noted that she showed not the slightest discomfiture. This too was anticipated, Jessica thought. How very interesting. The judgment on this first one is mine, Jessica reminded her. Very well. Aaliyah's words were barely audible. I find this one a fitting gift for Feridun, Jessica said. He has a tongue which cuts like a crysknife. Such bloodletting as that tongue can administer would be healthy for our own court. But I'd rather he minister to House Carino. A light rippling of laughter spread through the hall. Aaliyah permitted herself a snorting exhalation. Do you know what he called me? He didn't call you anything, daughter. He but reported that which he or anyone else could hear in the streets. There they call you Coantine. The female death spirit who walks without feet, Aaliyah snarled. If you put away those who report accurately, you'll keep only those who know what you want to hear, Jessica said, her voice sweet. I can think of nothing more poisonous than to rot in the stink of your own reflections. Audible gasps came from those immediately below the thrones. Jessica focused on Mohandas, who remained silent, standing completely uncowed. He awaited whatever judgment was passed upon him, as though it did not matter. Mohandas was exactly the kind of man her duke would have chosen to have by his side in troubled times. One who acted with confidence of his own judgment, but accepted whatever befell, even death, without berating his fate. Then why had he chosen this course? Why did you sing those particular words? Jessica asked him. He lifted his head to speak clearly. I'd heard that the Atreides were honorable and open-minded. I thought a test, and perhaps to stay here in your service, thereby having the time to seek out those who robbed me and deal with them in my own fashion. He dares test us, Aaliyah muttered. Why not? Jessica asked. She smiled down at the troubadour to signal goodwill. He'd come into this hall only because it offered him opportunity for another adventure, another passage through his universe. Jessica found herself tempted to bind him to her own entourage, but Aaliyah's reaction boded evil for brave Mohandas. There were also those signs which said this was the course expected of the Lady Jessica. Take a brave and handsome troubadour in her service as she'd taken brave Gurney Halleck. Best Mohandas were sent on his way, though. It rankled to lose such a fine specimen to Feridun. He shall go to Feridun, Jessica said. See that he gets his passage money. Let his tongue draw the blood of House Carino and see how he survives it.
Aaliyah glowered at the floor, then produced a belated smile.
The wisdom of the Lady Jessica prevails, she said, waving Mohandas away.
That did not go the way she wanted, Jessica thought. But there were indicators in Aaliyah's manner that a more potent test remained. Another supplicant was being brought forward. Jessica, noting her daughter's reaction, felt the gnawing of doubts. The lesson learned from the twins was needed here. Let Aaliyah be abomination. Still, she was one of the preborn. She could know her mother as she knew herself. It did not compute that Aaliyah would misjudge her mother's reactions in the manner of the troubadour. Why did Aaliyah stage that confrontation? To distract me? There was no more time to reflect. The second supplicant had taken his place below the twin thrones, his advocate at his side. The supplicant was a Fremen this time, an old man with the sand marks of the desert born on his face. He was not tall, but had a wiry body, and the long dish dashi usually worn over a stillsuit gave him a stately appearance. The robe was in keeping with his narrow face and beaked nose, the glaring of eyes of blue on blue. He wore no stillsuit and seemed uncomfortable without it. The gigantic space of the audience hall must have seemed to him like the openest air, which robbed his flesh of its priceless moisture. Under the hood, which had been thrown partly back, he wore the knotted keffia headdress of a naib.
I am Gadhean Alfali,
he said, placing one foot on the steps to the thrones to signify his status above that of the mob.
I was one of Muad'Dib's death commandos, and I am here concerning a matter of the desert.
Aaliyah stiffened only slightly, a small betrayal. Alfali's name had been on that demand to place Jessica on the council. A matter of the desert, Jessica thought. That he and Alfali had spoken before his advocate could open the pleading. With that formal Fremen phrase, he had placed them on notice that he brought them something of concern to all of Dune, and that he spoke with the authority of a Fedaykin who had offered his life beside that of Paul Muad'Dib. Jessica doubted that this was what Gadhian Alfali had told Javid, or the Advocate General in seeking audience here. Her guess was confirmed as an official of the priesthood rushed forward from the rear of the chamber, waving the black cloth of intercession.
My ladies, the official called out, do not listen to this man. He comes under false...
Jessica, watching the priest run toward them, caught a movement out of the corners of her eyes, saw Aaliyah's hand signaling in the old Atreides battle language. Now. Jessica could not determine where the signal was directed, but acted instinctively with a lurch to the left, taking throne and all. She rolled away from the crashing throne as she fell, came to her feet as she heard the sharp spat of a Mala pistol, and again. But she was moving with the first sound, felt something tug at her right sleeve. She dove into the throng of supplicants and courtiers gathered below the dais. Aaliyah, she noted, had not moved. Surrounded by people, Jessica stopped. Gadhean Alfali, she saw, had dodged the other side of the dais, but the advocate remained in his own original position. It had all happened with the rapidity of an ambush, but everyone in the hall knew where the trained reflexes should have taken anyone caught by surprise. Aaliyah and the advocate stood frozen in their exposure. A disturbance toward the middle of the room caught Jessica's attention, and she forced her way through the throng, saw 4 supplicants holding the priest official. His black cloth of intercession lay near his feet, a Mala pistol exposed in its folds. Alfali thrust his way past Jessica, looked from the pistol to the priest. The Fremen let out a cry of rage, came up from his belt with an achar below, the fingers of his left hand rigid. They caught the priest in the throat and he collapsed, strangling. Without a backward glance at the man he had killed, the old naib turned an angry face toward the dais.
Delalil! Al-Nadurua!
Alfali called, placing both palms against his forehead and lowering them.
The Qadis as-Salaf will not let me be silenced. If I do not slay those who interfere, others will slay them.
He thinks he was the target, Jessica realized. She looked down at her sleeve, put a finger in the neat hole left by the Mala pellet. Poison, no doubt. The supplicants had dropped the priest. As he lay writhing on the floor, dying with his larynx crushed, Jessica motioned to a pair of shocked courtiers standing at her left, said,
I want that man safe for questioning. If he dies, you die.
As they hesitated, peering toward the dais, she used the voice on them.
Move!
The pair moved. Jessica thrust herself to Alfali's side, nudged him.
You're a fool, Naib. They were after me, not you.
Several people around them heard her.
In the immediate shocked silence, Al-Fali glanced at the dais with its one toppled throne, and Aliyah still seated on the other. The look of realization which came over his face could have been read by a novice. "Fedaykin," Jessica said, reminding him of his old service to her family. "We who've been scorched know how to stand back to back." "Trust me, my lady," he said, taking her meaning immediately. A gasp behind Jessica brought her whirling, and she felt Al-Fali move to stand with his back to her. A woman in the gaudy garb of a city fremen was strangling her from beside the priest on the floor. The two courtiers were nowhere to be seen. The woman did not even glance at Jessica, but lifted her voice in the ancient keening of her people. A call for those who served the destills. The call for them to come and gather a body's water into the tribal cistern. It was a curiously incongruous noise coming from one dressed as this woman was. Jessica felt the persistence of the old ways, even as she saw the falseness in the city woman. The creature in the gaudy dress obviously had killed the priest to make sure he was silenced. Why did she bother? Jessica wondered. She had only to wait for the man to die of asphyxiation. The act was a desperate one, a sign of deep fear. Aliyah sat forward on the edge of her throne, her eyes aglitter with watchfulness. A slender woman wearing the braid knots of Aliyah's own guard strode past Jessica, bent over the priest, straightened, and looked back at the dais. "He's dead. Have him removed," Aliyah called. She motioned to guards below the dais. "Straighten the Lady Jessica's chair." So you'll try to brazen it out, Jessica thought. Did Aliyah think anyone had been fooled? Al-Fali had spoken of the Qadis as-Salaf, calling on the Holy Fathers of Fremen mythology as his protectors. But no supernatural agency had brought a Mala pistol into this room where no weapons were permitted. A conspiracy involving Javed's people was the only answer, and Aliyah's unconcern about her own person told everyone that she was part of that conspiracy. The old Naib spoke over his shoulder to Jessica. "Accept my apologies, my lady. We of the desert come to you as our last desperate hope, and now we see that you still have need of us." "Matricide does not sit well on my daughter," Jessica said. "The tribes will heal her of this," Al-Fali promised. "If you have such desperate need of me," Jessica asked, "why did you not approach me at the convocation in Siege Tabor?" "Stilgar would not permit it." Ah, Jessica thought. The rule of the Naibs. In Tabor, Stilgar's word was law. The toppled throne had been straightened. Aliyah motioned for her mother to return. Said, "All of you please note the death of that traitor priest. Those who threaten me die." She glanced at Al-Fali. "My thanks to you, Naib." "Thanks for a mistake," Al-Fali muttered. He looked at Jessica. "You were right. My rage removed one who should have been questioned." Jessica whispered, "Mark those two courtiers and the woman in the colorful dress, Fedaykin. I want them taken and questioned." "It will be done," he said. "If we get out of here alive," Jessica said, "come, let us go back and play our parts." "As you say, my lady." Together they returned to the dais, Jessica mounting the steps and resuming her position beside Aliyah, Al-Fali remaining in the supplicant's position below. "Now," Aliyah said. "One moment, daughter," Jessica said. She held up her sleeve, exposed the hole with a finger through it. "The attack was aimed at me. The pellet almost found me even as I was dodging. You will all note that the Mala pistol is no longer down there." She pointed. "Who has it?" There was no response. "Perhaps it could be traced," Jessica said. "What nonsense," Aliyah said. "I was the—" Jessica half turned toward her daughter, motioned with her left hand. "Someone down there has that pistol. Don't you have a fear that one of my guards has it?" Aliyah said. "Then that guard will bring the weapon to me," Jessica said. "She's already taken it away." "Well, how convenient," Jessica said. "What are you saying?" Aliyah demanded. Jessica allowed herself a grim smile. "I'm saying that two of your people were charged with saving the traitor priest. I warned them that they would die if he died. They will die. I forbid it." Jessica merely shrugged. "We have a brave Fedaykin here," Aliyah said, motioning toward Al-Fali. "This argument can wait." "It can wait forever," Jessica said, speaking in Chickamsca, her words double-barbed to tell Aliyah that no argument would stop the death command. "We shall see," Aliyah said. She turned to Al-Fali. "Why are you here, Gadhain Al-Fali?" "To see the mother of Muad'Dib," the Naib said. "What is left of the Fedaykin, the band of brothers who served her son, pooled their poor resources to buy my way in here past various guardians who shield the Atreides from the realities of Arrakis.
Elias said.
Anything the Fedaykin required, they have only... He came to see me, Jessica interrupted. What is your desperate need, Fedaykin?
Elias said.
I speak for the Atreides here. What is... Be silent, you murderous abomination, Jessica snapped. You try to have me killed, daughter. I say it here for all to know. You can't have everyone in this hall killed to silence them, as that priest was silenced. Yes, the Naib's blow would have killed the man, but he could have been saved. He could have been questioned. You have no concern that he was silenced. Spray your protests upon us as you will. Your guilt is written in your actions.
Elias sat in frozen silence, face pale. And Jessica, watching the play of emotions cross her daughter's face, saw a terrifyingly familiar movement of Elias' hands. An unconscious response which once had identified a deadly enemy of the Atreides. Elias' fingers moved in a tapping rhythm. Little finger twice. Index finger 3 times. Ring finger twice. Little finger once. Ring finger twice. And back through the tapping in the same order. The old Baron. The focus of Jessica's eyes caught Elia's attention, and she glanced down at her hand, held it still, looked back at her mother to see the terrible recognition. A gloating smile locked Elia's mouth.
So you have your revenge upon us, Jessica whispered. Have you gone mad, mother? Elia asked. I wish I had, Jessica said. And she thought, she knows I will confirm this to the sisterhood. She knows. She may even suspect I'll tell the Fremen and force her to a trial of possession. She cannot let me leave here alive. Our brave Fedaykin waits while we argue, Elias said. Jessica forced her attention back to the old Naib. She brought her responses under control. Said, You came to see me, Garhain. Yes, my lady. We of the desert see terrible things happening. The little makers come out of the sand as was foretold in the oldest prophecies. Shai Halud no longer can be found except in the deeps of the empty quarter. We have abandoned our friend in the desert. Jessica glanced at Leah, who merely motioned for Jessica to continue. Jessica looked out over the throng in the chamber, saw the shocked alertness on every face. The import of the fight between mother and daughter had not been lost on this throng, and they must wonder why the audience continued. She returned her attention to Alfali. Garhain, what is this talk of little makers and the scarcity of sandworms? Mother of Moisture, he said, using her old Fremen title. We were warned of this in the Kitab al-Abar. We beseech thee, let it not be forgotten that on the day Muad'Dib died, Arrakis turned by itself. We cannot abandon the desert. Ha! Elias sneered. The superstitious riffraff of the inner desert fear the ecological transformation. I hear you, Garhain, Jessica said. If the worms go, the spice goes. If the spice goes, what coin do we have to buy our way? Sounds of surprise. Gasps and startled whispers could be heard spreading across the great hall. The chamber echoed to the sound. Elias shrugged. Superstitious nonsense! Alfali lifted his right hand and pointed at Eliah. I speak to the Mother of Moisture, not to the Coantin. Elia's hands gripped the arms of her throne, but she remained seated. Alfali looked at Jessica. Once it was the land where nothing grew. Now there are plants. They spread like lice upon a wound. There have been clouds and rain along the belt of Dune. Rain, my lady. O precious mother of Muad'Dib, as sleep is death's brother, so is rain on the belt of Dune. It is the death of us all. We only do what Liet Kynes and Muad'Dib himself designed for us to do, Elia protested. What is all of this superstitious gabble? We revere the words of Liet Kynes, who told us, I wish to see this entire planet caught up in a net of green plants, and so it will be. And what of the worms and the spice? Jessica asked. There will always be some desert, Elias said. The worms will survive. She's lying, Jessica thought. Why does she lie? Help us, Mother of Moisture, Alfali pleaded. With an abrupt sensation of double vision, Jessica felt her awareness lurch, propelled by the old Naib's words. It was the unmistakable Adab, the demanding memory which came upon one of itself. It came without qualifications, and held her senses immobile while the lessons of the past was impressed upon her awareness. She was caught up in it completely, a fish in the net. Yet she felt the demand of it as a human most moment, each small part a reminder of creation. Every element of the lesson memory was real, but insubstantial in its constant change. She knew it.
She knew this was the closest she might ever come to experiencing the prescient diet grasp, which had inflicted itself upon her son. Aaliyah lied because she was possessed by one who would destroy the Atreides. She was in herself the first destruction. Then Alphali spoke the truth. The sandworms are doomed unless the course of the ecological transformation is modified. In the pressure of revelation, Jessica saw the people of the audience reduced to slow motion, their roles identified for her. She could pick the ones charged with seeing that she did not leave here alive, and the path through them lay there in her awareness as though outlined in a bright light. Confusion among them. One of them feigned to stumble into another, whole groups tangled. She saw also that she might leave this great hall only to fall into other hands. Aaliyah did not care if she created a martyr. No. The thing which possessed her did not care. Now in this frozen time, Jessica chose a way to save the old Naib and send him as a messenger. The way through the audience remained indelibly clear. How simple it was. They were buffoons with barricaded eyes, their shoulders held in positions of immovable defense. Each position upon the great floor could be seen as an atrophic collision from which dead flesh might slew away to real skeletons. Their bodies, their clothes, and their faces described individual hells. The insuck breast of concealed terrors. The glittering hook of a jewel became substitute armor. The mouths were judgments full of frightened absolutes, cathedral prisms of eyebrows showing lofty and religious sentiments which their loins denied. Jessica sensed dissolution in the shaping forces loosed upon Arrakis. Alphali's voice had been like a distrans in her soul, awakening a beast from the deepest part of her. In an eye blink, Jessica moved from the Adab into the universe of movement, but it was a different universe from the one which had commanded her attention only a second before. Aaliyah was starting to speak, but Jessica said, "Silence!" Then, "There are those who fear that I have returned without reservation to the Sisterhood. But since that day in the desert when the Fremen gave the gift of life to me and my son, I have been Fremen." And she lapsed into the old tongue, which only those in this room could profit by. "Onsar akaza zelimin al-maslulimin." Support your brother in this time of need, whether he be just or unjust. Her words had the desired effect, a subtle shifting of positions within the chamber. But Jessica raged on. "This Galhaen Alphali, an honest Fremen, comes here to tell me what others should have revealed to me. Let no one deny this. The ecological transformation has become a tempest out of control." Wordless confirmations could be seen throughout the room. "And my daughter delights in this," Jessica said. "Mektub al-Melah. You carve wounds upon my flesh and write therein salt. Why did the Atreides find a home here? Because the Mohalata was natural to us. To the Atreides, government was always a protective partnership. Mohalata, as the Fremen have always known it. Now look at her." Jessica pointed at Aaliyah. "She laughs alone at night in contemplation of her own evil. Spice production will fall to nothing, or at best a fraction of its former level. And when word of that gets out, we'll have a corner on the most priceless product in the universe," Aaliyah shouted. "We'll have a corner on hell," Jessica raged. And Aaliyah lapsed into the most ancient Trikamsa, the Atreides' private language with its difficult glottal stops and clicks. "Now you know, Mother. Did you think a granddaughter of Baron Harkonnen would not appreciate all the lifetimes you crushed into my awareness before I was even born? When I raged against what you'd done to me, I had only to ask myself what the Baron would have done, and he answered. Understand me, Atreides bitch! He answered me!" Jessica heard the venom and the confirmation of her guess. Abomination. Aaliyah had been overwhelmed within, possessed by that Kahui of evil, the Baron Vladimir Harkonnen. The Baron himself spoke from her mouth now, uncaring of what was revealed. He wanted her to seize revenge, wanted her to know that he could not be cast out. "I'm supposed to remain here in helpless knowledge," Jessica thought. With the thought, she launched herself onto the path of the Adab, shouting, "Fedaykin, follow me!" It turned out there were 6 Fedaykin in the room, and 5 of them won through behind her. "When I am weaker than you, I ask you for freedom because that is according to your principles. When I'm stronger than you, I take away your freedom because that is according to my principles." Words of an ancient philosopher, attributed by Hark al-Ada to one Louis Villot. Leto leaned out the covert exit from the siege, saw the bite of the cliff towering above his limited view. Late afternoon sunlight cast long shadows in the cliff's vertical striations. A skeleton butterfly flew in and out of the shadows, its webbed wings a transparent lacery against the light.
How delicate that the butterfly was to exist here, he thought. Directly ahead of him lay the apricot orchard, with children working there to gather the fallen fruit. Beyond the orchard was the Qanat. He and Ganima had given the slip to their guards by losing themselves in a sudden crush of incoming workers. It had been a relatively simple matter to worm their way down an air passage to its connection with the steps to the covert exit. Now they had only to mingle themselves with the children, work their way to the Qanat and drop into the tunnel. There they could move beside the predator fish, which kept sand trout from insisting the tribe's irrigation water. No Fremen would yet think of a human risking accidental immersion in water. He stepped out of the protected passages. The cliff stretched away on both sides of him, turned horizontally just by the act of his own movement. Ganima moved closely behind him. Both carried small fruit baskets woven of spice fiber, but each basket carried a sealed package. Fremkit, Mala pistol, crysknife, and the new robe sent by Ferrodin. Ganima followed her brother into the orchard, mingled with the working children. Stillsuit masks concealed every face. They were just 2 more workers here, but she felt the action drawing her life away from protective boundaries and known ways. What a simple step it was. That step from one danger into another. In their baskets, those new garments sent by Ferrodin conveyed a purpose well understood by both of them. Ganima had accented this knowledge by sewing their personal motto, "We share," in chekavs above the hawk crest at each breast. It would be twilight soon, and beyond the Qanat which marked off siege cultivation, there would come a special quality of evening which few places in the universe could match. It would be that softly lighted desert world with its persistent solitude, its saturated sense that each creature in it was alone in the universe. "We've been seen," Ganima whispered, bending to work beside her brother. "Guards?" "No, others." "Good. We must move swiftly," she said. Leto acknowledged this by moving away from the cliff through the orchard. He thought with father's thoughts. Everything remains mobile in the desert or perishes. Far out on the sand he could see the attendants outcropping, reminder of the need for mobility. The rocks lay static and rigid in their watchful enigma, fading yearly before the onslaught of wind-driven sand. One day the attendant would be sand. As they neared the Qanat, they heard music from a high entrance of the siege. It was an old-style Fremen group. 2 old flutes, tambourines, timpani made on spiced plastic drums with skin stretched out across one end. No one asked what animal on this planet provided that much skin. Stilgar will remember what I told him about that cleft in the attendant, Leto thought. He'll come in the dark when it's too late, and then he'll know. Presently they were at the Qanat. They slipped into an open tube, climbed down the inspection ladder to the service ledge. It was dusky, damp, and cold in the Qanat, and they could hear the predator fish splashing. Any sand trout trying to steal this water would find its water softened and attacked by the fish. Humans must beware of them too. "Careful," Leto said, moving down the slippery ledge. He fastened his memory to times and places his flesh had never known. Ganima followed. At the end of the Qanat they stripped their stillsuits and put on the new robes. They left the old Fremen robes behind as they climbed out another inspection tube, wormed their way out over a dune, and down the far side. There they sat shielded from the siege, strapped on Mala pistols and crysknives, slipped the Fremkit packs on their shoulders. They no longer could hear the music. Leto arose, struck out through the valley between the dunes. Ganima fell in step behind him, moving with practiced, unrhythmical quiet over the open sand. Below the crest of each dune they bent low and crept across into the hidden lee, there to pause and peer backward seeking pursuit. No hunters had emerged upon the desert by the time they reached the first rocks. In the shadows of the rocks they worked their way around the attendant, climbed to a ledge looking out upon the desert. Colors blinked far out on the bled. The darkening air held the fragility of fine crystal. The landscape which met their gaze was beyond pity. Nowhere did it pause. No hesitations in it at all. The gaze stayed upon a single place, in its scanning movements across that immensity. It's the horizon of eternity, Leto thought. Ganima crouched beside her brother, thinking, the attack will come soon. She listened for the slightest sound, her whole body transformed into a single sense of taut probing. Leto sat equally alert. He knew the culmination of all the training which had gone into the lives he shared so intimately. In this wilderness one developed a firm dependence upon all the senses. All of the senses. Life became a hoard of stored perceptions,
each one linked only to momentary survival. Presently, Ganima climbed upon the rocks and peered through a notch the way they'd come. The safety of the siege seemed like a lifetime away. A bulk of domed cliffs rising out of the brown-purple distance, dust-blurred edges at the rim where the last of sunlight cast its silver streaks. Still no pursuit could be seen in the intervening distance. She returned to Leto's side. "It'll be a predatory animal," Leto said. "That's my tertiary computation." "I think you stopped computing too soon," Ganima said. "It'll be more than one animal. House Carino has learned not to put all of its hopes into a single bag." Leto nodded agreement. His mind felt suddenly heavy with the multitude of lives which his difference provided him. All of those lives, even before birth. He was saturated with living, and wanted to flee from his own consciousness. The inner world was a heavy beast which could devour him. Restlessly he arose, climbed to the notch Ganima had used, peered at the cliffs of the siege. Back there beneath the cliff he could see how the Khanat drew a line between life and death. On the oasis edge he could see a camel sage, onion grass, gobi feather grass, wild alfalfa. In the last of the light he could make out the black movements of birds hopping in the alfalfa. The distant grain tassels were ruffled by a wind which drew shadows that moved right up to the orchard. The motion caught his awareness, and he saw that the shadows hid within their fluid form a larger change, and that larger change gave ransom to the turning rainbows of silver-dusted sky. What will happen out here? He asked himself. And he knew it would either be death or the play of death, himself the object. Ganima would be the other one. Believing the reality of death she had seen reporting sincerely from a deep hypnotic compulsion that her brother was indeed slain. The unknowns of this place haunted him. He thought how easy it would be to succumb to the demand for prescience, to risk launching his awareness into an unchanging absolute future. The small vision of his dream was bad enough, though. He knew he dared not risk the larger vision. Presently he returned to Ganima's side. "No pursuit yet," he said. "The beast they sent for us will be large," Ganima said. "We may have time to see them coming. Not if they come in the night." "It'll be very dark soon," she said. "Yes. It's time we went down into our own place." He indicated the rocks to their left and below them, where wind sand had eaten a tiny cleft in the basalt. It was large enough to admit them, but small enough to keep out large creatures. Leto felt himself reluctant to go there, but knew it must be done. That was the place he'd pointed out to Stilgar. "They may really kill us," he said. "This is the chance we have to take," she said. "We owe it to our father. I'm not arguing." And he thought, this is the correct path. We do the right thing. But he knew how dangerous it was to be right in this universe. Their survival now demanded vigor and fitness and an understanding of the limitations in every movement. Fremen ways were their best armor, and the Bene Gesserit knowledge was a force held in reserve. They were both thinking now as Atreides-trained battle veterans with no other defenses than a Fremen toughness, which was not even hinted at by their childish bodies and their formal attire. Leto fingered the hilt of the poison-tipped crysknife at his waist. Unconsciously, Ganima duplicated the gesture. "Shall we go down now?" Ganima asked. As she spoke, she saw the movement far below them. Small movement made less threatening by distance. Her stillness alerted Leto before she could utter a warning. "Tigers," he said. "Laza tigers," she corrected him. "They see us," he said. "We better hurry," she said. "Amala would never stop those creatures. The will have been trained for this. They'll have a human director somewhere around," he said, leading the way at the fast lope down the rocks to the left. Ganima agreed, but kept it to herself, saving her strength. There'd be a human around here somewhere. Those tigers couldn't be allowed to run free until the proper moment. The tigers moved fast in the last of the light, leaping from rock to rock. They were eye-minded creatures, and soon it would be night, the time of the ear-minded. The bell call of a nightbird came from the attendant's rocks to emphasize the change. Creatures of the darkness already were hustling in the shadows of the etched crevasses. Still, the tigers remained visible to the running twins. The animals flowed with power, a rippling sense of golden sureness in every movement. Leto felt that he had stumbled into this place to free himself of his soul. He ran with the sure knowledge that he and Ganima could reach their narrow notch in time, but his gaze kept returning with fascination to the oncoming beasts. One stumble and we're lost, he thought. That thought reduced the sureness of his knowledge, and he ran faster. You Bene Gesserit call your activity of the Panoplia Prophetica
A science of religion. Very well. I, a seeker after another kind of scientist, find this an appropriate definition. You do indeed build your own myths, but so do all societies. You, I must warn, however. You are behaving as so many other misguided scientists have behaved. Your actions reveal that you wish to take something out of, away from, life. It is time you were reminded of that which you so often profess. One cannot have a single thing without its opposite. The preacher at Arakeen. A message to the sisterhood. In the hour before dawn, Jessica sat immobile on a worn rug of spice cloth. Around her were the bare rocks of an old and poor sietch, one of the original settlements. It lay below the rim of the red chasm, sheltered from the western lies of the desert. Alfali and his brothers had brought him here. Now they awaited word from Stilgar. The Fedaykin had moved cautiously in the matter of communication, however. Stilgar was not to know their location. The Fedaykin already knew they were under a process verbal, an official report of crimes against the Imperium. Aliyah was taking the tack that her mother had been suborned by enemies of the realm, although the sisterhood had not yet been named. The high-handed, tyrannical nature of Aliyah's power was out in the open, however, and her belief that because she controlled the priesthood, she controlled the Fremen, was about to be tested. Jessica's message to Stilgar had been direct and simple. My daughter is possessed and must be put to the trial. Fears destroyed values, though, and it already was known that some Fremen would prefer not to believe this accusation. Their attempts to use the accusation as a passport had brought on 2 battles during the night, but the ornithopters Alfali's people had stolen had brought the fugitives to this precarious safety, Red Chasm Siege. Word was going out to the Fedaykin from here, but fewer than 200 of them remained on Arrakis. The others held posts throughout the Empire. Reflecting upon these facts, Jessica wondered if she had come to the place of her death. Some of the Fedaykin believed it, but the Death Commandos accepted this easily enough. Alfali had merely grinned at her when some of his young men voiced their fears. When God hath ordained the creature to die in a particular place, he causeth that creature's wants to direct him to that place, the old Naib had said. The patched curtains at her doorway rustled. Alfali entered. The old man's narrow, windburned face appeared drawn, his eyes feverish. Obviously, he had not rested. Someone comes, he said. From Stilgar. Perhaps. He lowered his eyes, glanced leftward in the manner of the old Fremen who brought bad news. What is it? Jessica demanded. We have word from Tabor that your grandchildren are not there. He spoke without looking at her. Aliyah, she has ordered that the twins be given over to her custody. But Sietch Tabor reports that the children are not there. That's all we know. Stilgar sent them into the desert, Jessica said. Possibly, but it is known that he was searching for them all through the night. Perhaps it was a trick on his part. That's not Stilgar's way, she said, and thought, unless the twins put him up to it. But that didn't feel right either. She wondered at herself. No sensations of panic to suppress, and her fears for the twins were tempered by what Ganima had revealed. She peered up at Alfali, found him studying her with pity in his eyes. She said, They've gone into the desert by themselves. Alone? Those 2 children? She did not bother to explain that those 2 children probably knew more about desert survival than most living Fremen. Her thoughts were fixed, instead, on Leto's odd behavior, when he'd insisted that she allow herself to be abducted. She'd put the memory aside, but this moment demanded it. He'd said she would know the moment to obey him. The messenger should be in the seats by now, Alfali said. I'll bring him to you. He let himself out through the patched curtain. Jessica stared at the curtain. It was red cloth of spice fiber, but the patches were blue. The story was that the Sietch had refused to profit from Muad'Dib's religion, earning the enmity of Aliyah's priesthood. The people here reportedly had put their capital into a scheme to raise dogs as large as ponies, dogs bred for intelligence as guardians of children. The dogs had all died. Some said it was poison, and the priests were blamed. She shook her head to drive out these reflections, recognizing them for what they were. Ghafla, the gadfly distraction. Where had those children gone? To Jakarutu? They had a plan. They tried to enlighten me to the extent that they thought I'd accept, she remembered. And when they'd reached the limits as they saw them, Leto had commanded her to obey. He'd commanded her. Leto had recognized what Ali was doing. That much was obvious. Both twins had spoken of their aunt's affliction, even when defending her.
Aaliyah was gambling on the rightness of her position in the Regency. Demanding custody of the twins confirmed that. Jessica found a harsh laugh shaking in her own breast. The Reverend Mother Gaius Helen Mohiam had been fond of explaining this particular error to her student. If you focus your awareness only upon your righteousness, then you invite the forces of opposition to overwhelm you. This is a common error. Even I, your teacher, have made it. And even I, your student, have made it, Jessica whispered to herself. She heard fabrics whispering in the passage beyond the curtain. 2 young Fremen entered, part of the entourage they'd picked up during the night. The 2 were obviously awed at being in the presence of Muad'Dib's mother. Jessica had read them completely. They were non-thinkers, attaching themselves to any fancied power for the identity which gave them. Without a reflection from her, they were empty, and thus they were dangerous. "We were sent ahead by Al-Fali to prepare you," one of the young Fremen said. Jessica felt an abrupt clenching tightness in her breast, but her voice remained calm. "Prepare me for what? Stilgar has sent Duncan Idaho as his messenger." Jessica pulled her Abba hood up over her hair, an unconscious gesture. Duncan? But he was Aaliyah's tool. The Fremen who'd spoken took a half-step forward. "Idaho says he has come to take you to safety, but Al-Fali does not see how this can be." "It seems passing strange indeed," Jessica said. "But there are stranger things in our universe. Bring him." They glanced at each other but obeyed, leaving together with such a rush that they tore another rent in the one curtain. Presently Idaho stepped through the curtain, followed by the 2 Fremen and Al-Fali bringing up the rear, hand on his crysknife. Idaho appeared composed. He wore the dress casuals of an Atreides house guard, a uniform which had changed little in more than 14 centuries. Arrakis had replaced the old gold-handled plasteel blade with a crysknife, but that was minor. "I'm told you wish to help me," Jessica said. "As odd as that may seem," he said. "But didn't Aaliyah send you to abduct me?" she asked. A slight raising of his black eyebrows was the only mark of surprise. The many-faceted Tleilaxu eyes continued to stare at her with glittering intensity. "Those were her orders," he said. Al-Fali's knuckles went white on his crysknife, but he did not draw. "I spent much of this night reviewing the mistakes I made with my daughter," she said. "There were many," Idaho agreed, "and I shared in most of them." She saw now that his jaw muscles were trembling. "It was easy to listen to the arguments which led us astray," Jessica said. "I wanted to leave this place. You wanted a girl you saw as a younger version of me." He accepted this silently. "Where are my grandchildren?" she demanded, voice going harsh. He blinked. Then, "Stilgar believes they've gone into the desert, hiding. Perhaps they saw this crisis coming." Jessica glanced at Al-Fali, who nodded his recognition that she had anticipated this. "What's Aaliyah doing?" Jessica asked. "She risked civil war," he said. "Do you believe it'll come to that?" Idaho shrugged. "Probably not. There are softer times. There are more people willing to listen at pleasant arguments." "I agree," she said. "Well and good. What of my grandchildren?" "Stilgar will find them. Yes, I see." It was really up to Gurney Halleck then. She turned to look at the rock wall on her left. "Aaliyah grasped the power firmly now." She looked back at Idaho. "You understand? One uses power by grasping it lightly. To grasp too strongly is to be taken over by power, and thus to become its victim." "As my Duke always told me," Idaho said. Somehow Jessica knew he meant the older Leto, not Paul. She asked, "Where am I to be taken in this abduction?" Idaho peered down at her as though trying to see into the shadows created by the hood. Al-Fali stepped forward. "My lady, you're not seriously thinking—" "Is it not my right to decide my own fate?" Jessica asked. "But this—" Al-Fali's head nodded toward Idaho. "This was my loyal guardian before Aaliyah was born," Jessica said. "Before he died saving my son's life and mine, we Atreides always honor certain obligations." "Then you'll go with me?" Idaho asked. "Where would you take her?" Al-Fali asked. "Best that you don't know," Jessica said. Al-Fali scowled but remained silent. His face betrayed indecision, an understanding of the wisdom in her words, but unresolved doubt of Idaho's trustworthiness. "What of the Fedaykin who helped me?" Jessica asked. "They have Stilgar's countenance if they can get to Tabor,"
Idaho said. Jessica faced Alfali. I command you to go there, my friend. Stilgar can use Fedaykin in the search for my grandchildren. The old Naib lowered his gaze. As Muad'Dib's mother commands. He's still obeying Paul, she thought. We should be out of here quickly, Idaho said. The search is certain to include this place, and that early. Jessica rocked forward and arose with a fluid grace which never quite left the Bene Gesserit, even when they felt the pangs of age. And she now felt older after her night of flight. Even as she moved, her mind remained on that peculiar interview with her grandson. What was he really doing? She shook her head, covered the motion by adjusting her hood. It was too easy to fall into the trap of underestimating Leto. Life with ordinary children conditioned one to a false view of the inheritance which the twins enjoyed. Her attention was caught by Idaho's pose. He stood in the relaxed preparedness for violence, 1 foot ahead of the other, a stance which she herself had taught him. She shot a quick look at the two Fremen, at Alfali. Doubt still assailed the old Fremen Naib, and the two young men felt this. I trust this man with my life, she said, addressing herself to Alfali. And it is not the first time. My lady, Alfali protested. It's just... He glared at Idaho. He's the husband of the Coantine, and he was trained by my duke and by me, she said. But he's a Gola! The words were torn from Alfali. My son's Gola, she reminded him. It was too much for a former Fedaykin who'd once pledged himself to support Muad'Dib to the death. He sighed, stepped aside, and motioned the two young men to open the curtains. Jessica stepped through, Idaho behind her. She turned, spoke to Alfali in the doorway. You are to go to Stilgar. He's to be trusted. Yes. But still she heard doubts in the old man's voice. Idaho touched her arm. We should go at once. Is there anything you wish to take? Only my common sense, she said. Why? Do you fear you're making a mistake? She glanced up at him. You were always the best Thopter pilot in our service, Duncan. This did not amuse him. He stepped ahead of her, moving swiftly, retracing the way he'd come. Alfali fell in step beside Jessica. How did you know he'd come by Thopter? He wears no stillsuit, Jessica said. Alfali appeared abashed by this obvious perception. He would not be silenced, though. Our messenger brought him here directly from Stilgar's. They could have been seen. Were you seen, Duncan? Jessica asked Idaho's back. You know better than that, he said. We flew lower than the dune tops. They turned into a side passage which led downward in spiral steps, debauching finally into an open chamber well lighted by glow globes high in the brown rock. A single ornithopter sat facing the far wall, crouched there like an insect waiting to spring. The wall would be false rock, then, a door opening onto the desert. As poor as this sitch was, it still maintained the instruments of secrecy and mobility. Idaho opened the ornithopter's door for her, helped her into the right-hand seat. As she moved past him, she saw perspiration on his forehead, where a lock of the black goat hair lay tumbled. Unbidden, Jessica found herself recalling that head spouting blood in a noisy cavern. The steely marbles of the Thilaxu eyes brought her out of that recollection. Nothing was as it seemed anymore. She busied herself fastening her seatbelt. It's been a long time since you've flown me, Duncan, she said. Long and far time, he said. He was already checking the controls. Alfali and the two younger Fremen waited beside the controls of the false rock, prepared to open it. Do you think I harbor doubts about you? Jessica asked, speaking softly to Idaho. Idaho kept his attention on an engine instrument, ignited the impellers, and watched the needle move. A smile touched his mouth, a quick and harsh gesture in his sharp features, gone as quickly as it had come. I'm still Atreides, Jessica said. Aaliyah is not. Have no fear, he grated. I still serve the Atreides. Aaliyah is no longer Atreides, Jessica repeated. Yet you needn't remind me, he snarled. Now shut up and let me fly this thing. The desperation in his voice was quite unexpected, out of keeping with the Idaho she'd known. Putting down a renewed sense of fear, Jessica asked, Where are we going, Duncan? You can tell me now. But he nodded to Alfali, and the false rock opened outward into a bright silvery sunlight. The ornithopter leapt outward and up, its wings throbbing with the effort, the jets roaring, and they mounted into an empty sky.
Idaho set a southwesterly course towards a higher ridge, which could be seen as a dark line upon the sand. Presently he said, "Do not think harshly of me, my lady." "I haven't thought harshly of you since that night you came into our Arakeen Great Hall roaring drunk on spice beer," she said. But his words renewed her doubts, and she fell into the Rak's preparedness of complete Pranabindu defense. "I remember that night well," he said. "I was very young, inexperienced." "But the best swordmaster in my duke's retinue." "Not quite, my lady. Gurney could best me 6 times out of 10. He glanced at her. "Where is Gurney?" "Doing my bidding." He shook his head. "Do you know where we're going?" she asked. "Yes, my lady." "Well, then tell me." "Very well. I promised that I would create a believable plot against House Atreides. Only one way, really, to do that." He pressed a button on the control wheel, and cocoon restraints whipped from Jessica's seat, and folded her in unbreakable softness, leaving only her head exposed. "I'm taking you to Salusa Secundus," he said. "To Ferrodin." In a rare, uncontrolled spasm, Jessica surged against the restraints, felt them tighten, easing only when she relaxed, but not before she felt the deadly Shiga wire concealed in the protective sheathing. "The Shiga wire release has been disconnected," he said, not looking at her. "Oh yes, and don't try the voice on me. I've come a long way since the days when you could move me that way." He looked at her. "The Tleilaxu armored me against such wiles." "You're obeying Aaliyah," Jessica said. "And she—" "Not Aaliyah," he said. "We do the preacher's bidding. He wants you to teach Ferrodin as once you taught Paul." Jessica remained in frozen silence, remembering Leto's words, that she would find an interesting student. And presently she said, This preacher, is he my son?" Idaho's voice seemed to come from a great distance. "I wish I knew."
The universe is just there, as the only way a Fedaykin can view it and remain the master of his senses. The universe neither threatens nor promises. It holds things beyond our sway. The fall of a meteor, the eruption of a spice blow, growing old and dying. These are the realities of the universe, and they must be faced regardless of how you feel about them. You cannot fend off such realities with words. They will come at you in their own wordless way, and then you will understand what is meant by life and death. Understanding this, you will be filled with joy. Muad'Dib to his Fedaykin.
"And those are the things we have set in motion," Wencesia said. "These things were done for you."
Ferrodin remained motionless, seated across from his mother in her morning room. The sun's golden light came from behind him, casting his shadow on the white carpeted floor. Light reflected from the wall behind his mother, drew a nimbus around her hair. She wore her usual white robe trim in gold, reminders of royal days. Her heart-shaped face appeared composed, but he knew she was watching his every reaction. His stomach felt empty, although he'd just come from breakfast.
"You don't approve?"
Wencesia asked. "What is there to disapprove?" he asked.
"Well, that we have kept this from you until now."
"Oh, that." He studied his mother, tried to reflect upon his complex position in the matter. He could only think on a thing he had noticed recently, that Tychanic no longer called her my princess. What did he call her, Queen Mother? Why do I feel a sense of loss? He wondered. What am I losing? The answer was obvious. He was losing his carefree days, time for those pursuits of the mind which so attracted him. If this plot unfolded by his mother came off, those things would be gone forever. New responsibilities would demand his attention. He found that he resented this deeply. How dared they take such liberties with his time, and without even consulting him? "Out with it," his mother said. "Something's wrong." "What if this plan fails?" he asked, saying the first thing that came to his mind. "How can it fail?" "I don't know. Any plan can fail. How you're using Idaho in all of this." "Idaho? What's this interest—" "Oh, yes. That mystic fellow Tyek brought here without consulting me. That was wrong of him. The mystic spoke of Idaho, didn't he?" It was a clumsy lie on her part, and Ferrodin found himself staring at his mother in wonderment. She'd known about the preacher all along. "It's just that I've never seen a Gola," he said. She accepted this, said, "We're saving Idaho for something important." Ferrodin chewed silently at his upper lip.
when Sissia found herself reminded of his dead father. Dalek had been like that at times, very inward and complex, difficult to read. Darlok, she reminded herself, had been related to Count Hasimir Fenring, and there had been something of the dandy and the fanatic in both of them. Would Ferrodin follow in that path? She began to regret having Tyke lead the lad into the Arakeen religion. Who knew where that might take him? "What does Tyke call you now?" Ferrodin asked. "What's that?" She was startled by this shift. "I've noticed that he doesn't call you my princess anymore." How observant he is, she thought, wondering why this filled her with disquiet. Does he think I've taken Tyke as a lover? Nonsense. It wouldn't matter one way or the other. Then why this question? "He calls me my lady," she said. "Why?" "Because that's the custom in all of the great houses." Including the Atreides, he thought. "It's less suggestive if overheard," she explained. "Some will think we've given up our legitimate aspirations." "Who would be that stupid?" he asked. She pursed her lips, decided to let it pass. A small thing, but great campaigns were made up of many small things. "The Lady Jessica shouldn't have left Caladan," he said. She shook her head sharply. What was this? His mind was darting around like a crazy thing. She said, "What do you mean?" "She shouldn't have gone back to Arrakis," he said. "It's bad strategy. Makes one wonder, would have been better to have her grandchildren visit her on Caladan." He's right, she thought, dismayed that this had never occurred to her. Tyke would have to explore this immediately. Again she shook her head. No. What was Ferrodin doing? He must know that the priesthood would never risk both twins in space. She said this. "Is it the priesthood or the Lady Aaliyah?" he asked, noting that her thoughts had gone where he'd wanted. He found exhilaration in his new importance, the mind games available in political plotting. It had been a long time since his mother's mind had interested him. She was too easily maneuvered. "You think Aaliyah wants power for herself?" Winsissia asked. He looked away from her. Of course Aaliyah wanted the power for herself. All of the reports from that accursed planet agreed on this. His thoughts took off on a new course. "I've been reading about their planetologist," he said. "There has to be a clue to the sandworms and the haploids in there somewhere. If only—" "Leave that to the others now," she said, beginning to lose patience with him. "Is this all you have to say about the things we've done for you?" "You didn't do them for me," he said. "What?" "You did it for House Carino," he said. "And you're House Carino right now. I've not been invested." "You have responsibilities," she said. "What about all of the people who depend upon you?" As if her words put the burden upon him, he felt the weight of all these hopes and dreams which followed House Carino. "Yes," he said. "I understand about them, but I find some of the things done in my name distasteful." How can you say such a thing? We do what any great house would do in promoting its own fortunes." "Do you? I think you've been a bit gross." No, don't interrupt me. If I'm to be an emperor, then you better learn how to listen to me. Do you think I cannot read between the lines? How are those tigers trained?" She remained speechless at this cutting demonstration of his perceptive abilities. "I see," he said. "Well, I'll keep Tyke because I know you'd let him into this. He's a good officer under most circumstances, but he'll fight for his own principles only in a friendly arena." "His principles?" "The difference between a good officer and a poor one is strength of character and about 5 heartbeats," he said. "He has to stick by his principles wherever they're challenged." "The tigers were necessary," she said. "I'll believe that if they succeed," he said. "But I will not condone what had to be done in training them. Don't protest, it's obvious. They were conditioned. You said it yourself." "What are you going to do?" she asked. "I'm going to wait and see," he said. "Perhaps I'll become emperor." She put a hand to her breast, sighed. For a few moments there he'd terrified her. She'd almost believed he would denounce her. Principles. But he was committed now. She could see that. Ferrodin got up, went to the door and rang for his mother's attendants. He looked back. "We are through, aren't we?" "Yes." She raised a hand as he started to leave. "Where are you going?" "To the library. I've become fascinated lately by Carino history." He left her then, sensing how he'd carried his new commitment with him.
Damn her.
But he knew he was committed. And he recognized that there was a deep emotional difference between histories recorded on a Shigawire and read at leisure. A deep difference between that kind of history and the history which one lived. This new living history which he felt gathering around him possessed a sense of plunging into an irreversible future. Ferrodin couldn't feel himself driven now by the desires of all those whose fortunes rode with him. He found it strange that he could not pin down his own desires in this. It is said of Muad'Dib that once when he saw a weed trying to grow between two rocks, he moved one of the rocks. Later, when the weed was seen to be flourishing, he covered it with the remaining rock. That was its fate, he explained. The commentaries. "Now!" Ganima shouted. Leto, 2 steps ahead of her and reaching the narrow cut in the rocks, did not hesitate. He dove into the slit, crawled forward until darkness enfolded him. He heard Ganima drop behind him, a sudden stillness, and her voice not hurrying or fearful. "I'm stuck." He stood up, knowing this would bring his head within reach of requesting claws, reversed himself in the narrow passage, crept back until he felt Ganima's outstretched hand. "It's my robe," she said. "It's caught." He heard rocks falling directly below them, pulled on her hand but felt only a small gain. There was panting below them, a growl. Leto tensed himself, wedging his hips against the rock, heaved on Ganima's arm. Cloth ripped and he felt her jerk toward him. She hissed and he knew she felt pain, but he pulled once more, harder. She came farther into the hole, then all the way dropping beside him. They were too close to the end of the cut, though. He turned, dropped to all fours and scrambled deeper. Ganima pulled herself along behind him. There was a panting intensity to her movements which told him she'd been hurt. He came to the end of the opening, rolled over and peered upward out the narrow gap of their sanctuary. The opening was about 2 meters above him, filled with stars. Something large obscured the stars. A rumbling growl filled the air around the twins. It was deep, menacing, an ancient sound. Hunter speaking to its prey. "How badly are you hurt?" Leto asked, keeping his voice even. She matched him tone for tone. "One of them clawed me. Breached my stillsuit along the left leg. I'm bleeding." "How bad?" "Vein. I can stop it. Use pressure," he said. "Don't move, I'll take care of our friends." "Careful," she said. "They're bigger than I expected." Leto unsheathed his crysknife, reached up with it. He knew the tiger would be questing downward, claws raking the narrow passage where its body could not go. Slowly he extended the knife. Abruptly, something struck the top of the blade. He felt the blow all along his arm, almost lost his grip on the knife. Blood gushed along his hand, spattered his face, and there came an immediate scream which deafened him. The stars became visible. Something threshed and flung itself along the rocks down toward the sand in a violent caterwauling. Once more the stars were obscured, and he heard the hunter's growl. The second tiger had moved into place, unmindful of its companion's fate. "They're persistent," Leto said. "You got one for sure," Ganima said. "Listen." The screams and thrashing convulsions below them were growing fainter. The second tiger remained, though, a curtain against the stars. Leto sheathed his blade, touched Ganima's arm. "Give me your knife. I want a fresh tip to make sure of this one." "Do you think they'll have a third one in reserve?" she asked. "Not likely. Laza tigers hunt in pairs." "Just as we do," she said. "As we do," he agreed. He felt the handle of her crysknife slip into his palm, gripped it tightly. Once more he began that careful upward questing. The blade encountered only empty air, even when he reached into a level dangerous to his body. He withdrew, pondering this. "Can't you find it?" "It's still not behaving the one the other one did." "Well, it's still there. Smell it?" He swallowed in a dry throat. A fetid breath, moist with the musky smell of the cat, assaulted his nostrils. The stars were still blocked from view. Nothing could be heard of this first cat. The crysknife's poison had completed its work. "I think I'm going to have to stand up," he said. "No! It has to be teased into reach of the knife." "Yes, but we agreed that if one of us could avoid being wounded, and you're wounded, so you're the one going back," he said. "But if you're badly injured, I won't be able to leave you," she said. "Do you have a better idea?" "Give me back my knife. But your leg, I can stand on the good one. That thing could take your head off with one sweep. Maybe the mall, if there's anyone out there, they'll hear, and they'll know we came prepared for—" "I don't like your taking the risk," he said.
Whoever's out there mustn't learn we have malas. Not yet. She touched his arm. I'll be careful. Keep my head down. As he remained silent, she said, You know I'm the one who has to do this. Give me back my knife. Reluctantly, he quested with his free hand, found her hand, and returned the knife. It was the logical thing to do, but logic warred with every emotion in him. He felt Ganima pull away, heard the sandy rasping of her robe against the rock. She gasped, and he knew she must be standing. Be very careful, he thought, and he almost pulled her back to insist they use a mala pistol, but that could warn anyone out there that they had such weapons. Worse, it could drive the tiger out of reach, and they'd be trapped in here with a wounded tiger waiting for them in some unknown place out on those rocks. Ganima took a deep breath, braced her back against one wall of the cleft. I must be quick, she thought. She reached upward with the knife point. Her left leg throbbed where the claws had raked it. She felt the crusting of blood against her skin there and the warmth of a new flow. Very quick! She sank her senses into the calm preparation for crisis which the Bene Gesserit way provided, put pain and all other distractions out of her awareness. The cat must reach down. Slowly she passed the blade along the opening. Where was the damned animal? Once more she raked the air. Nothing. The tiger would have to be lured into attack. Carefully she probed with her sense of smell. Warm breath came from her left. She poised herself, drew in a deep breath, and screamed, Takwa! It was the old Fremen battle cry, its meaning found in the most ancient legends. The price of freedom. With the cry, she tipped the blade and stabbed along the cleft's dark opening. Claws found her elbow before the knife touched flesh, and she had time only to tip her wrist toward the pain before agony raked her arm from elbow to wrist. Through the pain, she felt the poisoned tip sink into the tiger. The blade was wrenched from her numb fingers, but again the narrow gap of the cleft lay open to the stars, and the wailing voice of a dying cat filled the night. They followed it by its death throes, a thrashing passage down the rocks. Presently the death silence came. It got my arm, Ganima said, trying to bind a loose fold of her robe around the wound. Badly? I think so. I can't feel my hand. Let me get a light. Not until we have under cover. I'll hurry. She heard him twisting to reach his frem kit, felt the dark slickness of a night shield as it was slipped over her head, tucked in behind her. He didn't bother to make the moisture tight. My knife's on this side, she said. I can feel the handle with my knee. We'll leave it for now. He ignited a single small globe. The brilliance of it made her blink. Leto put the globe on the sandy floor at one side, gasped as he saw her arm. One claw had opened a long gaping wound which twisted from the elbow along the back of her arm almost to the wrist. The wound described the way she had rotated her arm to present the knife tip to the tiger's paw. Ganima glanced once at the wound, closed her eyes, and began reciting the litany against fear. Leto found himself sharing her need, but put aside the clamor of his own emotions while she set aside binding up the wound. It had to be done carefully to stop the flow of blood, or retaining the appearance of a clumsy job which Ganima might have done by herself. He made her tie off the knot with her free hand, holding one end of the bandage in her teeth. Now let's look at the leg, he said. She twisted around to present the other wound. It was not as bad. 2 shallow claw cuts along the calf. They'd bled freely into the stillsuit, however. He cleaned it up as best he could, bound the wound beneath the stillsuit. He sealed the suit over the bandage. I got sand in it, he said. Have it treated as soon as you get back. Sand in our wounds, she said. That's an old story for Fremen. He managed a smile, sat back. Ganima took a deep breath. We pulled it off. Not yet. She swallowed, fighting to recover from the aftermath of shock. Her face appeared pale in the light of the globe, and she thought, yes, we must move fast now. Whoever controlled those tigers could be out there right now. Leto, staring at his sister, felt a sudden wrenching sense of loss. It was a deep pain which shot through his breast. He and Ganima must separate now. For all of those years since birth, they had been as one person. But their plan demanded now that they undergo a metamorphosis, going their separate ways into uniqueness where the sharing of daily experiences would never again unite them as they had once been united. He retreated into the necessarily mundane. Here's my frem kit. I took the bandages from it. Someone may look. Yes. She exchanged kits with him. Someone out there has a transmitter for those cats, he said. Most likely he'll be waiting near the Khanat to make certain of us. She touched her Mala pistol where it sat atop the Fremkit, picked it up and thrust it to the sash beneath her robe. My robe's torn. Yes. Searchers may get here soon, he said. They may have a traitor among them. Best you get slipped back home. Get Hara to hide you. I'll start the search for the traitor as soon as I get back, she said. She peered into her brother's face, sharing his painful knowledge that from this point on, they would accumulate a store of differences. Never again would they be as one, sharing knowledge which no one else could understand. I'll go to Jakarutu, he said. Fondak, she said. He nodded his agreement. Jakarutu Fondak. They had to be the same place. It was the only way the legendary place could have been hidden. Smugglers had done it, of course. How easy for them to convert one label into another, acting under the cover of the unspoken covenant by which they were allowed to exist. The ruling family of a planet must always have a back door for escape and extremis, and a small share of smuggling profits kept the channels open. In Fondak Jakarutu, the smugglers had taken over a completely operative siege untroubled by a resident population, and they had hidden Jakarutu right out in the open, secure in the taboo which kept Fremen from it. No Fremen will think to search for me in such a place, he said. They'll inquire among the smugglers, of course, but we'll do just as we agreed, she said. It's just, I know. Hearing his own voice, Leto realized they were drawing out these last moments of sameness. A wry grin touched his mouth, adding years to his appearance. Ganima realized she was seeing him through a veil of time, looking at an older Leto. Tears burned her eyes. You needn't give water to the dead just yet, he said, brushing a finger against the dampness on her cheeks. I'll go out far enough and no one will hear, and I'll call a worm. He indicated the collapsed maker hook strapped to the outside of his Fremkit. I'll be at Jakarutu before dawn 2 days from now. Ride swift, my old friend, she whispered. I'll come back to you, my old friend, he said. Remember, be careful at the Khanat. Choose a good worm, she said, giving him the Fremen words of parting. Her left hand extinguished the glow, and the night seal rustled as she pulled it aside, folded it and tucked it into her kit. She felt him go, hearing only the softest sounds of quickly fading into silence as he crept down the rocks to the desert. Ganima steeled herself then for what she had to do. Leto must be dead to her. She had to make herself believe it. There could be no Jakarutu in her mind, no brother out there seeking a place lost in Fremen mythology. From this point onward, she could think of Leto as alive. She must condition herself to react out of total belief that her brother was dead, killed here by the laws of tigers. Not many humans could fool a truthsayer, but she knew that she could do it, might have a way to do it. The multi-lives she and Leto shared had taught them a way, a hypnotic process in old Sheba's time, although she might be the only human alive who could recall Sheba as a reality. The deep compulsions had been designed with a care, and for a long time after Leto had gone, Ganima reworked her self-awareness, building the lonely sister, the surviving twin, until it was a believable totality. As she did this, she found the inner world becoming silent, blanked away from intrusion into her consciousness. It was a side effect she had not expected. If only Leto could have lived to learn this, she thought, and she did not find the thought a paradox. Standing, she peered down at the desert where the tiger had taken Leto. There was a sound growing in the sand out there, a familiar sound to Fremen, the passage of a worm. Rare as they had become in these parts, a worm still came. Perhaps the first cat's death throes. Yes, Leto had killed one cat before the other one got him. It was oddly symbolic that a worm should come. So deep was her compulsion that she saw 3 dark spots far down on the sand, the 2 tigers, and Leto. Then the worm came, and there was only sand with its surface broken into new waves by the passage of Shai Hulud. It had not been a very large worm, but large enough, and her compulsion did not permit her to see a small figure riding on the ringed back. Fighting her grief, Ganima sealed her Fremkit, crept cautiously from her hiding place. Hand on her Mala pistol, she scanned the area. No sign of a human with a transmitter. She worked her way up the rocks and across to the far side, creeping through the moon shadows, waiting and waiting to be sure no assassin lurked in her path. Across the open space she could see torches at Tabor, the wavering activity of a search. A dark patch moved across the sand toward the attendant.
She chose her path to run far to the north of the approaching party, went down to the sand and moved into the dune shadows. Careful to make her steps fall in a broken rhythm which would not attract a worm, she set out to the lonely distance which separated Tabor from the place where Leto had died. She would have to be careful at the Khanat, she knew. Nothing must prevent her from telling how her brother had perished saving her from the tigers.
Governments, if they endure, always tend increasingly toward aristocratic forms. No government in history has been known to evade this pattern, and as the aristocracy develops, government tends more and more to act exclusively in the interests of the ruling class, whether that class be hereditary royalty, oligarchs of financial empires, or entrenched bureaucracy. Politics as repeat phenomenon. Bene Gesserit training manual. Why does he make us this offer? Ferrodin asked. That's most essential. He and the Bashar Tychanic stood in the lounge of Ferrodin's private quarters. Winsissia sat at one side on a low blue divan, almost his audience rather than participant. She knew her position and resented it, but Ferrodin had undergone a terrifying change since that morning when she'd revealed their plots to him. It was late afternoon at Carino Castle, and the low light ascended the quiet comfort of this lounge. A room lined with actual books reproduced in plastino, with shelves revealing a hoard of player spools, data blocks, Shigawire reels, mnemonic amplifiers. There were signs all around that this room was much used, worn places on the books, bright metal on the amplifiers, frayed corners on the data blocks. There was only the one divan, but many chairs, all of them sensiform floaters designed for unobtrusive comfort. Ferrodin stood with his back to a window. He wore a plain Sardaukar uniform in gray and black, with only the golden lion-claw symbols on the wings of his collar as decoration. He had chosen to receive the Bashar and his mother in this room, hoping to create an atmosphere of more relaxed communication than could be achieved in a more formal setting. But Tychanic's constant, "My lord this and my lady that," kept them at a distance.
"My lord, I don't think he'd make us this offer if he were unable to deliver," Tychanic said.
"Of course not," Winsissia intruded. Ferrodin merely glanced at his mother to silence her. Asked, "We've put no pressure on Idaho. Made no attempt to seek delivery on the preacher's promise."
"None," Tychanic said.
"Then why does Duncan Idaho, noted all of his life for his fanatic loyalty to the Atreides, offer now to deliver the Lady Jessica into our hands?" "These rumors of trouble on Arrakis," Winsissia ventured. "Unconfirmed," Ferrodin said. "Is it possible that the preacher has precipitated this?"
"Possible," Tychanic said. "But I fail to see a motive."
"He speaks of seeking asylum for her," Ferrodin said. "That might follow if those rumors—" "Precisely," his mother said.
"Or it could be a ruse of some sort," Tychanic said.
"We can make several assumptions and explore them," Ferrodin said. "What if Idaho has fallen into disfavor with his Lady Aaliyah?" "That might explain matters," Winsissia said. "But no word yet from the smugglers?" Ferrodin interrupted.
"Why can't we—" "Transmission is always slow in this season," Tychanic said. "And the needs of security."
"Yes, of course, but still." Ferrodin shook his head. "I don't like our assumption." "Don't be too quick to abandon it," Winsissia said. "All of those stories about Aaliyah and that priest, whatever his name is." "Javid," Ferrodin said. "But the man's obviously—" "He's been a valuable source of information for us," Winsissia said. "I was about to say that he's obviously a double agent," Ferrodin said. "How could he indict himself in this? He's not to be trusted. There are too many signs." "I fail to see them," she said. He was suddenly angry with her denseness. "Take my word for it, Mother. The signs are there. I'll explain later."
"I'm afraid I must agree," Tychanic said.
Winsissia lapsed into hurt silence. How dared they push her out of council like this? As though she were some light-headed, fancy woman with no— "We mustn't forget that Idaho was once a Gola," Ferrodin said. "The Tleilaxu." He glanced sidelong at Tychanic.
"That avenue will be explored,"
Tychanic said. He found himself admiring the way Ferrodin's mind worked. Alert. Questing. Sharp. Yes, the Tleilaxu, in restoring life to Idaho, might have planted a powerful barb in him for their own use. "But I fail to apprehend a Tleilaxu motive," Ferrodin said.
"An investment in our fortunes," Tychanic said.
"A small insurance for future favors." "Large investment, I'd call it," Ferrodin said. "Dangerous," Winsissia said. Ferrodin had to agree with her. The Lady Jessica's capabilities were notorious in the Empire. After all, she'd been the one who trained Muad'Dib. "If it became known that we hold her," Ferrodin said.
Yes, that'd be a two-edged sword, Titanic said. But it need not be known.
Let us assume, Ferridan said, that we accept this offer. What's her value? Can we exchange her for something of greater importance?
Not openly, Wencesia said.
Of course not!
He peered expectantly at Titanic. It remains to be seen, Titanic said.
Ferridan nodded.
Yes, I think if we accept, we should consider the Lady Jessica's money banked for indeterminate use. After all, wealth doesn't necessarily have to be spent on any particular thing. It's just potentially useful. She'd be a very dangerous captive, Titanic said.
There's that to consider indeed, Ferridan said. I'm told that her Bene Gesserit ways permit her to manipulate a person just by the subtle employment of her voice.
Or her body, Wencesia said.
Irulan once divulged me to some of the things she'd learned. She was showing off at the time, and I saw no demonstrations. Still, the evidence is pretty conclusive that the Bene Gesserits have their ways of achieving their ends.
Were you suggesting, Ferridan asked, that she might seduce me?
Wencesia merely shrugged. I'd say she's a little old for that, wouldn't you? Ferridan asked.
With a Bene Gesserit, nothing's certain, Titanic said.
Ferridan experienced a shiver of excitement tinged with fear. Playing this game to restore House of Carino's high seat to power both attracted and repelled him. How attractive it remained. The urge to retire from this game into his preferred pursuits, historical research and learning the manifest duties for ruling here on Seleucia Secundus. The restoration of his Sardaukar forces was a task in itself. And for that job, Tyack was still a good tool. One planet was, after all, an enormous responsibility. But the Empire was an even greater responsibility, far more attractive as an instrument of power. And the more he read about Muad'Dib or Paul Atreides, the more he fascinated himself with the uses of power. As titular head of House Carino, heir of Shaddam IV, what a great achievement it would be to restore his line to the Lion Throne. He wanted that. He wanted it. Ferridan had found that by repeating this enticing litany to himself several times, he could overcome momentary doubts. Titanic was speaking.
And of course the Bene Gesserit teach that peace encourages aggressions, thus igniting war. The paradox of...
How did we get on this subject? Ferridan asked, bringing his attention back from the area of speculation.
Why, Wencesia said sweetly, having noted the wool-gathering expression on her son's face. I merely asked if Tyack was familiar with the driving philosophy behind the sisterhood.
Philosophy should be approached with irreverence, Ferridan said, turning to face Titanic. In regard to Idaho's offer, I think we should inquire further. When we think we know something, that's precisely the moment when we should look deeper into the thing.
It'll be done,
Titanic said. He liked this cautious streak in Ferridan, but hoped it did not extend to those military decisions which required speed and precision. With seeming irrelevancy, Ferridan asked, Do you know what I find most interesting about the history of Arrakis? It was the custom in primitive times for Fremen to kill on sight anyone not clad in a stillsuit, with its easily visible and characteristic hood.
What's your fascination with the stillsuit? Titanic asked.
So you've noticed, eh?
How could we not notice? Wencesia asked.
Ferridan sent an irritated glance at his mother. Why did she interrupt him like that? He returned his attention to Titanic.
The stillsuit is the key to the planet's character, Tyack. It's the hallmark of Dune.
People tend to focus on the physical characteristics. The stillsuit conserves body moisture, recycles it, makes it possible to exist on such a planet. You know, the Fremen custom was to have one stillsuit for each member of a family, except for food gatherers. They had spares, but please note, both of you, he moved to include his mother in this, how garments which appear to be stillsuits, but really aren't, have become high fashion throughout the Empire. It's such a dominant characteristic for humans to copy the conqueror.
Do you really find such information valuable?
Titanic asked, his tone puzzled. Tyack, without such information one cannot govern. I said that stillsuit was the key to their character, and it is. It's a conservative thing. The mistakes they make will be conservative mistakes. Titanic glanced at Wencesia, who was staring at her son with a worried frown. This characteristic of Ferridan's both attracted and worried the Bashar, who was so unlike old Shaddam. Now there had been an essential Sardaukar, a military killer with a few inhibitions. But Shaddam had fallen to the Atreides under that damnable Paul. Indeed, what he read of Paul Atreides revealed just such characteristics as Ferridan now displayed. It was possible that Ferridan might hesitate less than the Atreides over brutal necessities, but that was his Sardaukar training.
Many have governed without using this kind of information, Titanic said.
Ferrodin merely stared at him for a moment. Then, governed and failed? Tychanic's mouth drew into a stiff line at this obvious allusion to Shaddam's failure. That had been a Sardaukar failure, too, and no Sardaukar could recall it easily. Having made his point, Ferrodin said, "You see, Tyke, the influence of a planet upon mass consciousness of its inhabitants has never been fully appreciated. To defeat the Atreides, we must understand not only Caladan, but Arrakis. One planet soft and the other a training ground for hard decisions. That was a unique event, that marriage of Atreides and Fremen. We must know how it worked, or we won't be able to match it, let alone defeat it." "What does this have to do with Idaho's offer?" Wensicia demanded. Ferrodin glanced pityingly down on his mother. "We begin their defeat by the kinds of stress we introduce to their society. That's a very powerful tool, stress. And the lack of it is important too. Did you not mark how the Atreides help things grow soft and easy here?" Tychanic allowed himself a curt nod of agreement. That was a good point. The Sardaukar could not be permitted to grow too soft. This offer from Idaho still bothered him, though. He said, "Perhaps it'd be best to reject the offer." "Not yet," Wensicia said. "We've a spectrum of choices open to us. Our task is to identify as much of the spectrum as we can. My son is right. We need more information." Ferrodin stared at her, measuring her intent as well as the surface meaning of her words. "But how will we know when we've passed the point of no alternate choice?" he asked. A sour chuckle came from Tychanic. "If you ask me, we're long past the point of no return." Ferrodin tipped his head back to laugh aloud. "But we still have alternate choices, Tyack. When we come to the end of our rope, that's an important place to recognize." In this age when the means of human transport include devices which can span the deeps of space and trans-time, and other devices which can carry men swiftly over virtually impassable planetary surfaces, it seems odd to think of attempting long journeys afoot. Yet this remains a primary mean of travel on Arrakis, a fact attributed partly to preference and partly to the brutal treatment which this planet reserves for anything mechanical. In the strictures of Arrakis, human flesh remains the most durable and reliable source for the Hajj. Perhaps the implicit awareness of this fact which makes Arrakis the ultimate mirror of the soul. Handbook of the Hajj. Slowly, cautiously, Ghanima made her way back to Tabr, holding herself to the deepest shadows of the dunes, crouching in stillness as the search party passed to the south of her. Terrible awareness gripped her. The worm which had taken the tiger's and Leto's body. The dangers ahead. He was gone. Her twin was gone. She put aside all tears and nurtured her rage. In this she was pure Fremen. And she knew this, reveling in it. She understood what was said about Fremen. They were not supposed to have a conscience, having lost it in a burning for revenge against those who had driven them from planet to planet in the long wandering. That was foolishness, of course. Only the rawest primitive had no conscience. Fremen possessed a highly evolved conscience which centered on their own welfare as a people. It was only to outsiders that they seemed brutish, just as outsiders appeared brutish to Fremen. Every Fremen knew very well that he could do a brutal thing and feel no guilt. Fremen did not feel guilt for the same things that arouse such feelings in others. Their rituals provided a freedom from guilt which might otherwise have destroyed them. They knew in their deepest awareness that any transgression could be ascribed, at least in part, to a well-recognized extenuating circumstances. The failure of authority, or a natural bad tendency shared by all humans, or to bad luck, which any sentient creature should be able to identify as a collision between mortal flesh and the outer chaos of the nature. In this context, Ghanima felt herself to be the pure Fremen, a carefully prepared extension of tribal brutality. She needed only a target, and that obviously was House Carino. She longed to see Ferrodin's blood spilled on the ground at her feet. No enemy awaited her at the Khanat. Even the search parties had gone elsewhere. She crossed the water on an earth bridge, crept through tall grass toward the covert exit of the siege. Abruptly light flared ahead of her, and Ghanima threw herself flat on the ground. She peered through stalks of giant alfalfa. A woman had entered the covert passage from the outside, and someone had remembered to prepare that passage in the way any siege entrance should be prepared. In troubled times, one greeted anyone entering the siege with bright light, temporarily blinding the newcomer and giving guards time to decide. But such a greeting was never meant to be broadcast out over the desert. The light visible here meant the outer seals had been left aside. Ghanima felt a tug of bitterness at this betrayal of siege security, this flowing light. The ways of the lace-shirt Fremen were to be found everywhere. The light continued to throw its fan over the ground at the cliff base, A young girl ran out of the orchard's darkness into the light, something fearful about her movements. Ganima could see the bright circle of a glow globe within the passage, a halo of insects around it. The light illuminated two dark shadows in the passage, a man and a girl. They were holding hands as they stared into each other's eyes. Ganima sensed something wrong about the man and woman. They were not just two lovers stealing a moment from the search. The light was suspended above and beyond them in the passage. The two talked against a glowing arch, throwing their shadows into the outer night where anyone could be a watcher of their movements. Now and again the man would free a hand. The hand would come gesturing into the light, a sharp and furtive movement which, once completed, returned to the shadows. Lonely sounds of night creatures filled the darkness around Ganima, but she screened out such distractions. What was it about those two? The man's motions were so static, so careful. He turned. Reflection from the woman's robe illuminated him, exposing a raw red face with a large blotchy nose. Ganima drew in a deep, silent breath of recognition. Palan Basha. He was a grandson of a naib whose sons had fallen in Atreides' service. The face, and another thing revealed by the open swinging of his robes as he turned, drew for Ganima a complete picture. He wore a belt beneath the robe, and attached to the belt was a box which glistened with keys and dials. It was an instrument of the Tleilaxu, or the Ixians for certain, and it had to be the transmitter which had released the tigers. Palan Basha. This meant that another Naibite family had gone over to House Carino. Who was the woman, then? No matter. She was someone being used by Palan Basha. Unbidden, a Bene Gesserit thought came into Ganima's mind. Each planet has its own period, and each life likewise. She recalled Palan Basha well, watching him there with that woman, seeing the transmitter, the furtive movements. Palan Basha taught in the siege school. Mathematics. The man was a mathematical boor. He had attempted to explain Muad'Dib through mathematics until insured by the priesthood. He was a mind-slaver, and his enslaving process could be understood with extreme simplicity. He transferred technical knowledge without a transfer of values. I should have suspected him earlier, she thought. The signs were all there. Then, with an acid tightening of her stomach, he killed my brother. She forced herself to calmness. Palan Basha would kill her too if she tried to pass him there in that covert passage. Now she understood the reason for this unfremen display of light, this betrayal of the hidden entrance. They were watching by that light to see if either of their victims had escaped. It must be a terrible time of waiting for them, not knowing. And now that Ganima had seen the transmitter, she could explain certain of the hand motions. Palan Basha was depressing one of the transmitter's keys frequently, an angry gesture. The presence of this pair said much to Ganima. Likely every way into the siege carried a similar watcher in its depths. She scratched her nose where dust tickled it. Her wounded leg still throbbed and the knife arm ached when it didn't burn. The fingers remained numb. Should it come to a knife, she would have to use the blade in her left hand. Ganima thought of using the Mala pistol, but its characteristic sound would be sure to attract unwanted attention. Some other way would have to be found. Palan Basha turned away from the entrance once more. He was a dark object against the light. The woman turned her attention to the outer night while she talked. There was a trained alertness about the woman, a sense that she knew how to look into the shadows, using the edges of her eyes. She was more than just a useful tool, then. She was part of the deeper conspiracy. Ganima recalled now that Palan Basha aspired to be a Kamakan, a political governor under the Regency. He would be a part of a larger plan, that was clear. There would be many others with him, even here in Teber. Ganima examined the edges of the problem thus exposed, probed into it. If she could take one of these guardians alive, many others would be forfeit. The whiffle of a small animal drinking at the kanat behind her caught Ganima's awareness. Natural sounds and natural things. Her memory searched through a strange silent barrier in her mind, found a priestess of Jalf captured in Assyria by Sennacherib. The memories of that priestess told Ganima what would have to be done here. Palan Basha and his woman were their mere children, wayward and dangerous. They knew nothing of Jalf, knew not even the name of the planet where Sennacherib and the priestess had faded into dust. The thing which was about to happen to the pair of conspirators, if it were explained to them, could only be explained in terms of beginning here, and ending here. Rolling onto her side, Ganima freed her fremkit, slipped the sand snorkel from its bindings. She uncapped the snorkel, removed the long filter within it. Now she had an open tube. She selected a needle from the repair pack, unsheathed her crysknife, and inserted the needle into the poison hollow at the knife's tip, that place where once a sandworm's nerve had fitted. Her injured arm made the work difficult. She moved carefully and slowly, handing the poison needle with caution while she took a wad of spice fiber from its chamber in the kit. The needle shank fitted tightly onto the fiber wand, forming a missile which went tightly into the tube of the sand snorkel. Holding the weapon flat, Ganima wormed her way closer to the light, moving slowly to cause minimal disturbance in the alfalfa. As she moved, she studied the insects around the light. Yes, there were Pyum flies in that fluttering mob. They were notorious biters of human flesh. The poison dart might go unnoticed, swatted aside as a biting fly. A decision remained. Which one of those two to take? The man or the woman? Muriz. The name came unbidden into Ganima's mind. That was the woman's name. It recalled things said about her. She was one of those who fluttered around Palambash as the insects fluttered around the light. She was easily swayed. A weak one. Very well. Palambash had chosen the wrong companion for this night. Ganima put the tube to her mouth, and with the memory of the priestess of Jav clearly in her awareness, she sighted carefully, expelled her breath in one strong surge. Palambash batted at his cheek, drew away a hand with a speck of blood on it. The needle was nowhere to be seen, flicked away by the motion of his own hand. The woman said something soothing, and Palambasha laughed. As he laughed, his legs began to give way beneath him. He sagged against the woman, who tried to support him. She was still staggering with the dead weight when Ganima came up beside her and pressed the point of an unsheathed crysknife against her waist. In conversational tone, Ganima said, "Make no sudden moves, Muriz. My knife is poisoned. You may let go of Palambasha now. He's dead."
In all major socializing forces, you'll find an underlying movement to gain and maintain power through the use of words. From witch doctor to priest to bureaucrat, it is all the same. A governed populace must be conditioned to accept power words as actual things, to confuse the symbolized system with the tangible universe. In the maintenance of such a power structure, certain symbols are kept out of the reach of common understanding. Symbols such as those dealing with economic manipulation, or those which define the local interpretation of sanity. Symbol secrecy of this form leads to the development of fragmented sublanguages, each being a signal that its users are accumulating some form of power. With this insight into a power process, our Imperial Security Force must be ever alert to the formation of sublanguages. Lecture to the Arakeen War College, by the Princess Irulan. "It is perhaps unnecessary to tell you," Ferrodin said, "but to avoid any errors, I'll announce that a mute has been stationed with orders to kill you both should I show signs of succumbing to witchery." He did not expect to see any effect from these words. Both the Lady Jessica and Idaho gratified his expectations. Ferrodin had chosen with care the setting for this first examination of the pair, Shaddam's old state audience chamber. What it lacked in grandeur, it made up for with exotic appointments. Outside it was a winter afternoon, but the windowless chamber's lighting simulated a timeless summer day, bathed in golden light from artfully scattered glow globes in the purest Ixian crystal. The news from Arrakis filled Ferrodin with quiet elation. Leto, the male twin, was dead, killed by an assassin tiger. Ganima, the surviving sister, was in the custody of her aunt, and reputedly was a hostage. The full report did much to explain the presence of Idaho and the Lady Jessica. Sanctuary was what they wanted. Carino spies reported an uneasy truce on Arrakis. Aliyah had agreed to submit herself to a test called the Trial of Possession, the purpose of which had not been fully explained. However, no date had been set for this trial, and 2 Carino spies believed it might never take place. This much was certain, though. There had been fighting between Desert Fremen and the Imperial military Fremen, an abortive civil war which had brought government to a temporary standstill. Stilgar's holdings were now neutral ground, designated after an exchange of hostages. Ganima evidently had been considered one of these hostages, although the working of this remained unclear. Jessica and Idaho had been brought to the audience securely bound in suspensor chairs. Both were held down by deadly thin strands of Shiga wire, which would cut flesh at the sight of struggle. 2 Sardaukar troopers had brought them, checked the bindings, and had gone away silently. The warning had indeed been unnecessary. Jessica had seen the armed mute standing against a wall at her right, an old but efficient projectile weapon in his hand.
She allowed her gaze to roam over the room's exotic inlays. The broad leaves of the rare iron bush had been set with eye pearls and interlaced to form the center of the crescent of the dome's ceiling. The floor beneath her was an alternate block of diamond wood and kabuzu shell arranged within rectangular borders of passacate bones. These had been set on end, laser-cut and polished. Selected hard materials decorated the walls in stress-woven patterns, which outlined the 4 positions of the lion symbol claimed by descendants of the late Shaddam IV. The lions were executed in wild gold. Ferrodin had chosen to receive the captives while standing. He wore uniform shorts and a light golden jacket of elf silk, open at the throat. His only decoration was the princely starburst of his royal family, worn at the left breast. He was attended by the Bashar Tykanik, wearing Sardaukar dress tans and heavy boots, an ornate laser gun carried in a front holster at the belt buckle. Tykanik, whose heavy visage was known to Jessica from Bene Gesserit reports, stood 3 paces to the left and slightly behind Ferrodin. A single throne of dark wood sat on the floor near the wall directly behind the two. "Now," Ferrodin said, addressing Jessica, "do you have anything to say?" "I would inquire why we are bound thus," Jessica said, indicating the Shigawire. We've only just now received reports from Arrakis to explain your presence here, Ferrodin said. "Perhaps I'll have you released presently." He smiled. "If you—" He broke off as his mother entered by the state doors behind the captives. When Sissia hurried past Jessica and Idaho without a glance, presented a small message cube to Ferrodin, actuated it. He studied the glowing face, glancing occasionally at Jessica, then back to the cube. The glowing face went dark and he returned the cube to his mother, indicated that she should show it to Tykanik. While she was doing this, he scowled at Jessica. Presently, when Sissia stationed herself at Ferrodin's right hand, the darkened cube in her hand, partly concealed in a fold of her white gown. Jessica glanced to her right at Idaho, but he refused to meet her gaze. "The Bene Gesserit are displeased with me," Ferrodin said. "They believe I was responsible for the death of your grandson." Jessica held her face emotionless, thinking, so Ganima's story is to be trusted. Unless... She didn't like the suspected unknowns. Idaho closed his eyes, opened them to glance at Jessica. She continued to stare at Ferrodin. Idaho had told her about this Rajya vision, but she seemed unworried. He didn't know how to catalog her lack of emotion. She obviously knew something, though, that she wasn't revealing. "This is the situation," Ferrodin said, and he proceeded to explain everything he'd learned about events on Arrakis, leaving out nothing. He concluded, "Your granddaughter survives, but she's reportedly in the custody of the Lady Aaliyah. This should gratify you." "Did you kill my grandson?" Jessica asked. Ferrodin answered truthfully. "I did not. I recently learned of a plot, but it was not of my making." Jessica looked at Winsissia, saw the gloating expression on that heart-shaped face, thought, her doing. The lioness schemes for her cub. This was a game the lioness might live to regret. Returning her attention to Ferrodin, Jessica said, "But the Sisterhood believes you killed him." Ferrodin turned to his mother. "Show her the message." As Winsissia hesitated, he spoke with an edge of anger which Jessica noted for future use. "I said show it to her." Face pale, Winsissia presented the message face of the cube to Jessica, activated it. Words flowed across the face, responding to Jessica's eye movements. "Bene Gesserit Council on Wallach IX files formal protest against House Carino in assassination of Leto Atreides II. Arguments and showing of evidence are assigned to Landsraad Internal Security Commission. Neutral ground will be chosen and names of judges will be submitted for approval by all parties. Your immediate response required. Sabat Rakush for the Landsraad." Winsissia returned to her son's side. "How do you intend to respond?" Jessica asked. Winsissia said, "Since my son has not yet been formally invested as a House of House Carino, I will. Where are you going?" This last was addressed to Ferrodin, who, as she spoke, turned and headed for a side door near the watchful mute. Ferrodin paused, half-turned. "I'm going back to my books, and the other pursuits which hold much more interest for me." "How dare you?" Winsissia demanded. A dark flush spread from her neck up across her cheeks. "I'll dare quite a few things in my own time," Ferrodin said. "You have made decisions in my name, decisions which I find extremely distasteful. Either I will make the decisions in my own name from this point on, or you can find yourself another heir for House Carino. Jessica passed her gaze swiftly across the participants in this confrontation, seeing the real angler in Ferrodin. The Bashar aide stood stiffly at attention, trying to make it appear that he had heard nothing. Winsissia hesitated on the brink of screaming rage. Ferrodin appeared perfectly willing to accept any outcome from his throw of the dice. Jessica rather admired his poise, seeing many things in this confrontation which could be of value to her. It seemed that the decision to send assassin tigers against her grandchildren had been made without Ferrodin's knowledge. There could be little doubt of his truthfulness in saying he learned of the plot after its inception. There was no mistaking the real anger in his eyes as he stood there, ready to accept any decision. Winsissia took a deep, trembling breath. Then, "Very well. The formal investiture will take place tomorrow. You may act in advance of it now." She looked at Titanic, who refused to meet her gaze. "There will be a screaming fight once mother and son get out of here," Jessica thought. "But I do believe he's won." She allowed her thoughts to return then to the message from the Landsrat. The Sisterhood had judged their messengers with a finesse which did credit to Bene Gesserit planning. Hidden in the formal notice of protest was a message for Jessica's eyes. The fact of the message said the Sisterhood's spies knew Jessica's situation, and they'd gauged Ferrodin with a superb nicety to guess how he'd shown his captive. "I'd like an answer to my question," Jessica said, addressing herself to Ferrodin as he returned to face her. "I shall tell the Landsrat that I had nothing to do with the assassination," Ferrodin said. "I will add that I share the Sisterhood's distaste for the manner of it, although I cannot be completely displeased at the outcome. My apologies for any grief this may have caused you. Fortune passes everywhere." Fortune passes everywhere, Jessica thought. That had been a favorite saying of her Duke, and there had been something in Ferrodin's manner which said he knew this. She forced herself to ignore this possibility that they'd really killed Leto. She had to assume that Ganima's fears for Leto had motivated a complete revelation of the twins' plan. The smugglers would put Gurney into a position to meet Leto, and the Sisterhood's devices would be carried out. Leto had to be tested. He had to be. Without the testing, he was doomed as Aaliyah was doomed. And Ganima, well, that could be faced later. There was no way to send the preborn before the Reverend Mother Gaius Helen Mohiam. Jessica allowed herself a deep sigh. "Sooner or later," she said, "it'll occur to someone that you and my granddaughter could unite our two houses and heal old wounds. This has already been mentioned to me as a possibility," Ferrodin said, glancing briefly at his mother. "My response was that I prefer to await the outcome of recent events on Arrakis. There's no need for a hasty decision." "There's always the possibility that you've already played into my daughter's hands," Jessica said. Ferrodin stiffened. "Explain." "Matters on Arrakis are not as they may seem to you," Jessica said. "Aaliyah plays her own game. Abomination's game. My granddaughter is in danger unless Aaliyah can contrive a way to use her." "You expect me to believe that you and your daughter oppose each other? That Atreides fights Atreides?" Jessica looked back at Winsissia, and then back to Ferrodin. "Carino fights Carino." A wry smile moved Ferrodin's lips. "Well taken. How would I have played into your daughter's hands? By becoming implicated in my grandson's death. By abducting me. Don't trust this witch," Winsissia cautioned. "I'll choose whom to trust, Mother," Ferrodin said. "Forgive me, Lady Jessica, but I don't understand the matter of abduction. I'd understood that you and your faithful retainer—" "Who is Aaliyah's husband?" Jessica said. Ferrodin turned, a measuring stare on Idaho, looked at the Bashar. "What think you, Ty?" The Bashar apparently was having thoughts similar to those Jessica professed. He said, "I like her reasoning. Caution." "He's a Gola Mentat," Ferrodin said. "We could test him to the death and find out a certain answer." "But it's a safe working assumption that we may have been tricked," Titanic said. Jessica knew the moment had come to make her move. Now if Idaho's grief only kept him locked in the part he'd chosen. She disliked using him this way, but there were larger considerations. "To begin with," Jessica said, "I might announce publicly that I came here of my own free choice." "Interesting," Ferrodin said. "You'd have to trust me and grant me the complete freedom of Salusa Secundus," Jessica said. "There could be no appearance that I spoke out of compulsion." "No!" Winsissia protested. Ferrodin ignored her. "What reason would you give?" "That I'm the Sisterhood's plenipotentiary sent to take over your education." "But the Sisterhood accuses that require a decisive action from you," Jessica said. "Don't trust her," Winsissia said.
With extreme politeness, Ferridan glanced at her, said, "If you interrupt me one more, I'll have Tyke remove you. He heard you consent to the formal investiture. That binds him to me now." "She's a witch, I tell you!" Wencesia looked to the mute against the side wall. Ferridan hesitated. Then, "Tyke, what think you? Have I been witched?" "Not my judgment." "You've both been witched!" "Mother." His tone was flat and final. Wencesia clenched her fists, tried to speak, whirled, and fled the room. Addressing himself once more to Jessica, Ferridan asked, "Will the Bene Gesserit consent to this?" "They would." Ferridan absorbed the implications of this, smiled tightly. "What does the sisterhood want in all of this?" "Your marriage to my granddaughter." Idaho shot a questioning look at Jessica, made as though to speak, but remained silent. Jessica said, "You were going to say something, Duncan." "I was going to say that the Bene Gesserit want what they've always wanted. A universe which won't interfere with them." "An obvious assumption," Ferridan said. "But I hardly see why you intrude with it." Idaho's eyebrows managed the shrug which the Shigawire would not permit his body. Disconcertingly, he smiled. Ferridan saw the smile, whirled to confront Idaho. "I amuse you. This whole situation amuses me. Someone in your family has compromised the Spacing Guild by using them to carry instruments of assassination to Arrakis. Instruments whose intent could not be concealed. You've offended the Bene Gesserit by killing a male they wanted for their breeding. You call me a liar, Gola!" "No. I believe you didn't know about that plot, but I thought the situation needed bringing into focus." "Don't forget that he's a mentat," Jessica cautioned. "My very thought," Ferridan said. Once more he faced Jessica. "Let us say that I free you, and you make your announcement. That still leaves the matter of your grandson's death. The mentat is correct." "Was it your mother?" Jessica asked. "My lord!" Tychonic warned. "It's all right, Tyke." Ferridan waved a hand easily. "And if I say it was my mother?" Risking everything in the test of this internal break among the Carinos, Jessica said, "You must denounce her and banish her." "My lord," Tychonic said, "there could be trickery within trickery here." Idaho said, "And the Lady Jessica and I are the ones who've been tricked." Ferridan's jaw hardened. And Jessica thought, "Don't interfere, Duncan, not now." But Idaho's words had sent her own Bene Gesserit abilities at logic and emotion. He shocked her. She began to wonder if there were the possibility that she was being used in ways she didn't understand. Ganim and Leto. The preborn could draw upon countless inner experiences, a storehouse of advice far more extensive than the living Bene Gesserit depended on. And there was that other question. Had her own sisterhood been completely candid with her? They still might not trust her. After all, she betrayed them once, to her duke. Ferridan looked at Idaho with a puzzled frown. "Mentat, I need to know what this preacher is to you." He arranged the passage here. We did not exchange 10 words. Others acted for him. He could be Paul Atreides, but I don't have any data for certain. All I know for certain is that it was time for me to leave, and he had the means. "You speak of being tricked," Ferridan reminded him. "Aaliyah expects you to kill us quietly and conceal the evidence of it," Idaho said. "Having rid her of the Lady Jessica, I'm no longer useful. And the Lady Jessica, having served her sisterhood's purposes, is no longer useful to them. Aaliyah will be calling the Bene Gesserit to account, but they will win." Jessica closed her eyes in concentration. He was right. She could hear the mentat firmness in his voice, that deep sincerity of pronouncement. The pattern fell into place without a chink. She took 2 deep breaths and triggered the mnemonic trance, rolled the data through her mind, came out of the trance and opened her eyes. It was done while Ferridan moved from in front of her to a position within half a step of Idaho, a space of no more than 3 steps. "Say no more, Duncan," Jessica said, and she thought mournfully of how Leto had warned her against Bene Gesserit conditioning. Idaho, about to speak, closed his mouth. "I command here," Ferridan said. "Continue, mentat." Idaho remained silent. Ferridan half turned to study Jessica. She stared at a point on the far wall, reviewing what Idaho and the trance had built. The Bene Gesserit hadn't abandoned the Atreides line, of course, but they'd wanted control of a Kwisatz Haderach, and they'd invested too much in the long breeding program. They wanted the open clash between Atreides and Carino, a situation where they could step as arbiters, and Duncan was right. They'd emerge with control of both Ganima and Ferrodin. It was the only compromise possible. The wonder was that Aaliyah hadn't seen it. Jessica swallowed past a tightness in her throat. Aaliyah. Abomination. Ganima was right to pity her, but who was left to pity Ganima? The Sisterhood has promised to put you on the throne with Ganima as your mate, Jessica said. Ferrodin took a backward step. Did the witch read minds? They work secretly and not through your mother, Jessica said. They told you I was not privy to their plan. Jessica read revelation in Ferrodin's face. How open he was. But it was true, the whole structure. Idaho had demonstrated masterful abilities as a mentat in seeing through to the fabric on the limited data available to him. So they played a double game and told you, Ferrodin said. They told me nothing of this, Jessica said. Duncan was correct. They tricked me. She nodded then to herself. It had been a classic delaying action in the Sisterhood's traditional pattern. A reasonable story. Easily accepted because it squared with what one might believe of their motives. But they wanted Jessica out of the way. A flawed sister who had failed them once. Tychanic moved to Ferrodin's side. My lord, these two are too dangerous to— Wait a bit, Tyach, Ferrodin said. There are wheels within wheels here. He faced Jessica. We've had reasons to believe that Aaliyah might offer herself as my bride. Idaho gave an involuntary start. Controlled himself. Blood began dripping from his left wrist where the shoe wire had cut. Jessica allowed herself a small, eye-widening response. She who'd known the original Leto as a lover, father of her children, confidant and friend, saw his trait of cold reasoning filtered now through the twistings of an abomination. Will you accept? Idaho asked. It's being considered. Duncan, I told you to be silent, Jessica said. She addressed Ferrodin. Her price was 2 inconsequential deaths. The 2 of us. We suspected treachery, Ferrodin said. Wasn't it your son who said treachery breeds treachery? The Sisterhood is out to control both Atreides and Carino, Jessica said. Isn't that obvious? We're toying now with the idea of accepting your offer, Lady Jessica, but Duncan Idaho should be sent back to his loving wife. Pain is a function of nerves, Idaho reminded himself. Pain comes as light comes to the eyes. Effort comes from the muscles, not from nerves. It was an old mentat drill, and he completed it in the space of one breath. Flexed his right wrist and severed an artery against the shigawire. Tychanic leapt to the chair, hit its trip lock to release the bindings, shouted for medical aid. It was revealing that assistants came swarming at once through doors hidden in wall panels. There was always a bit of foolishness in Duncan, Jessica thought. Ferrodin studied Jessica a moment while the medics ministered to Idaho. I didn't say I was going to accept his Aaliyah. That's not why he cut his wrist, Jessica said. Oh? I thought he was simply removing himself. You're not that stupid, Jessica said. Stop pretending with me. He smiled. I'm well aware that Aaliyah would destroy me. Not even the Bene Gesserit could expect me to accept her. Jessica bent a weighed stare upon Ferrodin. What was this young scion of House Carino? He didn't play the fool well. Again, she recalled Leto's words that she'd encounter an interesting student. And the preacher wanted this as well, Idaho said. She wished she'd met this preacher. Will you banish Wincisia? Jessica asked. Seems a reasonable bargain, Ferrodin said. Jessica glanced at Idaho. The medics had finished with him. Less dangerous restraints held him in the floater chair. I'm tired, Idaho said. You've no idea how tired I am. When it's overexploited, even loyalty wears out finally, Ferrodin said. Again, Jessica shot that measuring stare at him. Ferrodin, seeing this, thought, in time she'll know me for certain, and that could be valuable. A renegade Bene Gesserit of my own. It's the one thing her son had that I don't have. Let her get only a glimpse of me now. She can see the rest later. A fair exchange, Ferrodin said. I accept your offer on your terms. He signaled a mute against the wall with a complex flickering of fingers. The mute nodded. Ferrodin bent to the chair's controls. Released Jessica. Tychanic asked, My lord, are you sure? Isn't it what we discussed? Ferrodin asked. Yes, but... Ferrodin chuckled. Addressed Jessica. Tyach suspects my sources. But one learns from books and reels only that certain things can be done.
Actual learning requires that you do those things.
Jessica mused on this as she lifted herself from the chair. Her mind returned to Ferriden's hand signals. He had an Atreides-style battle language. It spoke of careful analysis. Someone here was consciously copying the Atreides.
Of course, Jessica said. You want me to teach you as the Bene Gesserit are taught?
Ferriden beamed at her.
The one offer I cannot resist, he said.
The password was given to me by a man who died in the dungeons of Arrakeen. You see, that is where I got this ring in the shape of a tortoise. It was in the sook outside the city where I was hidden by the rebels. The password? Oh, that has been changed many times since then. It was persistence, and the countersign was tortoise. It got me out of there alive. That's why I bought this ring. A reminder. Tagir Mohandas, Conversations with a Friend. Leto was far out on the sand when he heard the worm behind him, coming to his thumper there in the dusting of spice he'd spread around the dead tigers. There was a good omen for this beginning of their plan. Worms were scarce enough in these parts most times. The worm was not essential, but it helped. There would be no need for Ganima to explain a missing body. By this time he knew that Ganima had worked herself into the belief that he was dead. Only a tiny isolated capsule of awareness would remain to her. A walled-off memory which could be recalled by words uttered in the ancient language, shared only by the two of them in all this universe. Sekir Nabil. If she heard those words, Golden Path, only then would she remember him. Until then, he was dead. Now Leto felt truly alone. He moved with the random walk which made only those sounds natural to the desert. Nothing in his passage would tell the worm back there that human flesh moved here. It was a way of walking so deeply, conditioned in him that he didn't need to think about it. The feet moved of themselves, no measurable rhythm to their pacing. Any sound his feet made could be ascribed to the wind, to gravity. No human passed here. When the worm had done its work behind him, Leto crouched behind a dune slip face and peered back toward the attendant. Yes, he was far enough. He planted a thumper and summoned its transportation. The worm came swiftly, giving him barely enough time to position himself before it engulfed the thumper. As it passed, he went up its side on the maker hooks, opened the sensitive leading edge of a ring, and turned the mindless beast southward. It was a small worm, but strong. He could sense the strength in its twisting as it hissed across the dunes. There was a following breeze, and he felt the heat of their passage, the friction which the worm converted to the beginnings of spice within itself. As the worm moved, his mind moved. Stilgar had taken him up for his first worm journey. Leto had only to let his memory flow, and he could hear Stilgar's voice, calm and precise, full of politeness from another age. Not for Stilgar the threatening staggers of a Fremen drunk on spice liquor. Not for Stilgar the loud voice and bluster of these times. No. Stilgar had his duties. He was an instructor of royalty. In the golden times, the birds were named for their songs. Each wind had its name. A 6-click wind was called a pastaza, a 20-click wind was a kushima, and a 100-click wind was Hainalai. Hainalai, the man-pusher. Then there was the wind of the demon in the open desert. Hulasikaliwala, the wind that eats the flesh. And Leto, who'd already known these things, had nodded his gratitude at the wisdom of such instruction. But Stilgar's voice could be filled with many valuable things. There were in olden times certain tribes which were known to be water hunters. They were called Idiwali, which meant water insects, because those people wouldn't hesitate to steal the water of another Fremen. If they caught you alone in the desert, they would not even leave you the water of your flesh. There was this place where they lived, Sich Jakarutu. That's where the other tribes banded and wiped out the Ujiali. That was a long time ago, before Kynes even, in my great-great-grandfather's days. And from that day to this, no Fremen has gone to Jakarutu. It is taboo. Thus had Leto been reminded of knowledge which lay in his memory. It had been an important lesson about the working of memory. A memory was not enough, even for one whose past was multiform as his, unless its use was known and its value revealed to judgment. Jakarutu would have water, a wind trap, all of the attributes of a Fremen siege, plus the value without compare that no Fremen would venture there. Many of the young would not even know such a place as Jakarutu had ever existed. Oh, they would know about Fondak, of course, but that was a smuggler place. It was a perfect place for the dead to hide, among the smugglers and the dead of another age. Thank you, Stilgar.
The worm tired before dawn. Leto slid off its side and watched it dig itself into the dunes, moving slowly in the familiar pattern of the creatures. It would go deep and sulk. I must wait out the day, he thought. He stood atop a dune and scanned all around. Emptiness. Emptiness, emptiness. Only the wavering track of the vanished worm broke the pattern. The slow cry of a nightbird challenged the first green line of light along the eastern horizon. Leto dug himself into the sand's concealment, inflated a still tent around his body, and sent the tip of a sand snorkel questing for air. For a long time before sleep came, he lay in the enforced darkness thinking about the decision he and Ganima had made. It had not been an easy decision, especially for Ganima. He had not told her all of his vision, nor all of the reasoning derived from it. It was a vision, not a dream, in his thinking now. But the peculiarity of these things was that he saw it as a vision, of a vision. If any argument existed to convince him that his father still lived, it lay in that vision. The life of the prophet locks us into his vision, Leto thought, and a prophet could only break out of the vision by creating his death at variance with that vision. That was how it appeared in Leto's doubled vision, and he pondered this as it related to the choice he had made. Poor Baptist John, he thought. If he'd only had the courage to die some other way. But perhaps his choice had been the bravest one. How do I know what alternatives faced him? I know what alternatives faced my father, though. Leto sighed. To turn back on his father was like betraying a god. But the Atreides Empire needed shaking up. It had fallen into the worst of Paul's vision. How casually it obliterated men. It was done without a second thought. The mainspring of a religious insanity had been wound tight and left ticking. And we were locked in my father's vision. A way out of that insanity lay along the golden path, Leto knew. His father had seen it. But humanity might come out of that golden path and look back down at Muad'Dib's time, seeing that as a better age. Humankind had to experience the alternative to Muad'Dib, though, or never understand its own myths. Security. Peace. Prosperity. Given the choice, there was little doubt what most citizens of this empire would select. Though they hate me, he thought. Though Ghani hate me. His right hand itched, and he thought of the terrible glove in his vision. It will be, he thought. Yes, it will be. Arrakis give me strength, he prayed. His planet remained strong and alive beneath him and around him. Its sand pressed close against the still tent. Dune was a giant counting its massed ridges. It was a beguiling entity, both beautiful and grossly ugly. The only coin its merchants really knew was the blood pulse of their own power, no matter how that power had been amassed. They possessed this planet the way a man might possess a captive mistress, or the way the Bene Gesserits possessed their sisters. No wonder Stilgar hated the merchant priests. Thank you, Stilgar. Leto recalled then the beauties of the old Siege ways, the life lived before the coming of the Imperium's technocracy, and his mind flowed as he knew Stilgar's dreams flowed. Before the glow globes and lasers, before the ornithopters and spice crawlers, there'd been another kind of life. Brown-skinned mothers with babies on their hips, lamps which burned spice oil amidst a heavy fragrance of cinnamon, naives who persuaded their people while knowing none could be compelled. It had been a dark swarming of life in rocky burrows. A terrible glove will restore the balance, Leto thought. Presently he slept. I saw his blood in a piece of his robe which had been ripped by sharp claws. His sister reports vivivity of the tigers, the sureness of their attack. We've questioned one of the plotters, and the other are dead or in custody. Everything points to a Carino plot. A true sayer has attested to this testimony. Stilgar's report to the Landsraad Commission. Ferrodin studied Duncan Idaho through the spy circuit, seeking a clue to that strange man's behavior. It was shortly after noon, and Idaho waited outside the quarters assigned to the Lady Jessica, seeking audience with her. Would she see him? She'd know they were spied upon, of course, but would she see him? Around Ferrodin lay the room where Tychanic had guided the training of the Laza Tigers. An illegal room, really, filled as it was with forbidden instruments from the hands of the Tleilaxu and Ixians. By the movement of switches at his right hand, Ferrodin could look at Idaho from 6 different angles, or shift to the interior of Lady Jessica's suite, where the spying facilities were equally sophisticated. Idaho's eyes bothered Ferrodin. Those pitted metal orbs which the Tleilaxu had given their Ghola in the regrowth tanks, which marked their possessor as a profoundly different thing from humans. Ferrodin touched his own eyelids, feeling the hard surfaces on the permanent contact lenses which concealed the total blue of his spice addiction. Idaho's eyes must record a different universe. How could it be otherwise? It almost tempted Ferrodin to seek out the Tleilaxu surgeons and answer that question himself. Why did Idaho try to kill himself? Was that really what he tried? He must have known we wouldn't permit it. Idaho remained a dangerous question mark. Tykanik wanted to keep him on Seleucia or kill him. Perhaps that would be best. Ferrodin shifted to a frontal view. Idaho sat on a hard bench outside the door to the Lady Jessica's suite. It was a windowless foyer with light wood walls decorated by lance pennants. Idaho had been on that bench more than an hour and appeared ready to wait there forever. Ferrodin bent close to the screen. The loyal swordmaster of the Atreides, instructor of Paul Muad'Dib, had been treated kindly by his years on Arrakis. He'd arrived with a youthful spring in his step. A steady spice diet must have helped him, of course. And that marvelous metabolic balance which the Tleilaxu tanks had always imparted. Did Idaho really remember his past before the tanks? No other whom the Tleilaxu had reviewed could claim this. What an enigma this Idaho was. The reports of his death were in the library. The Sardaukar who'd slain him reported his prowess. 19 of their number dispatched by Idaho before he'd fallen. 19 Sardaukar. His flesh had been well worth sending to the regrowth tanks, but the Tleilaxu had made a memtat out of him. What a strange creature lived in that regrown flesh. How did it feel to be a human computer, in addition to all of his other talents? Why'd he try to kill himself? Ferrodin knew his own talents and held few illusions about them. He was a historian, archaeologist, and judge of men. Necessity had forced him to become an expert on those who would serve him. Necessity and a careful study of the Atreides. He saw it as the price always demanded of aristocracy. To rule required accurate and incisive judgments about those who wielded your power. More than one ruler had fallen through mistakes and excesses of his underlings. Careful study of the Atreides revealed a superb talent in choosing servants. They'd known how to maintain loyalty, how to keep a fine edge on the ardor of their warriors. Idaho was not acting in character. Why? Ferrodin squinted his eyes, trying to see past the skin of this man. There was a sense of duration about Idaho, a feeling that he could not be worn down. He gave the impression of being self-contained, an organized and firmly integrated whole. The Tleilaxu tanks had set something more human into motion. Ferrodin sensed this. There was a self-renewing movement about the man, as though he acted in accordance with immutable laws, beginning anew at every ending. He moved in a fixed orbit with an endurance about him like that of a planet around a star. He would respond to pressure without breaking, merely shifting his orbit slightly, but not really changing anything basic. Why did he cut his wrist? Whatever his motive, he had done it for the Atreides, for his ruling house. The Atreides were the star of his orbit. Somehow he believes that my holding the Lady Jessica here strengthens the Atreides. And Ferrodin reminded himself. A mentat thinks this. It gave the thought an added depth. Mentats made mistakes, but not often. Having come to this conclusion, Ferrodin almost summoned his aides to have them send the Lady Jessica away with Idaho. He poised himself on the point of acting. Withdrew. Both of these people, the Ghola Mentat and the Bene Gesserit Witch, remained counters of an unknown denomination in this game of power. Idaho must be sent back because that would certainly stir up troubles on Arrakis. Jessica must be kept here, drained of her strange knowledge to befit House Carino. Ferrodin knew it was subtle and a deadly game he played. But he prepared himself for the possibility over the years, ever since he'd realized that he was more intelligent, more sensitive than those around him. It had been a frightening discovery for a child, and he knew the library had been his refuge as well as his teacher. Doubts aided him now, though, and he wondered if he was quite up to this game. He'd alienated his mother, lost her counsel, but her decisions had always been dangerous to him. Tigers. Their training had been an atrocity, and their use had been stupidity. How easy they were to trace. She should be thankful to suffer nothing more than a banishment. The Lady Jessica's advice had fitted his needs with a lovely precision there. She must be made to divulge the way of the Atreides' thinking. His doubts began to fade away. He thought of his Sardaukar once more growing tough and resilient through the rigorous training and the denial of luxury which he commanded. His Sardaukar legions remained small, but once more they were a man-to-man match for the Fremen. That served little purpose as long as the limits imposed by the Treaty of Arakeen governed the relative size of the forces. Fremen could overwhelm him by their numbers, unless they were tied up and weakened by civil war. It was too soon for a battle of Sardaukar against Fremen. He needed time. He needed new allies from among the discontented Houses Major, and the newly powerful from the Houses Minor. He needed access to Sholem financing. He needed time for Sardaukar to grow stronger, and the Fremen to grow weaker. Again, Ferrodin looked at the screen which revealed the patient Gola. Why did Idaho want to see the Lady Jessica at this time? He would know they were spied upon, that every word, every gesture would be recorded and analyzed. Why? Ferrodin glanced away from the screen to the ledge beside his control console. In the pale electronic light, he could make out the spools which contained the latest reports from Arrakis. His spies were thorough. He had to give them credit. There was much to give him hope and pleasure in these reports. He closed his eyes, and the high points of these reports passed through his mind to the oddly editorial form which he'd reduced the spools for his own uses. As the planet is made fertile, Fremen are freed of land pressures and their new communities lose their traditional siege stronghold character. From infancy in the old siege culture, the Fremen was taught by the Rhoda. Like the knowledge of your own being, the siege forms a firm base from which you move out into the world and into the universe. The traditional Fremen says, look to the massive, meaning that the master science is the law. But the new social structure is loosening those old legal restrictions. Discipline grows lax. The new Fremen leaders know only their low catechism of ancestry, plus the history which is camouflaged in the myth structure of their songs. People of the new communities are more volatile, more open. They quarrel more often and are less responsive to authority. The old siege folk are more disciplined, more inclined to group actions, and they tend to work harder. They are more careful of their resources. The old folk still believe that the orderly society is the fulfillment of the individual. The young grow away from this belief. Those remnants of the older culture which remain look at the young and say, this death wind has etched away their past. Ferrodin liked the pointedness of his own summary. The new diversity on Arrakis could only bring violence. He had the essential concepts firmly etched into the spools. The religion of Muad'Dib is based firmly in the old Fremen siege cultural tradition, while the new culture moves farther and farther from those disciplines. Not for the first time, Ferrodin asked himself why Tykanik had embraced that religion. Tykanik behaved oddly in his new morality. He seemed utterly sincere, but carried along as though against his will. Tykanik was like one who stepped into the whirlwind to test it, and had been caught up by forces beyond his control. Tykanik's conversation annoyed Ferrodin by its characterless completeness. It was a reversion to very old Sardaukar ways. He warned that the young Fremen might yet revert in a similar way, but the inborn, ingrained traditions would prevail. Once more Ferrodin thought about those report spools. They told of a disquieting thing. The persistence of a cultural remnant from the most ancient Fremen times. The water of conception. The amniotic fluid of the newborn was saved at birth, distilled into the first water fed to that child. The traditional form required a godmother to serve the water, saying, here is the water of thy conception. Even the young Fremen still followed this tradition with their own newborn. The water of thy conception. Ferrodin found himself revolted by the idea of drinking water distilled from the amniotic fluid which had borne him. And he thought about the surviving twin, Ganima, her mother dead when she'd taken that strange water. Had she reflected later upon that odd link with her past? Probably not. She'd been raised Fremen. What was natural and acceptable to Fremen had been natural and acceptable to her. Momentarily, Ferrodin regretted the death of Leto II. It would have been interesting to discuss this point with him. Perhaps an opportunity would come to discuss it with Ganima. Why did Idaho cut his wrists? The question persisted every time he glanced at the spy screen. Again, doubts assailed Ferrodin. He longed for the ability to sink into the mysterious spice trance as Paul Muad'Dib had done, there to seek out the future and know the answers to his questions. No matter how much spice he ingested, though, his ordinary awareness persisted in its singular flow of now, reflecting a universe of uncertainties. The spy screen showed a servant opening the Lady Jessica's door. The woman beckoned Idaho, who rose from the bench and went through the door. The servant would file a complete report later, but Ferrodin, his curiosity once more fully aroused, touched another switch on his console, watched as Idaho entered the sitting room of the Lady Jessica's quarters. How calm and contained the Mentat appeared, and how fathomless were his Gola eyes.